a kid. Waited by the windowsill, snowflakes were falling and sleigh bells were calling. Hot chocolate in hand, jingle bells jamming. Oh, my heart could skip a bit, hoping Santa's rhyming. Grab your board, Rudolph, let's go. Jingle slide on the slopes, hey. Bring the spirit, make it real, make it true. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So where's Santa Claus? I waited for so long. So where is Santa Claus? I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen, so let it snow. Now I'm getting older, snowflakes getting smaller. Caught between who I am and what I want, I can't pretend. Taller than the tree, don't know if what's wrong is me. I just wanna enjoy this Christmas Eve. Santa, believe me, I wanna come easy, but can't you just hear me out? This Christmas I want a car, a phone, a ticket, a mic, I'll take it. Maybe I just asked too much, no need to get ring ding dong, it's a sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So where's Santa Claus? I've waited for so long. So where is Santa Claus? I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen, so let it snow.
I see my soul inside. You got me. I got my soul in my hand.
I just wanna freak it nasty. My girls in the front and the boys in the backseat. I just wanna freak it nasty. My girls in the front and the boys in the I just wanna freak it nasty. My girls in the front and the boys in the backseat. I just wanna freak it nasty. My girls in the front and the boys in the
Soul on everything. Soul on everything. I need the soul on everything. Hey, show out my soul. You got me. I have my soul in front of the world. Every time I stand on the stage, you do feel my soul.
I've been doing fine, I was under the weather. So much on my mind, had a change that was better. Gazing at the sky, and the sky so blue. See the birds fly, add a touch to the view. Spend a lot of time trying to make a lie true. Staring through your eyes, trying to find the real you. But the you I thought I knew, I would give the world, it'd just be us two. Everything got swirled and got twisted and skewed. Never saw the signs, in the end I got screwed. But I don't ever hold grudges. God's the only one with the right to go and judge us. Try to make it work, try to run with two crutches. Loving needs to hurt when you roll with the punches. Show me light, open my eyes, read the path. Everything I provide, from the struggle to hustle, I began to survive. Little birds whizzing on, feeling alive. Once lost, now found. Little birds set me free. Taught me the game, now I'm chasing victory. From the concrete jungle, fighting to break a change. Little birds guidance, help me conquer the pain. From the darkness to light, little birds show me the way. Shun doubts and fears, it's a brand new day. I spread my wings, soaring higher.
We are back right here onto the PC division. The final circles of the PC division have always been interesting.
Soon as it happens, Farlight comes through. This will be a good time for the right now. Wait, it's receiving a lot of minutes. That it takes off from the intensity of the match.
This is the thing that they should be scared about. There's no fear. Without any fear goes in. They don't have a lot of
Stealing back on, but it's 2 days. A lot of HPs in it where they're trying to fight. They're trying to down. Offering out for one. That thing. Up. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the heart-pounding semifinals of the Farlight 84 Philippines Championship. Now, we are left with 30 teams, and they are fighting for that 15-man slot in this tournament, or rather 15-team slot. Sorry about that. Again, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Josuave. And today, here we go. Again, we're going to be taking off some teams. Some dreams are going to be crushed today in this tournament.
Oh boy, man. We talked about over the last few weeks, right? The pressure mounting on, having to get your FPC points. We went into the knockouts last week. I was unfortunately out of commission last week, so I wasn't able to join you guys. But today, we're finally here. This is the second to the last day. The top 30 teams are here today to play, and we have to eliminate another 15 leading into tomorrow's PC finals. And this is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, and again, that's going to be really great. Some dreams are going to be evolving. Some dreams are going to be cut short today in the semifinals. So I hope some of the teams here would be performing a lot better because they need to get a lot more points for them to get to the finals in this tournament. It's really exciting to see some of the teams here flourishing. One of the teams that I really love that I have been seeing quite a lot was 2319. We have talked about this a while ago, but again, I hope some of the teams would again step up this time around.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect time to actually do step up because we do have the reset of points when it comes to our semifinals, which means that your FPC points, they're back to 0.
Yeah.
It's now anyone's game. So even if you weren't able to grind out the points in the regular season, you can still offset those teams who have been there right since the beginning. But of course, if you guys want to keep updated with Farlight 84 and the patch notes or whatever is going to be happening in FPC, don't forget to follow us on our socials. We're down there: YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We do have TikTok drops. Yes, every time we're live we have TikTok drops, so don't miss those.
Yeah, and again, for everybody out there ready to actually see anything related to Farlight, just check out this. And if ever you also want to see the Tagalog broadcast, check out this Facebook page that we do have here. Again, thank you very much to one of our sponsors here. Take a look at it, everybody. It's going to be Techno. Thank you very much. If you want a phone that is great price and great performance, check out Techno.
Yeah, they just actually released their Techno Pova 6 Pro. I was there at the launch back in SM North Eds, and it's a really nice phone. You can see it on the screen right now. This the aesthetic, the performance on it, and I think it's at a pretty decent price point as well, considering the specs that it does have. So, I mean, they're gonna be our partner for the mobile finals, but today's the PC finals. And you know what you need when you have a PC? You need a nice chair.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Fantech, our official partner since season 2, still continuing to support us here in season 3. Looking forward to seeing more of the Fantech stuff that we're going to be seeing at the LAN in a couple of weeks. So I'm super excited for that.
Yeah, and for the LAN event, you're going to be seeing some of the peripherals also that they have for Fantech, especially their chairs. You're going to be seeing the casters sitting on those chairs soon enough. But again, for everybody also out there, for all the players actually playing in the venue, you also are going to be seeing them sitting on a Fantech chair. So thank you very much to Fantech. And again, just Suave, let's go back to how it goes here in the tournament. There have been a couple of things that I'm really excited about here for the team. First is going to be how they are going to be playing. There is no hotfix. Are we going to go back to that meta that we so dread? Or are we going to be seeing something different here for the teams first? But let's take a look at the overview first.
Yeah, quick rundown of what's going to be going on today. We do have 4 groups that are going to be happening. That's starting off with Group A and Group B, respectively. We're going to take ranking of how these players play as teams. After our first 6 maps, we move on to the upper A and lower B, where we switch up the teams. We split them down the middle, and we're going to have them play up against the teams in the other group. Same thing goes for our 4th series of the day. That's upper B and lower A, to give us a good look at how these teams interact with each other. And I think this is one of the more interesting parts of our format. You're not confined to your Group A. Like your Group A could theoretically be a bunch of heavy hitters, and then you switch it up in the second groups. But of course, they're all going to be fighting it out for the prize pool of a total of 37,500. This is in USD, and it's split down the middle for the mobile and PC divisions, respectively.
Yeah, excited for how this is all gonna go. They are fighting for this prize ever since the start of season 1, and it is a great amount of prize here for each of the players. That's why they're doing everything that they can in order for them to get a chance at the lion's share of this prize pool. We have seen some teams already taking the top 1 spot from season 1. We had Dream. From season 2, we had Naos. And now in season 3, we don't know. We don't know who's gonna win.
You don't know, man. I mean, Naos doesn't even exist anymore, bro. And that's another thing, right? You want to talk about how we had AIM lead Naos to victory in season 2, and now they're essentially broken up, right? This powerhouse PC team, I think, have AIM. The other players, I think I might have forgotten where
they're from Dream Team, which is
they
interesting.
are in Dream Team, yeah, right. So we have players that are there that are continuously at the top. We have players that have proven themselves in season 2.
Yeah,
they want to be able to show that they can stay at the top, stay at the upper echelon of players here in Farlight 84 Philippine Championship, and that's gonna be it's gonna be spicy, man. It's gonna be spicy.
Yeah. Really excited how this is gonna go here for our teams, especially for some teams who have been flourishing during the past few weeks. We have seen them have a bit of a change, some of them really got an org while we're moving forward into the tournament, which is really nice because some of them before this spot that they're in right now, they're LF org, and now they have an org, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Farlight 84, right? A lot of these teams, they're free agent teams, and they have only recently been signed to their orgs. I think we do have some notable teams that have been picked up by some of the orgs in the local scene. I think we had Ivy League Gaming, who do have a PC team actually in one of our groups that's going to be playing it out today. That's super interesting. But you know what else is interesting, I think, is our discussion on heroes, right? Where we talked about behind the scenes. We have mentioned a lot of Siana putting themselves in the meta over the last few weeks, but of course number 1 and number 2 still going to be taken up here by Young and Duckside, respectively. Siana, I think it as a hero wasn't really there at the start of our current patch, but as the weeks moved on, I think more and more people actually discovered Siana, which I'm gonna be honest with you, Dash. I think it's getting a little stale, man.
That is really true. I mean, the Siana, we have seen a lot of Sianas that play around the late game and just heal it up, which is why most of the times people really love seeing or at least really love playing the Siana, just for them to secure a lot more points for themselves. And I do think that that's gonna happen a lot more times here today, just because we started back and people need points. That's why they need to get wins. And also, the mag influx that we had was also because of week 1 to week 3. But week 4 to week 5, we have seen a lot more Embers, which is why I hope to see more of those Embers being played today.
And you know, on top of that, right, I think the way that the current gun meta we can see on the screen right now, it has actually also shifted to accommodate that change, right? Knowing that the Siana will usually be playing over in the backlines, you want to be able to disable that Siana early in the game so that it doesn't get into the late game. And because of that, we do have priority on the VSS here with the huge as 38.5% pick rate here when you're able to pick it up on the floor. A lot of people are actually prioritizing this gun, despite the fact that it's not necessarily the easiest to find in terms of drop rate on the map. But of course, it's going to be followed here by the White Dwarf, AK-77, the Uzi as well, and what seems to be a porcupine to me. And I think
Yeah.
like the main difference here between the VSS and the AK-77, despite the fact that these two guns, they are pertinent in different stages of the game. I think again the VSS is more important because of the way that you're able to fight it in long range battles.
Yeah, and for the top 5, I think we can scrap the top 5. We can just go to the top 4. I think the only reason why they use the top 5 gun is if they don't get any of the 4 guns we have at the top. And it's also because of how great the VSS is right now. The reason why it's double the amount of people using the White Dwarf is because we had an influx of people using the VSS because of the fact that the VSS was crazy during week 1. But again,
Yep,
everybody,
of course.
we have a weekly video first. So let's take a look at the weekly video first before we head into anything else. Take a look at it first, everyone.
One by one, they fall.
It's gonna be a 3v1 situation, 3v3.
Today is the time where every decision is matter.
Ang araw na ito, ang laban ay hindi lamang para sa tagumpay, kundi sa karangalan.
But at least now they're going to be eliminating everybody close to the zone. And they want to eliminate them as fast as they can. This game, Akinox is going to die. They run.
For honorable victory, the team must be ready because every little things will make everything matters.
Ang pinakamahalagang laban sa bakbakan na magaganap, importante ang bawat taktika, bawat galaw, bawat desisyon at bawat sandali ay mahalaga.
1v1 squad fight. Who's gonna take that win? We're only about to find out.
Sa Farlight 84, ang diskarte ko at ang diskarte ng aking kapunan ay mahuhulma, mandirigma na handang lumaban hanggang sa huling hininga. Puso ng isang mandirigma na handang lumaban hanggang sa huling hininga.
Ngayong araw na ito, ang huling yugto ng laban ay magaganap. Ang oras na ang pagkakikita ng kanilang kasanayan, determinasyon at dedikasyon sa larangan ng e-sport.
Doing it a bit for safety. No.
Running towards jail later on.
Today, the final stage will take place. It's time to show their utmost skills and determination.
Sa bawat pagtutuos, may tagumpay at may kabiguan. Ngunit sa kabila ng anumang resulta, ang pagkakaisa at respeto sa kapwa manlalaro ay mananatiling mahalaga.
Now, in the center of it all.
Perfect. That was fine. Gonna be seeing each other. Look at the
Step
dash
back.
infinity. The fight is gonna happen actually.
Sa Farlight 84, ang araw na ito ay hindi lamang sa isang laban.
Ito ay isang pagsubok ng kanilang kakayahan at katatagan. Ito ang araw ng pag-asa, pagkakataon at pagtanghal sa tunay na husay.
And finally, show to the world that they are born to be a champion.
Goes in at the nick of time in order to clutch it up. You know what? We called them something in Filipino. Makata is what I call them. The players that we had for today. Now, that is honestly one of the nosebleed moments that I had in Tagalog for the longest time, man.
I mean, we're on the English broadcast for a reason, right? And to be fair, like a lot of these players, I didn't really expect them to be able to. I don't doubt their ability to speak like that. It's just that. Wow. It's like when you see them on the interviews, they're really humble. They're not so serious. And seeing with them in today's weekly video, I think the pressure is really mounting. It's a great sizzler, if you will, when it comes to today, because this is where all your efforts over the entire season has brought you. This is the semifinals, the top 30 teams out of hundreds, thousands who have tried it out in the weekly qualifiers and over the last few weeks, right? So it's gonna be so much pressure for these players. But of course, moving on, we are gonna have Group A. We're gonna be starting it out with the first letter of the alphabet and the first 15 teams that are still in for the running to make it into the finals tomorrow.
Oh yeah, and for everyone out there who has been playing for quite a while, Group A, this is honestly really hard to predict. But again, everybody, we're gonna be taking a short break before we head into the game itself. See you guys in a bit, get some snacks, and let's go get back here in a bit. as we head back into the semifinals, everyone, we're going to be starting in just a bit. It has been such a great amount of weeks that we had. We had 6 weeks of, or rather 5 weeks of group stages and another
And the
week
knockouts.
for the knockout stage. Yeah, there you go. That's 6 quick match, everyone. And we are now in the semifinals of the PC division. And we're going to be ending this tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be the finals of the PC division. It's going to be really scary for these players because everybody tried for the whole, that's basically a month and a half of everything here in the PC division.
I mean, pressure is now mounting as we are counting down the moments, the minutes to the first group. We're going to be moving into some of the rounds for the first 3 maps for Group A, and it's going to be real interesting, especially since when we look at the list of teams that are going to be participating here in Group A, it's stacked. You know, think thousands of teams, hundreds of teams who have gone through the open qualifiers, and it comes down to the top 30. And right now on the list, we're starting out with Powerhouse Fanboys, Mantas, Westra 2319 by Shinichi Dragons, Azusa Esports, and there's a lot to be said about AXG as well.
Oh, yeah. And one of the things that I love about this is the teams that are at the bottom here. I've seen some times in where Secrecy, Astral Mugen, and Wraiths were able to top the group. That's why these teams are not to be trifled with because they can and they will be able to actually try to get on the top here. The only thing that is scary about this is Powerhouse is just too strong. Stacked with teammates from Dream, were the champions of season 1, and from now on, we're the champions of season 2. So, which is it's a scary team comp that they have there.
Yeah, it's real scary. And, you know, on top of that, we also have in the group, right, Dream Team PC, who are, again, by title, they are the Season 1 champions. But because of, you know, the whole roster shuffle things going on between these teams that are participating in FPC, I think now the storyline for Dream Team PC, which is, at this point, can they reclaim the top 1 spot, knowing that most of their team back in Season 1 is no longer together as well. There's just so much to be talked about here. We have a lot of dark horses here as well, but of course we're going to go over to the team head-to-head. Powerhouse Fanboys here up against Shinichi Dragons. Our average placement points, which is pretty high actually for these two teams.
Crazy.
20.3 up against 22.3 for Shinichi Dragons, which is interesting to me, knowing that this is placement points that we're talking about, right? Powerhouse Fanboys on in virtue more powerful as a team, not necessarily having the same placement points as Shinichi Dragons here.
Yeah, the only thing good about Shinichi Dragons here is because of the fact that they had a great performance during the knockout stages. They are a team that is fairly new. They're a new team who were the members of Paragon's Glorious back in the day, back during the group stages. So Shinichi Dragons is a fairly new team, and being compared to Powerhouse Fanboys is such a great feat here for Shinichi. Yes, they didn't get a good amount of points during the group stages, but when they headed into the knockout stages, they were able to perform well, and this stats that we're seeing right here is probably from that. And one of the things that I love about them is, yes, they are the underdogs, and you know what? There's gonna be a surprise here soon. There's some predictions that are gonna come out, everybody, and some of them are gonna be predicting Shinichi Dragon. So yeah, stand by, everyone.
Yeah, gonna be real interesting there, especially these two teams. When you see the head-to-head, actually, at the moment they do have quite a high average damage done. I think more than 1,000, which is no easy feat considering that this is the PC division where a lot of the gunplay is much more intense compared to the mobile division, which does focus a little bit more on utility. So, and it's going to be pretty action-packed here. Yeah, back to the predictions. We're going to talk about them later on. I think things are going to be interesting. We were discussing some predictions back in the group chat for the casters, right? And I think there are some hot takes.
Yeah. And that is really true because some of the teams here, especially when the times that we casted them during the knockout stages, it was really surprising how these teams were able to perform. Because I remember the reason why there is this head-to-head between Powerhouse and Ghost or Shinichi Dragons is also because of the fact that during the time that we've seen Chunichi Dragons during knockouts D or C, if I remember correctly, they were able to outperform the squads that are at the top, and that's why there's a big like underdog showing of this team.
No, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually do end up on top, especially since again, this is Farlight 84. It's a battle royale, which is really fast paced, and you sometimes you can get caught. You can get caught unawares because of the timing of your rotations, or somehow you're just facing down the barrel of 4 other squads because of your positioning. You have to be very, very careful. And with that having been said, again, we talked about the predictions. We are going to be revealing them on screen right now. And I think I have the safe prediction compared to you, Dash.
Oh yeah, Powerhouse has always been a favorite, and I think this is one of the things that the casters would really love to see is seeing them win again and again, because this team has performed really well, especially this season. Being stacked, a super stacked team, a super all-star team, if you ask me, would really put you there. But the only reason why I put Mantas here is because of how consistent they were during season 1 to season 3. The only inconsistency they have is when it comes to this. During the semifinals and the finals, yes, they are going to be there, but they're not going to be finishing at the top.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You have to have a little bit of a balance between just raw all-out power and consistency, right? Because if you can't dish out the damage or the same amount of damage every time, then it kind of like it kind of widens the variance scale, so to speak, for your team, right? Wherein you need to be able to get the points that you need, right? Placement points along with frag points, get your score up high, be able to place well in your group at the end of the day. But especially now, right? You can't really count on your frags all the entire way.
Yeah, that's the only problem here, because one of the things that some of the teams are really good at is really getting frags, and especially in the mobile division, that is very apparent for the squads that are at the top. Always have been. One of the takes that I have for the PC division is they are the most fun to see during season 1, season 2. This is the only season that I don't see them being very fun because of Siana. But one of the things that I love about season, or rather the PC division, is everyone in the PC division has a chance. There's clear favorites. Like in the mobile division, you have NCG, you have Execration, and some of the other orgs that we have there. But here, there's nobody that could. There is a top team, but anybody could still win.
Yeah, I mean that's what makes the PC division so exciting, right? Because there's such a high skill floor in the PC division and such a high skill ceiling as well. But I think the variance of mechanical skill between these teams and the tactical awareness for these teams, knowing like how to position, where to really rotate around, and when to rotate, right? Being aware of where the risks are on the battlefield of some of the realms is actually much more apparent in the PC division, wherein I think the level of maybe the quote-unquote weakest team in the PC division versus the strongest team, there's just such a small distance. To the point where I think like at any point in time, I wouldn't be surprised if Powerhouse Fanboys gets taken down by 4 different squads in one series.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're going to be looking at here, especially that we're now in the semifinals division. This is where we could take a look at how, or at least have a microscope on those teams that are at the top, like Mantas, like Powerhouse. Are they going to be able to stay at the top? It's not going to be surprising if they would, but what's going to be surprising if they get eliminated really early in the game. So that is a very high possibility here. But one of the things that I've loved from Sunder Realms in Season 3 as a whole is how slow the game has been. Not because of the Siana, but overall, the games have been very slow just because of the fact that people really love getting that 25-point first place spot.
Yeah, I mean, right. In our current patch in Season 3, the placement points actually count for a lot more compared to what it used to be. I think we had first place 15 back then, 15, 12, etc. But now we start out with 25 points for the first placer. So there's actually a lot more weight that is rewarded towards you for having a later placement. And because of that, there's a lot more precaution that they're using, like all across the map, right? Okay, do we want to take this building? Are we gonna actually attempt to take this fight? We can hear the gunshots, but are we willing to risk being a third or fourth party in that kind of situation, right? So there's a lot more pressure to get to the top, and because of that, things are slowing down a little bit. People are more willing to wait it out, or double think, double take whether or not they want to commit to what they initially thought out. Because I mean, knowing the PC division, a lot of these players, they have the ability to decide on a dime when they want to take fights, but because of the weight that is actually given to the top placement per map, it's just resulted in a much more patient, much more explosive as well type of gameplay here in the PC division.
Yeah, and the lack of dashes that we had from the start of season 3 isn't really the biggest reason why the game has slowed. Remember, during week 1, week 2, everybody's killing each other. And that's one of the things that it's not safe anymore. One of the things that I love about this is it's not safe anymore to just be at an open spot, because you can just dash away, get into cover. And that makes it more volatile during week 1 and week 2. That's why people recognize it. Week 3 to week 5, people have been very careful about their positioning right now. It's like one of the things that I saw, at least one of the things that I love about the recent patch for season 3 is that people really take a look at positioning a lot different. It's a lot more valuable now in season 3, because one mistake could definitely kill you. When you're in the open space, you could definitely be killed pretty easily. And recognizing that, I like that Farlight is nudging them to that direction, that they need to be careful about that positioning. So I hope when it comes to the next seasons, this is going to be coupled with how they're going to be playing around this type of movement that we have for the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, I think the new movement mechanics that were introduced here in season 3 is actually super exciting, because now you have a lot more creativity, a lot more room for people to play around with the skills, right? The satchels from Bow, the rolling impact from Dockside, right? And the different kinds of movements that you can play around with. And I think that's also very apparent in the most used heroes for the PC division. We saw earlier, remember back in season 1 and season 2, Maggie was always there on every team. But this time around, when we saw the most used heroes here for season 3 so far, the PC division, I don't think Maggie was to be found in the top 5.
Yeah, honestly, Maggie is a what do you call this? Maggie is like a blast to the past.
Yeah.
She's the only one who has the vertical dashes, the vertical leaps, the horizontal leaps that we have today. I mean, some of the heroes that we have still has the horizontal dashes that we still have, but one of the things that people really did during week 1 to week 3 is adjust to the current meta. Play Maggie a bit, because we don't have dashes, so might as well play the Maggie and maybe it will help us out. But people recognize that you don't really need Maggie anymore. And week 4 to week 5, we have seen people going to an Ember more, going to a Sunil more, because they are much more valuable. Because the cover that Ember does, and in a meta where you don't have Cypher anymore, that is when Ember is gonna come back. You don't have a Cypher Lucinda anymore in Thunder Realms, which is, thank God, if you ask me, because we have been with them ever since the start that we had a tournament. ACC was when we've seen the Cypher being blasted everywhere in the compositions.
Yeah, I mean, here as well, right? In Thunder Realms, the way that the map is built also, the value, the sheer value you get out of the Vision Erosion, just this gigantic smoke, and especially in places like Wind Valley, where there are these tiny spots that are elevated, that's where the Ember really does matter. But you hear that music, ladies and gentlemen? Hey! Map number 1 is going to be underway, Thunder Realms. We are starting it out. The first map of the PC semifinals is here, right now. Get into your capsules, survivors. We are going to be going in for Group A's first map.
Yeah, you know what's funny? While we're talking about the Cypher and the Lucinda a while ago, what's really funny is I casted with Infinity just recently for the past two weeks, if I remember correctly. What's really funny is whenever I see a Lucinda in a Cypher, I don't know why I keep saying that the reason why the team got eliminated is because they have a Lucinda in a Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, like, we saw like the potential for Lucinda maybe a couple of weeks ago, and then
Yeah.
people just immediately started countering that strat, right?
Yeah.
Where the knowing that how the POIs are built, right? The buildings here in Thunder Realms are a huge range of extremely large or extremely small. Yes, a Lucinda is situational in the fact that if it's a small building, throw your absolute gravity, throw your incendiary grenade, and people immediately die. But like if you're in places like Pioneer Center, or even Nova Bazaar, wherein there's the buildings are just so large, you don't have as much impact with that utility.
Yeah, what's really great about that though is the reason why Lucinda has been really great during season 2 and season 1 was also because we are in Sunset City. It's very different. In the houses that we have here in Thunder Realms, you can't cover the whole house with just an absolute gravity. The houses here are a lot bigger compared to Sunset City houses, because maybe the real estate here is a bit has a lower price, maybe. That's why they can cover a lot more ground.
Bigger houses, bigger lot areas, right? It's not a subdivision. It's not a regular subdivision, right? It's more
That's
of a,
true.
It's those exclusive rich kid subdivisions where each house has like at least maybe a pretty big backyard here.
Yeah, that's true. But again, everyone, we're already starting some fights really early in the game. Secrecy already lost one of their teammates, and Wraiths are not stopping. And this is one of the problems that we have with this early fights whenever you are in the semifinals, because if you lose the chance of getting more points during the semifinals.
What in the world, right? There's again just so much to be talked about here. In these teams, so much adjustments over the last few weeks, and
Interesting. Still waiting for them to start off. For now, we're seeing Azusa just backing away. But remember, we haven't seen a lot of teams go to Rocky Zone, and we're seeing a team going to Rocky Zone right now here, Suave, because there's not a lot of people who really go there. But when they go there, they almost always are trapped in that one area, because it's really hard to come and go at Rocky Zone.
Yeah, I mean, the Rocky Zone, the way that it's actually built, right? There's only 2 ways in and 2 ways out. Wherein when you go in, you have to be very willing or very confident in, at the very least, when you want to take that space, because there's only so much real estate on the inside, and the way that those the sky domes in Rocky Zone are actually built, right? Wherein essentially a god spot, right? If you stay there long enough, someone's gonna walk in, and you're gonna have a perfect view to just shoot their heads off.
Starting, Westra already was able to stop the push from happening here. They're really moving forward. They're pressing on, not stopping. The good thing they have the vision erosion there on the other team. That's why they were able to buy some time. But here it comes. 2319 is also here. Really scary for them to have this battle. They're really close, and they're hearing all these gunshots.
I mean, look at the map right now. 4, 5 teams in the vicinity of Rocky Zone here. I think because of the priority that's given towards Rocky Zone, a lot of these teams are just willing to take those fights early. Again, frag points do matter to some degree, and I think, again, the PC division, a lot of these players are just confident taking the fight as well.
And they're waiting. Just enjoy the game. Being chased by 2319. One kill already to their side, but we still have some respawners in this game, so it's not really gonna matter that much yet. There's still some revives that are gonna happen because people are really looking for resources this early in the game. It's not gonna be impossible for them to lose that.
What?
But JMC has been constantly strong for 2319.
And this guy is playing on the Sunil, actually. Oh wait, no, that's Ember. Sorry, my eyes are bad. But there's just so much to be spoken of, especially when it comes to the short range fights. I mean, you saw JMC. I think he was using a VSS in that area, but being able to fire at the hip in the PC division is also very important because of the fact that these teams, the movement is unrestricted here, especially in the PC division.
Yeah, in the PC division also, people you do expect people to just beam you whenever they find it, whenever you are in the open space. That's why most of the time we always say that the PC division, the mobile division are quite different because the mobile division is quite forgiving on people being out of position. But what's scary about that is people use a lot more utilities on the mobile division, which is why it's an entirely different layer of the game that we're tapping whenever we're seeing the PC and mobile division.
Oh yeah. Now, I mean, we've actually seen quite a few frags going up on the board. Again, the willingness to get maybe a little bit of an early lead. I think, especially here in the PC division, a lot of these teams, they're willing to take fights and risk their lives, especially in the first map. But wow, okay, apparently our kill feed actually just lit up in purple for a quick few
Oh, yeah.
seconds.
That was a lot of people just getting eliminations. And for now, even seeing Powerhouse just getting eliminations right here for Astral Mugen, we haven't been seeing the action just yet for this team. No fights has happened just yet, technically, in what we're seeing right now. And Astral Mugen being chased down by Powerhouse. Look at Rookie, not even afraid of just pressing forward. They're charging in, and Astral Mugen is just forced to back away.
Just again, it is slow going, right? But because it's so slow, when these teams actually do start out with a fight, the response from everyone else is instantaneous as well. Because you know that it's gonna be real explosive, right? You have 4 teams in one area, someone chooses to shoot, and then you have 5 other teams responding back. And this is why the East Division has been
Look at
so
this.
much more exciting too.
Look at Wind Valley. Look at how many teams that are super close to each other. This is one of the scariest parts of Wind Valley. It's also one of the POIs that we have that is really hard to go in and out of this certain area that we have here. But now, also seeing here Wraiths being chased down. Might be the last member for the squad chased down by Paragon's Glorious. Tet only has one more chance. He's just gonna be taken off. We still have some people alive in the team.
Wow. And again, the VSS is just being so powerful in the current meta. You're seeing the willingness of these players to play long range. You know what? We talked about the most used heroes earlier. There's actually a non-negligible amount of Maggie in the lobby as well. So I don't know if this is gonna bite them in the butt later on, but you know, being able to take the fight, especially out in the open like this, right? Shing here, willing to bring out the arrow zoom, gonna actually chase it down.
Goes in, dashes forward, pressing on, and they are just gonna be taken down. Sensu 14-5, or rather 15 people have already been taken down in this game, but we still have almost all of the squads. We're gonna be seeing a lot of rats in this lobby.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be a lot of rats. I mean, we haven't lost any teams so far, but I think again, like the way that we have had the Sienna meta come in, and a lot of these people just really willing to attempt to stay alive, right? When you know that the rest of your team is unrevivable at some moment in time, and it's too dangerous to even risk that, they're willing to take the risk of going all in as a singular player for the entire lobby all the way towards the end. That's how we get all these surprising second and third place finishes, especially since the placement points count for a lot more here in season 3.
Maybe counting here, and from what we're seeing here also from Chunichi Dragons, what they did from the past week is they just wait for the late game. They just wait for the teams and get all the armors from there on. But teams like Powerhouse really very patient when it comes to just taking all the armors, the tactical devices that they might be able to take, and they're not afraid to take on the fight if ever they need to. Aim gonna be running away, fighting against that vision erosion from Asta, and they are not gonna take this battle. They're just gonna be going away. They didn't know that that's only a lone person that they were fighting against. And there you go. There's the first eliminated squad that we... Never mind. I thought that's it.
Wow. In the world, right? Again, we're seeing these explosions of conflict. And then it quiets down for a couple of minutes. I mean, look at the map right now. You barely see any guns firing. I think maybe one or two people throwing out some warning shots. But they've gone through the first ring. None of these teams have died. If I'm not mistaken, we're about to lose respawners as well. So at some point, someone's gonna have to start fighting, and looks like we are gonna be going to get our first elimination for map number 1.
Secrecy.
First out.
Yeah, Secrecy is gonna be down really early here in this lobby. But for now, from what I've seen from the game as a whole for Sunder Realms, is what I like about it is when we are in Rocky Zone, when the zone is going to be centered towards Rocky Zone or close to it, there's a lot of houses, there's a lot of elevation that people could use for themselves in order for them to stay alive. That's why it's not surprising that we still have 14 teams alive in this very close space.
And it's Rocky Zone again, right?
Yeah.
We keep talking about how Rocky Zone is just this really high risk, high reward area. But I guess it also comes with being in the territory of the PC division, right? Wherein people are just willing to take the fight. It doesn't matter. I don't have the utility. I can shoot you in the head. It's a gun game. You get shot, you die.
That is really true. That's really true. Right, even though they have 7 kills here for the squad, you do see that they only are 3 people now, which is going to be a problem once we head into the later stages of the game. But you know what? From the teams here, even if they're just 2, they're just 1, it's possible that they are gonna be surviving still, which is really nice. But for now, as we're seeing it, everybody's super close to each other. There's a lot of cover that they can use. There's a lot of barriers that they might be able to use in order for them to stay alive. So for now, this team, so far we haven't seen any explosive fights just yet.
Yeah, right? It's been it's been a relatively quiet first map.
Are they gonna have a heal off? Oh, no way.
I hope not, dude. I hope not. And it's too early for that. It's map number 1. You have a second group that you're gonna be playing around in as well. So for all these teams, they are gonna be playing in at least 6 maps guaranteed. So whether or not you place high in the first map, you do still have the chance to prove yourself in the rest of the 5 maps that you need to play.
Look at this though, Mantis. This is the reason why I called it. I was predicting this squad just because of how good they are, or at least how consistent they are, especially during the group stages of the tournament. So I hope they would be able to, during the 2 seasons that we have seen them, I hope that they took off the curse that they have, that when it comes to the semifinals and finals, they have a lot of problems. But now Paragons SC fighting against Shinichi Dragons, some of them losing their HP, but they're keeping their cool. They're just tightening it up on this small space. One is being taken down. Shing is now down. They're gonna be following through. They have the air resume, gonna be moving forward, charging in. Still have the damage coming into their side. Right now Shackle is able to get one. They're chasing him down, was able to run away. There's somebody with super low in HP,
the restoration
but
field.
there's another squad that is coming out.
There's so many. We're still in the middle of this fight, trying to take up this space here. And I love that they're still willing to actually double down on this, right? Knowing that Shinichi Dragons, they're one of the more volatile teams, so to speak, right? They could pop off at any given moment, but they're still willing to take these fights. Oh, inside a Rocky Zone. Look at this. Again, we talked about the Sky Domes and being the God spots, and look at this information that Solo Boy was able to find in the Drain on the Rolling Impact. I don't know if he wants to go in for a fight, and it looks like they will be going in. EMP Shock being brought out here. Solo Boy waiting for the setup. Summit Crush, bring them up.
Knocks up, launches them to orbit, goes in, wasn't able to dash away. And they're gonna be looking for more scraps. They're looking for more of their members, but right now, the EMP Shock on, they were not able to press forward. They just got crippled there at the spot.
Yeah. again, that's why you need to be careful about Rocky Zone, right? If you were not the first person there, you need to be very cautious of whether or not there's someone on top, right? And this is where the Yong comes in. You're able to collect the information and be aware of the positioning of your opponents. And because of that, the 2319 here with a fair amount of damage dealt out already. 3 frag points here on the board for them. I think that's going to be them for the first time actually getting out of the lower part of the scoreboard right now.
Oh yeah, and we have seen it right now. There's a lot of teams that Trinity Dragons also got eliminated here. That's 5 squads eliminated already for the teams. Space is not getting any wider. It's just getting closer and closer. A tight space that everybody's fighting for. And with those eliminations that has already happened, it's going to be way harder for them to secure the wins here. From far away, I think the Westia has the best position right now.
The positioning, again, is so good. Look at Mantis. Right? Smack dab in the middle of all these teams that have a perfect view on them. We do still have 10 teams. And look at the area that is on the map. We're almost closing this. There's still so many teams alive. And Mantis stuck in a corner right now. Back against the wall, literally. And there's 4 squads on so many different angles from them. They're just getting peppered with utility and guns.
Yeah, they can't even move anywhere else. The Westra is just going to be taking the spot, and they're just going to be running away with it. A lot of the squads that we have here aren't really complete. So with the amount of wins that we had already, 7 squads have been eliminated in this game. We're even seeing Powerhouse fanboys only having 1 person alive. So this is a tight spot for the squads.
Oh yeah, definitely gonna be tight here. Westra has actually essentially the god spot right now. We're indeed have a view of what is remaining of the map here. 1 person already being taken down. That's gonna be Tet, and 8 squads still remain as you move forward. Serendipity, great angle. He's able to collect all this information for his team, playing as a support player, but he's gonna be starting it off with the fights. 2319 taking away the god spot, and now in an attempt to maintain supremacy in this map, they're gonna try and hold on to this for as long as they can, but there's just mini fights going on everywhere on the map.
Wraith also has been eliminated. They have a very good spot here for 2319, but now they have to press forward. They have to take cover. They have to take the fight to themselves, because if not, they might be able to lose. Right now, the Western Fam has been breached. Their defenses are now going to be taken by 2319. Able to do some damage. They're going to be eliminating everybody from the Western Fam. And they lost their lives to the hands of this squad. 2319 takes hold of this spot.
And now vision erosions erupting out on the east and the west of the map right now. Mantis laying siege to 2319 inside of this building. They are still licking their wounds. They have to be real careful though, because if they do delay a little bit too long, they're gonna be taken down. Now Mantis, no! They get bit in the butt by their own decision to try and take away this building.
Wait, but they're still gonna be winning. Super Shy, the only one standing. That's gonna be 2319 down. Mantis with 3 people was able to conquer the spot. They're still at the top, a contention for the squad to win. They're fighting against AXG and even Outro, who is still outside. And right now, they're gonna be having a healing battle for sure. Right now, AXG down at the bottom. Need to be careful once the fight starts. Now they go. Mantis goes in. They go for the damage. They have the red armors on their side. They have the rolling impact on this dark side. It's going to be a 1v1, a fight to the death. And they were able to win in the end there. But the problem there is, there's still somebody outside healing.
They have no idea. Now the problem is Jay Wayne, right? He is the one still alive for his team. Picked up quite a few medkits here on the,
He's gonna be seeing
the way out. I think he has
Is he gonna see it? He's gonna see it! He's gonna be taking the shots! Oh no! The zone still eats him up! He canceled the medkit!
Boss to be stealing away our first map with the usage of a Sienna on a 2-man team. Dash, that's a 2-man team.
No way is that true. Oh man, Obnoxious just won the battle just by staying outside, getting some medkits for themselves. They weren't even able to take a lot of kills in their favor, but they were still able to win there in the end. Outro Blitz was able to take the victory. That's gonna be a bummer here for Mantis. Oh no.
No, I have no words, dude. I think when you said obnoxious perfectly encapsulates what we just saw. Right?
No.
Like, you go all the way, kill all these teams, and because of your Siana, you steal it away at the last possible second. That's
Love
gonna
that.
be map number one. I don't know how to react to this because I mean, on one hand, it's been happening again and again over the last few weeks, but at the same time, it's like it's the semifinals. Come on.
It's a good thing I've seen before we headed into the last zone there closing out. I thought it's gonna be like I saw like 3 teams outside the zone. It's a good thing that they got killed by the zone before they were able to heal up, which is really nice, if you ask me, that they got killed by the zone before. At least they lost a lot of medkits. One of the things that I love for the teams that we have been seeing for today is that the teams that stay in the end usually gets a lot more chances in winning because they have a lot more bodies piled up close to them, which is their supposed reward that you should have as the team who stayed at the last part of the zone until it becomes a dot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not over the fact that we almost had another one of these, wherein it was more than one Siana. I guess I'm thankful as well that they were able to still find that last target. The problem was just not being able to connect those last few shots to maybe secure that map. But nonetheless, this was a pretty done and dusted kind of moment over towards the end. I think those who were not confident at the start are now picking up quite a little bit. We did have a really slow start to this first map, and the willingness of the teams to actually take fights, I think, has been initiated towards the end here. So I wouldn't be surprised if in map 2 and map 3 of this first group, we'll be seeing a lot more action moving forward.
Yeah, and what I like about it also, Suave, is we have seen that, right? We have seen people playing the Siana a lot more, but in the end, people really love just playing around the late game, and when they play around the late game, they get a lot of kills. They try to take the risk of taking those kills against the other squads, and I kind of like that. They're taking a lot more time in this last minute fights or last second fights that we have, and one of the things that is great about that is that people outside the zone healing, starting from like 16-minute mark, they are gonna be dying because they didn't expect that these teams are gonna be fighting for like the full 18 to 19 minutes of the game, and they lose medkits because of that.
I mean, talk about how everything panned out, right? When we had such a tiny zone and still 10 teams alive, I think I did see at that point 2 or 3 teams that were already starting on the healing, the medkits and everything. And yeah, the patience for these teams when it came down to it, you kind of abuse the timing, right? Delay it a little bit more and eliminate the fact that there might be another team on the outside just waiting for you to kill out everyone else on the map, right?
Yeah, and really love it. Really love that these teams are a lot more explosive. I love that they are not really playing for that late game, just staying alive, just taking a good amount of the chunk of points that they want to get. What's also really scary about that is that Outro Blitz only had 1 kill. They only had 2 players. They still got 25 points. So that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
It is
what
insane.
happened during this game.
It's insane, right? To think about it. When you have a team that they already know that they're going to be playing the rat the entire game, they choose Siana. That's it.
Oh yeah, that is really true. They really have to be careful on how they approach this right now for the team. So from what we've seen here, I really love that Matas is getting the spotlight that they need as a team, and I love that they, or at least my prediction was kind of right. It's just Outro just took the win there, but at least they got the second place spot and a good amount of kills. So yes, I'll take that. I'll take those.
Yeah. I mean, it was super close too, right? We saw 23-19 almost take out Mantas. Jay Wayne just really popped off in the last few seconds of that fight, wherein he just wiped the floor with 2 or 3 teams, I think, within the last 2 minutes of that map. And this also goes to show why Mantas is one of those teams that's always there towards the top. They're always making it to the LAN, or to the finals rather, because we're not LAN here in PC. But I mean, the team of Mantas are just so well coordinated to the point that they're definitely one of the dark horses here for the PC division.
Yeah, they have always been a dark horse. Some of the times in the PC division, they have been one of the favorites of the squads. I think during season 2, they also had my vote for winning the PC finals, but they were not able to close it out. But Mantas has been consistent. They were the kings of Iris Ranch when we still had Sunset City. And
Oh,
now
yeah.
in Thunder Realms, they have been showing quite a lot more of that firepower. And adapting to the meta, adapting to the map is one of the things that you need to have whenever you are in a battle royale tournament. And I've seen them ever since the start that they have been really consistent. They have stayed with this 4 ever since the start that they joined the tournaments of Farlight 84, and they have been constantly improving.
Yeah, and that also goes to show, right? Just holding on to your roster for a long time, locking it in, and giving them time to really gel as a core. You gotta have that chemistry, you gotta have that trust in your teammates, and the correct communications, the vibes, even, right? You gotta have all these small ingredients for a recipe to success. And I think Mantas has that over, it's been 3 seasons, right? And if we haven't had a roster shuffle for this team, at some point they have to win. They are bound to win.
Yeah.
But with that
and-
having been said, I think we're going to be going over to the highlights here for map number 1. If you guys missed any of the action, go ahead and take a look at the videos. We're going to be right back right after this.
And let's take a look at it first. The round standings that we have. Oh, we're going back. We're going back, everybody. We're going for a rewind here. Here we go. We're going to go back to the round standings. And here it goes. Mantas Esports still taking the top 1 spot with 35 points in total. And Outro, just like that, took the 2nd place spot with... Oh, man, this is crazy. I threw whatever I'm holding just because of how crazy.
I mean, look at the placements, right? We talked about the placements over in the map, but of course, now that we're in the semifinals, it's much more important to take a look at how the series is going as a whole. So in terms of points here, after our map number 1, Mantas here with a solid 35 points. They might not have gotten the first map placements because of Outro Blitz. And because of that, right, can you imagine? Outro Blitz, if they didn't get the 2nd place spot, they'd be down at the bottom.
Oh, man. Really crazy that we have seen a lot of this right now. But let's take a look at it first. Here is it. They are going to be coming back and take a look at the top 3 heroes. Wow, what a surprise. We have a Sienna at the top.
So surprised. So 14, right, bro? Out of the 60 players in our lobby here in map number 1, Sienna was picked 14 times. That's 1 per team except for a specific
what?
team that didn't pick up Siana for some reason.
Here's the thing here, Suave. Let's look for the team who hasn't picked
Whoever
the
it
Siana.
is, I respect you so much right now. Whoever didn't pick Siana, you have
That's-
a modicum of respect from me.
That's I do agree. I have the same sentiments. Whoever didn't pick the Siana, respect to that team who hasn't picked the Siana. But that also might be the reason why they were not able to stay for so long in this game. But you know what? That doesn't matter. You have the respect of everybody. MVP of this game is gonna be Jay Wayne, who stayed at the end, wasn't able to clutch it out. The only problem there is the reason why he didn't survive is he wasn't able to pop the last med kit. If he popped the last med kit, he could have won it.
Yeah, and again, slowing it down, or in more simple terms, this guy, 21% headshot percentage. He could have won that, right? If maybe he waited for his last med kit to pop and then shot at the, I think it was Boss the B who was playing that Siana on the other side. This guy could have easily won it and given Mantis a larger head start compared to the rest of the lobby. But you know, I also talked about, we mentioned how Maggie wasn't really a priority pick now in season 3, but I think Jay Wayne is just out here to prove us wrong too.
I was about to make a pun there. I thought it was like Boss the Boss the B, right? Boss the B, who is the last one standing for the team there. I was about to make a a joke about it being like an MMO class, which is Boss the Priest.
He's just a raid boss.
No,
he's a raid boss priest.
Oh yeah, he's a raid boss priest who has been healing for like the longest time there. During the start of the last zone closing out, he was already healing. He was starting. And you know what? I don't want to say it again. I'm not gonna call it honest work at this point, but that was nice. A nice win.
It's a nice win. I respect it. You will win the map by hook or by crook. But I'm slowly losing respect for the Siana meme. So,
you know what? During season 1 and season 2, whenever we saw a Siana, it was like, yeah, that's great. We have a Siana. That's different. That's great. But right now in season 3, no, it's not great. It's not great seeing a Siana anymore.
It's like how we had Maggie over the last 2 seasons for the PC division, and now, right, somehow Maggie has gotten out of the meta, and now Siana's here, and Siana's the new Maggie, apparently.
You know what? I respect the Maggie players. Because, or at least the Maggie. At least the Maggie they have been playing around with the movement, which is nice. But with the Siana, you're playing around the heals, which is not nice.
It is not nice, okay? Like, what am I supposed to do here? We're casting, and we're trying to, we're gonna give you the action, but like, is this action?
One of the funniest things about this Joe, just Suave, is like, one thing, at one point when I was casting one of the games, when I'm seeing the Sianas healing off, right? It's like they're playing a rhythm game at some point. Whoever misses the beat loses in the fight. And that's what I'm saying. Maybe he lost the beat. Maybe they lost the timing. So that's why they lost. And that's the only thing that I could say during those times.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, it's true. And again, that's why Siana's a cheat code, right? It's because Siana's a cheat code here, right? You have the Medi-X, you have the restoration field, and then you have however many medkits you were able to pick up in the last few minutes of the game. And then we just sit here, right? Your casters who are supposed to give you the action, but what action is there when it's just 2 guys healing?
Action is them holding their hands, doing that.
Doing like this.
yeah, that's the only action you're gonna see in the end, everyone. But again, we're hearing it. We're gonna be going straight to round 2, everyone. No breaks for these players. They're gonna be ready, and they're ready for the next round. Round 2 is coming up.
Right, Mantis now taking an early lead here for the first half of the series. All eyes are going to be on them for now, but Obnoxious as well. They suddenly have a 4-man team.
Oh, there it is. There it is. It's like after that win, they had a maybe it's not a priest that they had. They maybe had a summoner in there and they summoned everybody. Okay, we won the first game. Let's summon everybody back. And there you go. They have the 4-man team here. They're back.
They are back and ready to keep on fighting. Looking at the map though, I think this is interesting way to look at it. And I think Azusa are taking stock here of Rocky Zone and towards the south of that. Not really much overlap in terms of your initial territories taken up by these teams. But we do have a little bit of some fights happening over towards Yin Valley. Otherwise, though, I think we're going to be in for a slow start for this map number 2.
Yeah, Secrecy and Raids have been going at it since round 1. And Secrecy lost the first battle. That's why Raids had a good amount of kills, like 7 kills for the whole squad by the start of the, or at least by the middle stages of round 1. And now we're seeing them just pulling it back, really doing they're still going back at it, and they're still doing damage. You look at that, when you see the kill feed, it's just them. It's just them fighting.
Yeah. I think we saw that specific spot, that specific moment in time where the kill feed just glowed purple for a solid 3 seconds, right? And I think that was where we saw that fight actually happen. But here, early rotations actually happening for Wraiths. Having been
they lost.
punished here with that initial fight. I think their willingness to just double down on the same spot also is kind of punishing them here.
Yeah, interestingly, seeing them just moving around here perfectly. And from what we're seeing, there's a big chance that Raids could get eliminated anytime soon just because they only have one person standing for the squad here. Just because of the loss that they have incurred. There you go. There's the first squad eliminated, and that was Raids. Raids was the top one from their last round, at least at minute 10. But they still lost in the end there, and that is perfect. We're seeing now this squad still winning. Boss the B, still alive. John, weak. Not so weak, very strong.
Wow. Now, I mean, talk about the rhythm of the game, right? We saw Obnoxious
Yeah.
because of the fact that they were playing on a 2-player squad in map number 1. It was actually much slower, but I think now that they are emboldened by the fact that they do have a lot more players on the team. What is going on?
That was
Green
smart,
PC can't
though.
find anything. They're just hiding inside of the smoke, man.
You know
It's
what?
a game of ninja.
What's really surprising there is he dropped the springboard in the entrance. That's why he wasn't able to get out. Oh man, that was a really smart play that they did there. And because of that, Dream PC just won the battle, even with the vision erosion in their front.
They just jumped right outside of the vision erosion and waited for the opportune moment to strike. And I don't know how they thought of it in that moment, specifically here, knowing that this building's actually just so small. And it might have been a positioning problem here with how the vision erosion was activated in that moment. But they sure as hell definitely took advantage of that. Look at 3 kills now on the board for them here as early as now.
Yeah, he's starting here, Dream PC, with Mantis looking to close it out again. At least a bit earlier this time around. And having a level 5 armor on the squad is going to be really helpful. You know what? I really love this. What do you call that? Is that a sun visor? Or what do you call what she's wearing?
I call those motovlog shades.
Oh! That's true! That's true!
Right?
the motovlogger shades. You know what? Let's call it that. Let's call it the motovlog shade. That is a perfect call for it. But now we're seeing the fight here. Let's go back to the game. Let's go back to Rocket Zone. 2319. One of the squads to stay at the last stages of the game a while ago. We're not able to close it out because of Mantis, and now they're looking to garner a lot more kills before they get punished by the other squads.
They gotta try and keep going, right? I mean, having lost map 1 in not necessarily the most impressive fashion, you need to double down on trying to keep yourself in the running for at least the finals tomorrow, right? So even if you're not the top 1, you still want to put in some effort to try and advance forward here, knowing that half of the teams that are playing today will be eliminated. And that doesn't guarantee you a spot. Even if you get map number 1 off of this, we're still shuffling the groups around later, which means you
Yeah.
need to be consistent all across the 6 maps you're playing today.
Yeah, you're basically fighting everybody. In what's great about this is you're almost fighting everybody except for the 7 teams that you're not gonna see for sure. 7 or 8 teams that you're not gonna see because of how it is gonna be mixed later on. Right now, from what we're seeing, Squad 3 in the Westra fam, also one of the squads that stayed in the end, but they were not able to close it out again because of Mantas. Not really surprising anymore because Mantas just eliminated most of the squads that stayed in the end.
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is why you need to respect Mantas, right? They've been powerful all throughout. It's been 3 seasons. They've been towards the top ever since, and you know, they're probably primed and ready now. Like, I have proven myself time and time again. Maybe it's my time now.
Okay, there you go, the Western fam going for Azusa. Azusa has been performing well during the group stages, but right now, having quite a problem here for this squad because they got eliminated quite early also a while ago, and until now, still haven't found their spot. I really love that the Western fam is still keeping everybody at bay and not really afraid of taking any of these battles, especially for squads that they see. Once they hit them, oh, they're green armor, let's go.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think green armor still at this point in time. It's kind of late for that, no? And at this point, that's actually kind of weird to see, right? Knowing that the rhythm of the game is a lot faster here in the PC division, you want to get your shields up a little early. Maybe there was a problem in their POIs earlier in the game. Someone stole away their loot early and they got punished. And I think that's why already at this point we've already lost 2 teams. Because I think the rotations between POIs for everyone has actually sped up much more compared to map number 1, as you can see right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking the tempo that Sealed has been playing. Even a while ago, I'm about to say it again. They got eliminated by Mantas again. But Sealed has a great tempo here in this game. A while ago, they only had level 3 armors, which is why they weren't able to survive most of the fights in the late game. But the time that they're playing right now with purple armors on the squad, it is really not bad. Wait, what is this? Chinese Dragons is still outside the zone. I mean, it's still like the second round 3. So it's still okay that they're still outside the zone. But they're playing this a bit late. I'm kind of liking it because a while ago, they got eliminated really early.
Oh boy, making up for it, you know. Gotta get all those frag points up, make it a little bit easier for you to catch up in terms of points, but also balancing that out to the fact that placement points count for a lot more, right? And that's one of the more precarious things to balance, especially in the PC division, wherein if you shoot too early, you could be revealing yourself to 3 other teams.
And that's what's happening here. That's why people are like doubling down and just staying outside of the zone. And this is what they're doing here for most of the squads that are still outside. They don't want to fight against the stronger squads that probably is looking for a spot in the whole land of Sunder Realms really early into the game. And they're just playing it a bit later. And one of the things that is happening is that everybody thought about that. And that's why there's a lot of squads outside the zone because they all don't want to fight the squads that are inside the zone. But now we're going to chase the Western fam, chasing down another squad, and just enjoy the game. Not enjoying it quite just yet.
Oh no, man, that doesn't look like fun. Imagine, there's all this damage coming in from the zone and then there's 4 people shooting down at your face. It's not fun, right? But I mean, full clip, I think I want to highlight this guy wherein I think the way that he's been playing with the guns specifically, right? His VSS, despite the fact that it has one of the shortest clips in the game, he's able to quite literally kill them with just 1 full clip, and I think that's pretty apt for his name, no?
Yeah, very, very apt for his name. Yeah, the Western fam has been taking a lot of wins here on the fights. It's because of the loss that they incurred a while ago. They want to take a lot more wins, and that they do. Azusa might get eliminated here, and there you go. 1 more squad up for elimination. There's still 1 more person, or rather 2 more people alive from the squad. They really are just playing outside, and the Westra fam is just trying to take everybody.
Ooh, look at the kills on this team, man. There's 12 teams still alive on the board, but they have 12 kills for the entire team. That means that they've gotten all these eliminations all of the respawners used up for some of the teams as well. And that's no easy feat.
Oh yeah.
Especially in the PC division where people are able to fight back so much easier, knowing that even on the outside of the zone, right, you're still willing to take these fights. It's giving me the same spirit of NCG back in the All Capsulars Cup.
Oh no, Shinichi Dragons have to be scared here, but Mantis trying to keep their cool, trying to just be ready whenever a fight could break out anytime. Jay Wayne healing up. What a disrespect. Healing up close to that team.
He doesn't care.
He wasn't able to be good because once the vision erosion pops, there's going to be a problem. Jay Wayne goes
Jay Wayne!
in. Damage going to be working. Shay
What
was
is
able to
this
get inside the
movement?
vision erosion. This guy is just moving forward, back and forth. And they are just eliminating everybody from Chunichi Dragons.
What
and they're
is
not going to be
this?
kept alive. Shaco at the top, keeping the team alive, keeping the dream alive. To put him up in the air is not great because Manta still won in the end.
Look at this movement coming in from Jay Wayne is absolutely insane. He brought out the arrow zoom. He had the Medi X with him as well. And because of that movement, he was just able to single them out one by one, knowing that the utility was there to support him. And I think this is the same kind of formula that you would have out of Season 2's Now's Esports, right?
Yeah.
You funnel all the utility to support one player and depend on this one player to get those frags. And this is exactly what they're doing. They funnel the kills towards Jay Wayne. I don't care if I don't have the most kills if the entire team wins at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Shinichi Dragons, what happened there, that vision erosion, most of the time, just did them a disservice because of the divulge that was used. And that's why Jay Wayne was just able to move around and was able to eliminate everybody was inside. The problem also there is they were fighting not on a really good spot, but take a look at this full clip. Just knocks up 4 members. Full clip still running away. Still not a fight they're willing to take here. They're losing the battle though. This is not good for the Western fam. They haven't eliminated anybody just yet. With the Impi Shock, it's helping them out so greatly. And the Western fam wasn't able to get inside. 2 members eliminated already.
They get stopped right on the outside of the battlefield before they could even respond back. I mean, you saw the immediate usage of the vision erosion, the Medi X, the restoration field as well. They just held on for dear life to their current shelter, and they could not get inside. That was an insane play. Being trapped on the inside of a building, but not, it's feeling more like a shelter than a trap.
Yeah. Really far away here. Now 5 people have been eliminated. Outro Blitz also has been eliminated in this game. And from what we're seeing, Mantis is also looking for any prey that they might be able to take. And we're still closing this zone at the northern parts of the map. Wait, that's gonna be 1 down though. Secrecy. Only 1 more person alive for this squad. It's running around. Gonna be falling down. That is gonna be Chase with 2319, who has been doing so well in this tournament. They're still not gonna be able to eliminate the last member standing.
And look at Solo Boy. He's getting all this information, usage of the full speed charge, right? He's able to take stock of where the enemies are without having to risk his life. And this is where the dock side really comes in for later for Dream DC. Now gonna be scanned out here, the divulge having been used. They do know that they've been spotted, but they're not willing to reposition. And I think that's because of the way that their team is actually built at the moment, right? You have the dock side, you have the Siana, and you actually want them to walk into you when you're here stuck in one corner.
Cool.
Problem is, if you're gonna be able to isolate the gunfights like that, what a shot from JO2K!
Oh no, Dream PC gonna be knocked up. Not gonna be a good spot to be in. Dream is still making it over. Just of them staying alive right now. 1 more person in the vision erosion, just moving around. Still staying alive, rolling impacts away. 1 HP, he's gonna fall. And still Zealed taking the W here in that battle.
There was just no escape there. I mean, you had all this utility there, but Cox, I think, usage of the combo, right? He had his he had the ultimate being used out, and it really helped him out in that specific situation. I love how the utility was played around it. You know, the response to the utility that was used against you as well. This is how you need to be very familiar with your role on the team, right? You can't just shoot the guns. You need to know what your function is as as a support player or as the main attacker for your team, knowing that okay, I need to collect information, I need to disable whatever was thrown in our way, whether that's an EMP shock or if it's an absolute gravity or if it's vision erosion. But look at JMC running away. He has an
Okay.
entire squad on his tail.
Oh no, he needs to run away right now. It's a good thing they have a syrup truck inside. It's gonna be crazy because Zeal is gonna be taken down here by another squad. Really surprising. Even with the win that they had a while ago, Cox doesn't have any more medkits. He's gonna fall. And 4MG
boy.
still winning. Astral Mugen just taking them down, and that they did. The win they had a while ago was just neutralized by another squad.
Absolute insanity here. Look at Jay Wayne. Full shields here. Taking aim at the former champion in Season 2. Aim all the way on the other side. And it's going to be a full challenge. Who is the better Maggie today?
Mantas keeping them at bay. Keeping two squads at bay.
Oh.
Really strong position that they have today, though. They're still trying to take the fight on 2319. Astral Mugen is going to be taken down by the zone for sure. But they are just going to be looking at two squads. 2319 doesn't have a good position. They're in the middle of Powerhouse and even Mantis. They could get eliminated anytime. What's really scary about this, though, is that Powerhouse and Mantis Esports might go for a fight anytime.
Look at Jay Wayne here positioning on the outside, even with the EMP being there, right? They can't really capitalize on that because he has a perfect cover. And now the rest of Mantis, they're really taking stock of how to play this out because you know that there's still quite a lot of squads on the inside. You just shooting down game. You imagine he's being suppressed like this. This guy was the MVP of Season 2 and now he can't answer back to Mantis, who are on a hot streak right now. But
man.
Powerhouse are going to be keeping on fighting back. They have Godspot right now just on the south of Refinery. They see everything that you could ask for.
2019 needs to move. That's going to be the one last person standing for the squad. But look at this. Jay Wayne doesn't know what he's looking for. He's fighting against 4. Right now, everybody's so far away. Was able to dash and slide away. What a perfect play coming in from Jay Wayne there. So Mantis and this squad, Powerhouse, are going to be fighting 4-4.
Yeah. Now, here, going to be counting down the moments as they are slowly losing ground on the inside of the map right now. They have the Great Wall of Bossing Say stopping any kind of conflict at this point in time. I don't know how they're going to be meeting at this point, but they really got to be careful because look at this. Powerhouse, look at this spot they have. They have God spot. They have to force out Mantis to go into their territory because they do have the high ground. But at the end of the day, right, where does the zone go? Where does it push them?
Full transparency. Two squads healing outside, while Powerhouse and Mantis are going to be up for a full 4v4 here. From what we're seeing, nobody is going to be keeping, or at least trying to fight back here. Mantis doesn't have a good position. They have a mountain close to them, but they can stay alive for a bit longer for the side of Powerhouse. Mantis are trapped, and they need to find a way to try and take this fight against Powerhouse, because if not, they're just going to be losing their lives here.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I mean, I think that goes for both teams, right? On the inside, Powerhouse does have a slightly bigger area here, but you have a gigantic wall. You can't even get on top of this, even with the Maggie.
Yeah. It's going to be them just dying inside the zone, so Yoki is just going to be keeping himself alive. Look at Aim. Look at Aim. Aim is going to be trying to take Yoki on this battle, though, but what he doesn't know is that somebody is still alive here. Aim is going to fall down. Doesn't have a lot of HP, out of the rhythm when it comes to the healing, but he still has the Medi-X. Goes for Yoki, but it's not going to work. They're all looking for Yoki. Then they're just giving him a lot more medkits, but he falls. That's not good. Powerhouse is playing against another squad outside the zone, and I think this is the win that they're looking for here. They have a lot more bodies on the floor, so this is going to be bad for Nyx. I think Nyx is going to die here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge there. He is kind of off rhythm a little bit, but look at these medkits all around him. Restoration kit, everything you can ask for at this point. It's going to be a long map too, Dash. It's going to be a long map too.
Oh, I think not. Suave. I think Nyx doesn't have any more medkits, because that was the last stack of medkits that he has, and he's scrapping for bodies. You know that somebody doesn't have any more medkits if they're moving. They're moving, and they're gonna die here. Oh no! Wait. No way. Okay, I think Nyx is gonna die. That's gonna be good. Powerhouse is gonna take the win here, for sure. They're trying their best, but they're not gonna stay alive.
I mean, you gotta respect it, right? Powerhouse, they're not crutching on the Sienna, right? Sienna is there for safety reasons. Because if you can get all the way towards the end of the map, you're able to get as many frags as you can.
Yeah,
then you
you
just
know.
need to try and wait it out. And now Powerhouse PC taking out map number 2. Dash, we are now 1-1 in predictions.
You know what? I hated how that last moments of the map went. Not the Sienna battle, but how Mantas and Powerhouse didn't take the chance of taking the fight. Like,
Yeah, they were just on the outside.
Yeah.
They had this gigantic wall in between them. And it at the end of the day, it was more of an awkward situation than anything else, right? It was like moving
was a
towards the
great
climax. Someone was gonna have to fight at some point, right? But because of the wall being there, they didn't even have the chance to shoot at each other there.
that was the funny part, though, because of the Great Wall of Bossing Say just holding them. There was really no war in Bossing Say there.
There's no war in Bossing Say.
There's
Oh,
no fights that happened. Like, what? What was that? I was really surprised about that because they thought we're gonna have a big showdown of the top 2 squads. But you know what? I got denied of the
We got
fight that I
denied,
wanted
man.
to happen.
I was so excited because we were talking about how Mantas and Powerhouse really match up to each other. Both these teams actually being stacked on the roster and on paper as well. We had them in head to head. We had the chance to see the 4v4 that we were asking for since the start of this series, but well, you know, sometimes the zone doesn't close in your favor. And what else are we supposed to say, right?
Yeah. Mantos didn't really take a lot of kills also during that game. Same with Powerhouse. Both of them just wanted to stay at the end of the zone, and the only kills that they had was the first squad that they met, and also 2319, who they both killed. So they didn't really have a lot of kills. So Mantas, there's a big chance that Powerhouse could get close to the points that they have. What is great about this, the only thing great about this for Mantas is they're constantly at the top 3 spot in both games 1 and game 2.
And also, yeah, again, this speaks to us of the way that Mantas are able to optimize their game, right? They're able to stay in the top 3 all throughout a series because of a perfect combination of placement points and frags, right? Knowing when to take those risks, knowing when they have the upper hand. And you know, despite that little awkward situation we had earlier, where it was essentially these two teams flexing on each other without actually fighting, Mantas they're able to stay close to the top, albeit not able to close out map number 2. But I think this is actually the perfect time for Powerhouse to have been popping off as well. A little bit of a slow start, but they can definitely be catching up to stay in the realm of Mantas.
Oh man, I am really, oh man, I don't really know what they can take here for Mantas. The only thing that they could do for Powerhouse is stay at the top. I mean, it's still the semifinals still. I mean, if we are just looking at it on a perspective that we want to look at it, Powerhouse and Mantas with the position that they're going with right now, it's already great. It's not a problem. 2319 Westra fam, those 4 squads have been doing so well during the past 2 games. So I hope they would be able to stay in this form once we go to Group C or Group D, which is lower A, upper A, lower B, lower, I don't know, but vice
Upper B,
versa.
lower A, yeah.
Vice versa.
We just switch
Yeah.
it around.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this Group A is an interesting one. This matchup that we actually asked for, I think we were a little bit split down the middle, especially when it comes to like the entire talent pool for FBC, where we do have quite a lot of different opinions. But right now here in Group A, presently we're seeing a little bit of a really close competition between Mantas and Powerhouse Fanboy, which means that our head-to-head, I think we were expecting a little bit of the same, and looks like we were right.
Yeah. And from the head-to-head that we had there, let's talk about Shinichi Dragons. Shinichi Dragons, it might be their first time here in the PC semifinals, and it's not looking great. It's not looking great because they have lost a lot of rounds just from games 1 and 2. They haven't positioned really well. Let's take a look at it again. I'm gonna take a look at my records here. For Shinichi Dragons, they have stayed at the 9th place and the 12th place during the first 2 games, and that's not a good spot to be in. You're gonna be on the lower A part of the tournament, and you have to fight the strongest teams in Group B. Yes, you might have a chance there, but remember, points are accumulating, and not getting a good spot could get you eliminated.
And that also speaks as to what kind of pressure that Shinichi Dragons are feeling. They are actually under the Ghost Reborn banner at the moment, and they one of the more looked forward to teams. I mean, we saw Ghost Reborn, the mobile division team, actually perform very well over the last 2 seasons, and right now I think a lot of that pressure has transferred over to their PC team here now. But looks like we're going to be going over into the highlights in case you guys missed any of the action. Take a quick look and we'll be right back. It's me, Josh, here with Dash. See you in a bit.
Okay, let's go back to the round standings, everyone. And we are gonna go back here. Let's go at it. Powerhouse Fanboys getting 34.
What?
Getting 29, and the Westra taking like... Okay, that's a good spot to be in here for at least the squad. I like that Mantis Esports are still in the contention for top 3, but Nuestra Fam really had so much skills this game.
Yeah, I think there's also this huge gap wherein we had Powerhouse Fanboy somewhere towards more middle of the pack here in map number 1. But after map number 2, I think here 34 points on the board for them along with 9 kill points. I think it's going to help them in their standings moving forward. But because they didn't have, I wouldn't say the best standing in that first map, they're going to really have to make up for it in map number 3 to double down on what they had right now. Conversely, though, we have Mantis, who we talked about earlier, essentially getting first place because of their total points in map number 1. A little bit of a worse performance, but it's not as bad as it could be. They're still in the top 5. They still have more than 20 points, 25 points, in fact, for them right now. And I would not be surprised if these guys stay in the top half of the lobby in the later, in the next map.
Yeah, what's really scary about this, though, is this spot that they are in, because they only have a 10-point advantage against all the other squads. But now, I don't know what to say here, but this is basically what's gonna happen every time, right, Jasuave? Because VSS has been quite strong during the start of season 3. That's why we're still gonna see it every time that people are gonna be picking it up.
Rate, dude.
White Dwarf and Uzi are also great, which is the only reason why people have been picking the AK is because you have a blue and purple variant of the AK.
Yeah, I think that also speaks as to what the gun meta is right now, knowing that the VSS, because of its built-in scope and how much easier it is to be able to get the complete attachments on the VSS, also puts it in priority for these players, knowing that a lot of these players, Dockside playing Young, wherein Young is more on the backside, Dockside more on the front. They're still willing to use it, but of course the MVP for this, the defending champion himself, defending MVP from season 2, it's AIM on the duck side with 1,388 damage. And look at the kills, 6 kills for this guy.
Yeah, AIM has been getting a lot of at least always getting the MVP for the team here. Or one of the things that I love about AIM when he was still playing the Maggie is how he plays around the movement and how he uses himself as bait for all of his team. And it hasn't changed. It's a duck side. A lot better at being the bait. And that's why you see him, we can see at how much damage AIM takes every fight, he always takes the most damage from the team.
Doesn't care.
And even,
he doesn't care.
Yeah, and even when he was the Maggie player for the team, he takes so much damage. He's basically built as a tank. At least now he's playing a defense.
He's playing a literal
defense hero
tank this time.
Yeah, at least now that's the reason why it's great.
And that also speaks as to what the function was for AIM, right? Before, he was depending on the movement a lot, playing around with Maggie's arrow zoom and everything. But now that we have the new movement mechanics for Duckside, this switched the meta in favor of AIM, because now he has so much more health and he's so much more oppressive. But we're gonna be going over to a quick break after map number 2. We'll see you guys in a bit. Speed Josh with Dash. See you later.
Thank you very much for coming back to us, everybody. You can have your lunch. You can watch the game together while having your lunch. It's lunchtime right now.
This guy's
and we're
hungry.
looking
The
for
first thing
round
he says
three.
is lunch.
Yeah. By round 3, everybody, we're gonna be going at it in just a bit. Again, we're still gonna be your shoutcasters. My name is Dash and I'm here with Jasuave, and we are still gonna be casting Group A, or rather, actually Group A for semifinals.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to what we were debating about earlier. Predictions that we do have up here for round number 3.
Oh
And,
no.
we did switch it around. I have believed in Mantas a little bit more, but for Dash, it's Chunichi Dragons, which you know, it's kind of funny because like in map number 2, you pointed out how Chunichi Dragons have a little bit of a, I
That's
wouldn't
true.
even say mid, like it's a
Can I
below
change
mid
that?
performance. Is it too late?
Can I change that prediction? I think it's a bit too late for me changing the prediction. Yes, I should have doubled down on Mantas the whole time because I voted them for map 1. Yes, they got the top 1 spot at map 1. And I could honestly just vote for them even during game 2 and game 3. But you know what? It's too late. I'll go double down for Chunichi Dragon.
there was a little glimmer of hope for Chunichi Dragons. I think it was map number 2 where they had a little bit of a better performance, but
You know what?
it didn't happen. You know,
I could find a way
sometimes
to
glimmer. Hope is all you got. You know, hopium. That's it.
I could play the devil's advocate here, and I could find a way to explain why I still like Chunichi Dragons. Because remember the fight a while ago during game 2? This is me sniffing the whole hopium, the whole canister of the hopium. So with this, Chunichi Dragons could still have a chance in game 3.
This
Game
guy's on
3,
life
you
support.
know what? You know what? They had the glimmer of hope, as you said. They had a chance to win, but the only problem they had there was because they used the vision erosion. If they could tone that a bit, they could win. They could destroy Powerhouse and Mantas, and that's not impossible.
It's definitely not impossible, but now you hear that music. Map number 3 is going to be underway, Chunichi Dragons. Please don't miss. Let's dash down. And here we go. It's going to be the last chance for Group A before we shuffle up the groups, before you decide where you're going to be in your second series of the day. But of course, we're going to be taking a quick look at Mantas, who have been having a stellar performance so far. Here in the top 5 per group in terms of score, not in terms of placement, toward in the first 2 maps. So I think they are above Powerhouse Fanboy in that regard, knowing that the Powerhouse did have a better performance in map 2, but map 1 is a little mid. But for Mantas, it's been pretty decisive for them so far.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Nuestra Fam a lot. Nuestra Fam has a lot of points. I remember them placing really well. I think top 4 in game 1 and even top 2 or top 3.
Top 2, I think, for game 2.
Yeah, and they had so much kills.
So many kills, right? I think it was the first 3 minutes of the game. They already had 12 at that point. And, you know, in my head, it's like, what do they have to lose? Do they just double down on the kills because they already have so many?
Yeah, they have been cleaning up a lot of the squads that are late in entering the zone. And most of the squads that are late in entering the zone doesn't have a lot of resources, which is why they got away with murder, basically, for their side.
I mean, when you think about it, right, when you're too slow to rotate and you focus too much on one specific POI, right? Because there's only so many resources you can get in one spot. And if you spend too much time in one POI, let's say you're in transport port for half the game, you're missing out on so many things like your shield XP, your guns, and everything else you could ask for. And speaking of shields, man, there's no shields for Shield now. They're stuck inside of the building and they're being hunted down.
A good thing is how they use the smoke bomb there in order for them to gain space for themselves. But once they go for they saw him. They saw him. That's not gonna be good. Somebody's healing up, and Cox wasn't able to see it, and that is not gonna be good for them. Respawners though, so they're still okay.
Yeah, we're gonna focus on like the bigger picture right now, knowing that unfortunately for them, they doubling down. They're doubling down on the fight.
Why are they doubling down? Dale Cobra. Very venomous, this guy.
Oh boy, this guy doesn't care. It was the first 2 minutes of the game. Now AXG and 3 already with 6 kills on the board. It's something akin to how the other team was playing earlier.
Oh no, here it comes. Oh no, this is not gonna be good. This might be the kill that they're looking for. And this is AXG just losing most of their members in the fight. That's purple armors on the board, but they're still not done. They can still stay alive. They were able to swap to the purple armors. To AXG, still not done. Smoke bombs gonna be used. MediX was able to revive one, and OBX is losing the fight. What was that? They just turned it around and they eliminated everybody.
What in the longevity was that, right? AXG and 3 here on the back foot, stuck in the middle of the poison gas and still healing from the past fight that they had. They were able to just punish OBX in some really interesting fashion. I think it was a little bit of a misplay when you want to think about it. You had the smokes put out, and the AXG, they knew exactly how to play that situation.
Yeah, and I remember, I think HG is the former DDN3. That's why this team is not really new to the league. They know how to play around it. I think they only lost one member from the squad, and from this, they're still gonna be very strong with the performance they're gonna do. And this is my favorite team, Junichi Dragons. Getting the kill! And they won the battle, man. You're
never gonna live this down, dude. You're never gonna live this down. This guy's standing on the hopium, right? Junichi Dragons, he predicted them for map 3. Well, let's hope that they give us a better performance. And of course, I mean, these were individual map predictions, so maybe in this map they get first, right?
I have a new bottle here of copium, everybody, so... so if you want any of it, just take it. Junichi Dragons are gonna be winning this map for sure. No cap.
No cap, no doubt, no doubt. But here, looking at the maps, interestingly, no one is in the center of the map. No one in Rocky Zone, no one in Refinery, which are usually kind of crowd favorites when it comes to rotations. Yeah. And for some reason, right, I think the rotations have shifted around for these teams. They want to avoid early altercations, and now we're seeing quite a lot more conflict because essentially half the map is gone at this point, and only half the map is filled with people.
OBX in the eyes of 2319. That's not gonna be good. They got the knockup, denied the springboard. That's a perfect time for Solo Boy. And with that, they are just gonna run over, spray over everybody from OBX. That's a second squad down. Wait, it's taking quite a long time. The shots are not hitting. Super shy. Not even shy anymore. Good. I thought they're gonna be able to get away with that.
Bro, almost got taken down. It was a little bit of a struggle towards the end. I think the vision was perfect there for 2319. They had the full game plan where you started off with the Summit Crush and everyone else follows up after that. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for them, they were still able to clean it out over towards the end. But now we've already lost 2 teams off the board right now. And this also can be attributed to how the rotations are looking out. We saw the map earlier wherein half the map's gone, but at the same time, half the map is taken up by all the teams, which is, of course, not surprising why we have so many conflicts happening earlier in the game.
Yeah, I'm really loving how the teams that are at the top are on a good position, like Powerhouse and even Bantas, are not taking any battles, any unnecessary battles in the early game. Oh, take a look at that, though. Jay Wayne and Seiyosho on the top for the Reaper. So this is some of the squads that are at the top. Very different squads that we're having here for the Reaper spot. Wait a second. Not gonna be good. Because for Mantis, they also don't have any kills on their side, though. Oh, he's back.
Yes, I am back. I don't know what happened, but yeah, anyway, going back to what we were talking about, right? Jay Wayne here has been so good all throughout the entire series, still maintaining the top spot. Look at his headshot percentage, 27%. I think he had 42% earlier in map number 1. So wouldn't be surprised if Mantis keeps this up. But look at the number of teams that are still alive. I think everyone's still very healthy in terms of how their party is laid out for people on most squads. But look at this Mantis, fully equipped with level 5 shields, and Pew Pew wants to instigate some violence.
Yeah, the Western fam with the top 2 spot. They don't want to take any of these battles. They're a bit late on the uptake like a while ago. It's the same. It's the same thing. They're doing what they did during maps 1 and map 2, but they are not going to be able to get inside because Mantas is gatekeeping them.
Oh yeah, and this is, you know, to be fair, we haven't been seeing a lot of gatekeeping because it seems to have not been necessary here in the PC division. But I think today specifically, we've seen a little bit of a shift of teams preferring to fight it out on the outside of the zone, and this does result in some awkward situations when the rotations do come in. Here, AIM finds an entire squad inside of this inside of this car, and he's gonna be chasing them down here with a rolling impact. I don't know where the rest of his team is, but he wants to chase them down. Dream PC, the Season 1
Wait.
champions, in pursuit.
The Western fam just got an elimination here for another squad, though. What a clean fight they took there. And the Western fam is going to be taking that win. There's another squad just lurking around Wind Valley. But let's take a look at this fight again. Powerhouse versus Dream. Still not done with this battle, though. Powerhouse on a disadvantage. They are in the open.
Yep, definitely gonna be out in the open, but here I think we are seeing a lot of damage being dealt out from a distance. Aim gonna be the first one leading the way, looking for targets first. Like the information, start in off, Summit Crush activated. He sees two, but where are his team? Where is everyone else? And they're out in the sky. Rookie brings out the War Falcon.
Vision erosion gonna be used. They're not gonna be able to eliminate everybody, and Dream PC still winning the battle, though. That is a bummer for Powerhouse. They lost 2, or rather 1, because of that fight.
And it's the vision erosion. It's perfect, right? Because they had the disadvantage of not having any information on the outside because of the War Falcon giving suppressive fire, and now Dream PC, they use their utilities to their advantage and turn things around. And this is where you need to see the full familiarity of the team for their current hero composition.
Yeah, Powerhouse still trying to take the battle here. They need to get the revive on one of their members here. VJJ got taken down. That's not gonna be any good for the squad.
What?
But that was too close for comfort, though. We're seeing 2319 laying the fire and Shinichi Dragons, and they got eliminated. No.
Dash, I'm so sorry.
No, they still have a chance next time, though. I think on the next group, they are gonna be winning it.
I do hope they are. I do hope they are. Anyway, back to what we were talking about earlier, right? Dream PC here up against Powerhouse PC. This is essentially an aim battle. Yes, quite literally aim. He went in for an initial take, got punished for it, losing one of his team members. But now Dream PC, they are aware that this is aim they're talking about. It's Powerhouse that's up against them, and they know that this guy, he has the potential to absolutely destroy an entire squad. I mean, we saw that clip back in season 1, actually, where aim just destroyed an entire team with one, I think it was a Rhino, if I'm not mistaken. But right now, I think he's not in the best position to do that, knowing that they're out in the open.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be... Powerhouse still looking at the same spot. They have been keeping the pressure in that area. I think they're not going to be moving anytime soon, so they have to be careful about this. They shouldn't really be nonchalant about it.
Nonchalant.
Yeah. But wait, what? Ju Eric was able to eliminate one, but they still have the Medi-X, so it's still going to be good here for Dream PC. So laying the fire down on this squad, not really good, not productive for Powerhouse.
Yeah, I know. And looking at the current standing that you saw on the side of your screen right now, Powerhouse Fanboy, there's currently standing at 4th place here in our in this lobby. And they're not lagging too far behind all these teams, but I don't know if this is the most productive usage of their time, right? I think the vision might be that they want to bring back their fallen teammate, but I think Dream PC, they're really just holding on to it, make sure that they can't get the other guy up before he expires.
I saw the kill feed, aim got killed. So there's only 2 more members for Powerhouse here. That's not going to be any good for them. And Mantas is now very strong in this group. The only squad that is in contention of their top spot is going to be in the Westra fam. So one squad is eliminated out of the picture here for Manta. So good for them. But for the other squads, they need to be ready about what's going to happen soon, because 2319 is also in a good spot.
They are slowly actually creeping up into what could be the god spot. I mean, Mantas have the entire of win value right below them, right? They're sitting here like Simba. Everything I see is mine.
Yes.
There's just no hiding. You hide inside of the building. You know where you are. You throw out the divulge and just sick the Maggie on them, and there's nothing they can do. But Mantas, they know better than going all in, because it's win value, right? There's potential for so many teams under you, around you, to your left, to your right, or even above you at this point, knowing Manta's current position is not exactly the best.
Yeah, and Mantas does have a lot of worry that they need to be careful of once they move inside the zone. It's not so Hakuna Matata of them, but just enjoy the game. is gonna be full of worries here because here comes Mantas already had sights on them, and they're gonna not gonna
Oh,
go back,
what?
and they are just gonna clutch them in their arms, and they're not gonna be allowed to run away.
Oh man, not even the chance. I mean, at this point, they were on level 3 armor. It is kind of throwing if at this point in the game wherein there's half the lobby is already gone. You should have gotten your loot up. And when you're facing down a team that has level 5 armors and almost all the attachments you could ask for here for the VSS in particular, having a level 3 armor, definitely not the best move here.
Oh yeah, that is really, really true. And from what we've seen here from the squads though, especially here, also a squad that is gonna be really scary. Wait, 2019 found his prey. It's rolling around, but is it gonna be able to stay alive? Hey, so no, he went into the open spot.
no.
He wasn't able to put himself inside that small edge. That's why he was not able to survive.
Movement not enough to keep him alive. Sometimes, again, you need to be very careful about your positioning. For those out there who are aspiring pros, positioning is key.
That's true.
But look at 2319's performance right now. They have 12 kills on the board. They are standing at third overall in our current lobby standings. That's putting them at third place above Powerhouse Fanboy. They actually stole the lead from Powerhouse Fanboy here to make it to the top 3 so far in the lobby. These scores on the screen, they're actually here for the entire series. So Mantas, great spot, all but secured actually for the entirety of this series. And everyone else, they just have to play catch up.
Yeah, they have to be inside the zone now. Mantas is not going to be in a good position once they enter this zone. So it's going to be a very big uphill challenge that they have to take here once they move inside, because they have to cross Powerhouse, they have to cross Nuestra Fam. And these are the squads that they need to defeat as early as now if they want to stay at the top place spots here, because Just Enjoy the Game is getting the brink of the rage of Mantas Esports. They might get eliminated here by Mantas.
Here. Out of the open, look at Jay Wayne. He had 4 people on his screen. Question is here, your target selection has to be perfect, right? Who do you shoot at first? Who do you want to eliminate first? Knowing that Jay Wayne, this guy, right? Doing attempts with the Reaper for the first 2 maps right now. And being on a roll, Revyard though, gonna lead the way. He knows where when it is. He has shown his presence. He's trying to give suppressing fire to take down Forky. Jay Wayne again. He's a menace in the lobby, and they're continuing their reign of terror. Look at them, people falling left and right, all at the hands of the Mantas players.
Yeah, they have no more HP. Even Yoki is not gonna be able to go inside. They might be able to go for the revive with Pew Pew in the area. They have to be careful about Squad 11 and even AXG getting close. Manta's gonna get eliminated though. That's gonna be only one more person in their squad that is gonna be staying alive. Even Singod is not gonna be able to stay here for so long. That's a lot of damage, and they're not gonna be able, at least one. He's gonna be able to revive one.
Oh, but now though, look at Nuestra. 10 kills on the board for them. They are standing at second place, and it's a 10-point lead between them and Mantas at the moment. If Mantas are taking it out early, then I wouldn't be surprised if they steal away first place here in the series. Of course, this is the last map for Group A, which means for these 5 teams that are still on the board right now, this map will tell the difference between whether or not they're at the upper or lower part of the lobby. And I think the most important here on the board is Dream Team, who are just at 8. They are there in purgatory. Do we end in the upper or in the lower half of our group? And at that point, when we switch it up, right, where do they end up? Can they count on having the quote-unquote weaker teams on their lobby next time, or will they be challenged by the top teams of Group B?
Powerhouse is gonna be eliminated here. Oh no, Rookie was healing outside, and he was not able to survive the healing. And now the only thing that Mantas could do is do the same. I think Pew Pew is gonna be trying to revive or at least heal up for himself. He needs to revive somebody, but it's not gonna work. These 3 squads are the only squads that are gonna be fighting. I think there's a chance for 2319 and West Japan to snag the top spot against Mantas here.
They do have a little bit of information now with the springboard being used up. They're gonna open it up on the backside. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. 319 ready to go in for the battle. Nuestra
wait.
trying to stay alive in the back of everything. They are falling one by one because now it's all out chaos.
Oh no, this is not gonna be good. The West fam is not gonna be surviving this for sure because they have fought another squad and Jim PC
Oh,
only lost one
Serendipity!
person on the battle. Serendipity is gonna be losing his life, and that's only one more squad that they have to fight against. Is this true? Is Manta's gonna stay alive? The West fam only has 6 kills. It is not enough for them to win this Jisuave because of what happened a while ago. Dream PC and the West fam still inside. They're gonna be denied the top spot because Dream PC is gonna be winning the game.
The Season 1 champions making it back onto a map win here in the Season 3 semifinals of all things. Can you imagine that? This is the
Oh,
beginning of the
man.
comeback for this team, securing a victory and cementing their spot here in the upper part of Group A.
A bit too late on the uptake here for Dream Team, but still great because they still have another chance even if they go onto the lower A group that we do have upcoming next. But for now, it's still great that they were able to get this win. The question is, will the amount of points that the West Fam and Mantas was able to garner enough? I think not. I think Mantas will still have the better amount of points here in the end because even if they lost a lot of their members a while ago, they were still able to clutch it up. I think it is a small amount of points that they won against Nuestra.
Yeah, I think at this point it's going to be a really small, it's going to be a coin flip as to whether or not they're going to make it over into the upper part. I mean, we talked about Dream Team and how important this map in particular is for them. They were standing at 8th before the end of the map. So depending on the number of points they were able to gain after that last map, it's gonna decide whether or not they're in the same level of the rest of the teams, or on the other side, they'll be switched over towards the lower side and be challenged by the harder teams on Group B.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be the scary part here is once they go in there, it's gonna be a really big problem here for the other squads. Yes, they're gonna be able to get to the top 8. It's still not done. We're still in the semifinals anyway. They still have a chance to fight against the other squad once we move in to the next stage of this later once we go to the 3 p.m. matches that we're gonna have. It's Group C, Group D. So this is where it also starts. Getting the top one here is gonna matter just because of the amount of points, but overall in the big picture of things, it's not yet done. It's not yet done.
No.
Every squad could still have a chance to take it the top spot.
Yeah, definitely not done. And of course, they do still have one more series to play out, at least for Group A. They're all going to have a little bit of rest before Group B gets on stage. And that's going to be 3 entire rounds for them to rest, to recuperate, and maybe think about what went wrong in that first series, right?
Yeah.
And how do we adapt? How do you adapt to how Group B is going to be playing, depending on whether or not you're in the upper or lower half of your team? And of course, this is cumulative score throughout the day. So
Yep.
even if you weren't the best here in your first series, you have another 3 maps to maybe push yourself up into the top 15 before the end of the day. Because otherwise, if you don't, then we're not going to be seeing you tomorrow.
Yep. The question there is, what can they do? What can they change once we go there, once we head into the next stages of the matches that we have today? So that's going to be the question that we need some answers to from this squads, but it is still not done. You still have Group B here. Would they still have a better amount of points compared to Group A? That's going to be the question. But let's take a look at the highlights first and reminisce what happened during that whole game that we have. And let's see round standings for this round. Let's take a look at
Comment
how
route.
much points they garnered. Mantis still got 24. Nuestra Fam
Ooh.
got the biggest amount of points with this one, 33 with 13 kills. That is gonna cut it close
It
to
is.
how much Mantis had from a while ago.
This also talks about how Dream PC, right, at the moment. I think we were standing at 8th place for this team, but specifically in map number 3, we were looking at Powerhouse Fanboy to try and stay in the upper part of this map, but currently they're actually number 6 with only 12 points in total here. So that should also open up some space for Dream PC if they have garnered enough points to overtake some of the teams that are above them here.
Oh no, it's not gonna be great. It is gonna be super close. And from what we've seen here from the performance of Dream PC, I think it's a bit late, but it's still okay. It's still a good amount of points that they garnered in the end here. And I'm really loving how 2319 has this amount of points and also great placements from the whole games 1 to 3.
Yeah, I think there's the way that 2319 had been playing, they're not exactly the top, but they're consistent enough to offset some of the more explosive teams, right? Because when it comes to the more explosive teams, sometimes they're insane, right, towards the entire map. But over the course of an entire 3-map series, they do have a high variance, right? Wherein you're either at the top or the bottom. But of course, talking about how that map went specifically, let's take a quick look at the current meta, which is, of course, not changing in the hero department. I think we did have Dockside increase. Last time it was 14 times pick in the last 2 maps. They are tied here with Siana.
Yeah, Siana also getting the good amount here for their squad, but again, for the weapons, we have an influx of White Dwarf compared to games 1 and 2. So that means most of the fights that he had in the late game there, people really wanted to go for that close range battles, because most of the fights, especially in the late game, it is still great to see that they are going to be able to use the other guns that we have in the department.
Oh yeah, I think also it speaks of how these teams play in particular. Right? Knowing the White Dwarf is much more useful in short range fights, they're willing to fight inside of the Vision Erosions, and I think that's the main thing that changed things up. Of course, here for map number 3, can't have a map without a MVP. That's gonna be Full Clip here, who has been his name again, right? He can kill one person with one full clip. 1,668 damage for this guy, 5 kills, and a 17% headshot percentage, which is not bad at all when it comes to a duck side, knowing that you have to play up close like 90% of the time.
Oh yeah. And from here, a duck side again, almost always gonna be the MVP for the squads. I honestly want to see some other heroes in this MVP screen. I think I've seen a lot of Sianas also. So for now, it's gonna be the duck side taking the MVP for most of the maps that we have for rounds 1 to 3. And I'm really excited how the pointing is gonna be here for Group A. I want to see who stayed at the top, who is gonna be at the top. That's gonna be the question here. So let's see later on. I think we have a graphic for that.
Yeah, we should be seeing it in a bit, but of course, on top of that, right, I think we've seen quite a lot of highlight plays from these players, AIM in particular, Full Clip, and even Jay Wayne, who has been absolutely insane on the Maggie, especially with the Aero Zoom activated. We saw back in game number 2 with this specific situation wherein he was zooming in and out of the smoke, taking down, I think, 4 people, an entire squad with the full support of his team on the back end. I think players like that really deserve that kind of highlight, being called out like that out in the open, because this also means that these teams are going to be, or these players rather, are going to be very dangerous, especially when it comes to tomorrow's games or even later's games, because we've only had the first 3 maps for all these teams that we were seeing in Group A, and they do have 3 more maps to prove themselves. So will they fizzle out? Will they be able to maintain this performance over their next series today? That's also a gigantic question.
Yeah, that's gonna be the question here for them. Are they gonna be tired? Do they have the endurance for the next incoming stage that we're gonna have? Oh, we have a Reaper standing, everyone. So we're gonna be seeing who stayed the top, who stayed as the Reaper of the whole games that we had here for today. The Reapers for the games. The total kill, Jay Wayne taking it for Mantas Esports. Close to Pew Pew, close to CEO Show. So it's just a point difference here for them.
Actually, if you look at the thing right now, they have 12 kills in total across the three of them, which means we do have a three-way tie, which is interesting to me. But also on top of this, right, you're seeing on the leaderboard right now for the Reapers, we have the entirety, two members of Mantas here, top two, and then I think 3 members here coming in from
the
Green
Westra?
Team, from the Westra rather, and
Yeah.
2319 AXG as well here. I think AXG have also been a pretty good team on paper over the last few rounds, but they just weren't at the very top. But of course, the moment
there you
we've
go.
all been waiting for. Gonna look
Wow.
at the full team standings right
What?
now. Mantas here with 84 points with a 1-point advantage over the Westra fam.
Wow. Only a 1-point advantage. During the whole games that we had, the Westra fam got so much kills. And even during the placements, it was still cutting it too close that the Westra fam got into this spot, just getting 83 on their side. 23-19, very close. And Powerhouse only having 59. Really a big downer here that Powerhouse wasn't able to get the top 3. Nuestra in 23-19, even Mantas surprisingly was able to get more points than Powerhouse.
Yeah, expectations now on the shoulders of AIM kind of falling down, but of course they are still in the upper part of this Group A. I mean, this is the semifinals. As long as you make it into tomorrow's best of 5 finals, then you should be fine. But of course, all across the board though, I think the most important movement in this current leaderboard was specifically how Dream Team were able to bring themselves from 8th place all the way to 5th, which means during this next lobby, when they move into upper A, lower B, then they will be at a little bit of a more comfortable spot, knowing that they're not up against the strongest of Group B.
Yeah, there's still a lot of things that they need to fight, because for now, after getting the top spot here, the top 7 of the squad is going to be moving towards the upper A bracket, and they have to fight against teams that are in the lower end of the stick here from Group B. So we're going to be seeing later on who are they going to be fighting against. And once we shuffle it towards that, we're going to be seeing these teams again hand-to-hand fighting for the top spot. And I'm ready for what's going to happen here for the squads that are at the top especially.
Yeah, I think here for Group A, we've seen a little bit of a slightly more action-packed lobby when you think about it. But of course, things do get spicy up down towards the end. But of course, we're gonna be throwing you guys over to the Tagalog broadcast for a quick interview with some of our players. We'll see you guys in a bit, but see you guys over there.
Pew Pew, hello! Congrats sa top 1 finish nyo, no? And tanong ko na kagad, no? Anong mindset nyo going in dito sa ating semis? Kasi syempre yung knockout stage parang dinagasahan nyo lang din. Medyo may mga ups and downs. Pero ngayon mukhang mas consistent, top 5. Pasok na pasok.
Para ang dami na sinusumbong.
Oo nga. Mukhang nag-enjoy ka dun, Pew Pew, ah.
Opo, nag-enjoy naman daw siya. Alam mo, saya to yung interview ng nakaraan sa Mantas. Kasi sila na lang yung squad halos na hindi pa nagpapalit ng roster. Ang sikreto daw nila ay wag mag-away-away. Tama ba?
Opo.
Ayun.
Paano kayo hindi nag-aaway? Kasi parang sa init ng laban, parang may mga bugso ng damdamin eh.
Ayun, okay.
Sige,
Maraming salamat po. Sino ba yung gustong pasalamatan ng Mantas Esports collectively sa mga sumusuporta sa inyo?
Salamat po sa Madam.
Ayun, shoutout daw kay Madam. Thank you so much,
Thank you, Pew Pew. Good luck mamaya.
Okay.
You know what?
Dash. Pew Pew. I heard he actually said the word cutting earlier, so it sounds like
Oh,
someone's.
really?
I heard the
didn't
word
hear that.
cutting. I don't know if you're talking about school or paper or something like that, right?
But it's a Saturday, right?
Be a good student, right? I don't know. Maybe NSTP is a Saturday thing usually.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
I don't
right.
know, man.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe that's the reason why he said about be a good student, everybody. Be a good stu- Go
I
to
think
school.
Bibimbap called him out. He's like, "Hey, why are you exposing your teammates like this?"
Go to school, everyone, okay? But again, let's take a look at the redeem code first. Thank you very much for 500 views. We have 1,000 gold right here. Check out the code. Go to CD Key, type that out, redeem the code. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here together with us.
I hope you guys have fast hands because, well, we're on PC. We have fast hands, but we're not going to be taking that. That's for you guys. Of course, if you want more of that, don't forget to share the streams. Have your family join you here so we have more viewers, more codes, more prizes. You know, maybe we'll give away a few skins later on today. But yeah, I think Pew Pew kind of exposed his teammates there. I don't know. Now, I don't know. Maybe he's snitching on them, or maybe it's a joke. I don't know, right?
That's
But of
true.
course,
Maybe
life,
it's a joke.
Real life has to come in sometimes, right? But of course, moving up next, we do have a Group B. That's gonna be a whole new set of players. And
Ooh, yeah.
what are your expectations here, Dash?
Yeah, for Group B, we do have some teams here that we are really expecting to really just take the top. So that's kind of something that I expected. Sune is here. Z4 Paragons is also here. But before our thoughts, everybody, we're going to have a lot more to talk about later. We're just going to be taking a short break before we head into Group B. See you guys in just a bit. Yep. As we head into Group B, we have been talking a lot about that together with Jaswave here with me. I'm Dash. And from what we've seen from the past few games that we've had, it's kind of a trend that people have been loving how fighting in the end should be the thing. You shouldn't be healing up in the end. At least now we don't have like 5 squads healing off in the end. It's like 2 squads, which is bearable.
We have been blessed. We have been blessed today.
That's true.
And I'm hoping for more of the action later. I mean,
More
you
blessings.
saw like those last few fights that were really explosive, and I think they're just perfect, right? The way that, say, Dream Team was able to pop off over towards the end, and no surprise endings, right? Those little twists, the plot twists towards the end, where it's surprise, it's the team that we haven't seen the entire game suddenly winning the map.
Yeah, and for the surprise here, I think that was only one game. It was Obnoxious who got the win a while ago, which is honestly okay because they weren't able to get a lot more after that. They were just able to get away with one. Outro Blitz was able to get that, but in the end, it was still greatness that took over in the games 2 and 3.
Yeah, some decisive plays coming from the Western Fam, from Dream Team, from Mantas, and even Powerhouse Fanboy during that entire series. And I'm looking forward to what kind of explosiveness we're going to be seeing here in Group B, knowing that this I think all the groups today, they're stacked because it's a semifinals, man. You went through 5 weeks of games. You went through the knockouts to make it here, to make in the top 30 teams of the PC division. And it all comes down to this. You have to pop off all the way, make it all the way to the top today, or at least stay in the top 15 to make it to tomorrow's actual grand final.
Yeah, I don't know if it's... I want to see the teams that are going to be here for Group B, because the teams that are going to be here are interesting. Most of the teams that are hard hitters were in Group A. There is not really a lot of hard hitters here. I think Group B is a lot more on the consistency side of things, which is why this group is gonna be staying longer. I do feel that Group A has a lot more explosive power, and Group B, I don't want to say it, it's a lot more healing. In Group B,
There is a lot more healing. You're not lying. We cannot mince words here. We will give our true sentiments of what we're gonna be seeing. But of course, I mean, on this team, right,
man.
we're seeing I think Chinichi Dragon's sister team is here. That's I think Ghost No Fear, who have been, I think, one of the more powerful squads in the Ghost Reborn family. And I think they're actually a very solid team that is closer to the top 5, top 6, maybe even the top 3, arguably, here for Group B. But there's also so many other teams here. We have Ivy League Gaming does have a team today. They qualified here for the semifinals. They're going to be here in Group B. Some other special mentions. 2319's sister team is here. 2319 Cebu, who are situated in the same city that I live in.
hey. I don't know where 2319 buys are, but I think they're also situated in Cebu, if I remember correctly. I don't know. But for this group overall, these are the teams that you see in the late game. You see Azrate, you see Auza, you see Ghost No Fear, and even who they call them? They're called Mama Mo Esports now, which is the former Eternity. This is a squad that you will always know, and that's why if you remember Eternity Asia back in the day, and even Mugen Fatal back in the day, you know this squad from the PC division.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of heavy hitters all across the entire PC division. I think what has really changed in the landscape of PC is the advent of Siana. we're not seeing, we're seeing a lot of set plays, the combos that are very defined for these teams. Okay, I throw my EMP, follow it up with a Vision Erosion, and then here with the Absolute Gravity, whatever. And you see, there is a pattern of utility usage that is sort of like a set play for these teams, but because of the advent of a Siana and the extra I'd like to say longevity for Siana equipped teams, means that they need to use this utility more sparingly, right? I mean, if you use everything in one hit, and because of the Siana they're able to survive that initial attack from your team, then you're wide open with your pants down. What do you do?
Yeah, that is really true. And from what has been happening for quite a while, there is a tell whenever you see the squads here. Are they done with the healing? You know it. When they start moving, when they start walking, that is when you know that they don't have any more medkits. So it's gonna be like a good amount of like 20 more seconds and they're dead.
I hope that happens a lot sooner than what I mean. Week 5, I think it was, where we were sitting here and it was 10 whole minutes of healing. I understand, right? You have to win the game, but
yeah,
come on.
You know what? It's very understandable that they want to get points. They want to win. Oh, let's take a look at the head-to-head first. There's gonna be Kitsune versus Z4 Paragons in this group. I like this head-to-head that we have though. Kitsune has always been consistently good ever since they started in the tournament, so it's very understandable. But also Z4 Paragons is not a slack either. This squad has been getting wins from other groups that we've been seeing them with. And look at the average placement that they have. They have the same amount of points with Kitsune.
Yeah, I think also the only thing that really makes it difference between these two teams, right? It's their top 3 appearance rate. Kitsune has been in the top 3 for all of their games so far. As for Z4 Paragons, 2 out of 3 times whenever they play, they're going to be in the top 3. So I think the main thing that changes up things between these two teams is Z4 Paragons has a higher kill per game rate, which means we're going to be expecting a lot more explosive plays from Z4 Paragons as opposed to Kitsune's more calm, wait for the late game type of gameplay.
I think Z4 Paragons is a squad who didn't have any Sianas on the team. So that's what I respect about them. They don't have a Siana in the game. You saw the average survival time of them, like 15 minutes. That means they are killing. They are looking for kills every time. And that's the reason why they have an average kill of 16.16, or that was 15 that we've seen from a while ago. And I think that's great that we're seeing a team that is still encapsulating what we had from season 1 and season 2, the aggression that we had from those times.
Yeah, I mean, season 3 and our current updates to Farlight have been really changing the whole play style, the rhythm of not just the teams, right, but the entire game. Even if you play some ranked on depending on what your rank is, I think it's kind of really encapsulated that if you want to make it into the upper tiers, if you want to make it into the upper ranks, even where you're playing solo queue, you need to understand that healing is much more important than it was back then. But I think, Z4 Paragons also giving us a little taste of the blast from the past, wherein they refuse to give up on what you remember how we marketed Farlight A4 back then. It's the fast-paced, hero-based shooter, and they're not letting go of that. They're here to stay, and the way that Z4 Paragons have been playing over the last 2 seasons, they're just willing to maintain that identity, and I respect that, right? Because some teams they adapt to the times. They're like, okay, this is what the meta is now. But there's just a special kind of respect you get from teams who have, this is our identity, this is how we're gonna play. I don't care what meta is right now. I'm gonna play the game the way I want. And I respect the hell out of that for Z4 Paragons.
Yeah, and for most of the squads that we have here, they do have that same playstyle as most of the squads that we have here. I think Z4 Paragons is going to be trying to eliminate as much squads as they can early in the game, and that's what I do expect from them, because that's what they did during one of the groups that I've seen them on. I don't know if that was, I think it was Group C that I've seen them on. They really just want to get every kill that they can in the map, and if ever they get like 20 kills, I'm not going to be surprised. But yes, this teams that we have here now is going to be the best of the best, the top 30 squads that we have. So it is still possible that they could get eliminated by another squad that is at the bottom of the barrel based on the amount of points.
Yeah, and because of that, again, Z4 Paragons, that's also probably why their top 3 appearance rate is lower than Kitsune, knowing that they're more of a pull the trigger when it's needed team, as opposed to Kitsune, who have been playing a little bit more patient, a little bit more of a more pacifist approach. And you can see 2 ends of the spectrum here, where Z4 Paragons, they get their points from violence, from highlights, from frags, versus Kitsune, who are always in the top 3, which means at some point, uh, yeah, always in the top 3, which again, it means that there's always gonna be a boost in their placement points. So you have this strange area in the meta right now where it is sustainable to continue to be aggressive. As you can see, I mean, the average placement points for both these teams is exactly the same.
Yeah, the placement points that we do have from these teams is gonna be the same just because of the kills that they had here for Z4 Paragons. But as we're going at it though, the other squads that we have here, we have seen Eternity before. We have seen Eternity beating the top 1 during week 1. Wait, we're gonna go inside the game. Woo! Everyone, we're already going in the game. It's gonna be round 1 for Group B. Excited to see how they are gonna be performing. This is gonna be the litmus test of how this group is gonna go.
Yeah, we're gonna be deciding here in this second group of who's gonna be playing up against the likes of Powerhouse Fanboy, Western Fam, and the likes, and who will be shuffled over into the 4th series for the day. But of course, I think putting a little bit more focus on Kitsune Daiichi, you can see that they are hovering more towards Transport Port. I think we've discussed this quite a few times, wherein Transport Port does have quite a lot of resources in the specific POI, which is why this is a really high variance drop. There's either so many squads trying to fight for it, or everyone respects the one team that always goes here.
Yeah, and they have talked about it though. Kitsune Daiichi, they said that they haven't been practicing that much, and they still are at the top of the charts, which is honestly surprising. They haven't been practicing, they haven't been scrimming a lot. They have just been playing during the weekly qualifiers that we have, and they still are performing well. That is the only practice that they need, and they are at the top 1 spot here for Group B.
And of course, that also speaks as to how this team performs, right? Because if you're fully dependent on mechanical skill, then you have a wider variance of types of performances. They're either good or bad. But I think because of the way that Kitsune plays, they're able to stabilize closer towards the top because they have performance, or the way that they play as a team doesn't reflect on only one person's performance.
Oh man, look at that shot from that Ancient Star, who was able to take down like half HP of that Siana in the end there, Snoops. Oh man, this guy is still winning, still so good. This is the reason why they have been one of the better teams we had in the tournament though. Back then, Snoops was playing a lot more of the Maggies, but now that he has been playing the duck side, he has a lot more room to make those aggressive plays that Kitsune has been very well known of.
Yeah, it does open up a whole new world of aggression wherein you're able to take risks without being punished for them specifically. And that's why the main difference of, or I think the main change that we've seen in the meta is now the people who were formerly Maggie players are now playing as the duck side, which has opened up a whole new world of opportunities. Utility, thrown, comboed with a duck side who's right up in your face, and you can't shoot at the person's behind the duck side because he's just way too big.
And what's great about that though is the rolling impact gives them a lot more room to make mistakes, especially in the positioning. No fear! Not even afraid of taking this fight against Revamp. No fear is just taking them over. Somebody's still at the top. Still go for the healing for their side, but they don't need it. They're still gonna win the fight anyway.
Yeah, no problems here. I think we talked about Ghost No Fear specifically being a much more confident team compared to their sister team over in Group A. And I think this is where the brotherhood comes out, right? We are here to prove that no matter which Ghost team is there, someone's gonna make it to the top. It has to be at least one of us, and in solidarity with their brothers who have not necessarily had the best run in Group A, they want to pick up that slack and raise the banner for their clan.
Yeah, and we have known this team. This team, Ghost No Fear, is the former DD Bai. We know these players. They have been here for ever since the start of the tournament. They have been in close contention of the other squads here at the top spot. That's why that performance is not really surprising for No Fear.
Look at this information that they have. Holding on to the building specifically, right? You know when somebody has an advantage on you, that's of course the presence of the vehicles for the enemy team. You know you can't put yourself out in the open because you never know when you're gonna see a War Falcon or a Rocket Tarantula just firing everything in your direction. So they're gonna be holding just a little bit more time here in the backyard of their chosen POI.
Yeah. And we have always known that. We have always known that this is one of the things that they wanted to here for, especially for BR Sarah here. Look at BR Sarah. This squad is also one of the squads that surprised me the most during the past few weeks. Because this squad, even though they haven't been able to top the charts, they are able to get consistent good placement for the squad.
Now, slow it down. WZ starting it off. So many people right in front of them. Did not expect the entire squad, and now gotta be more careful. Both keep charging this up, but they know that there's more people here.
Oh no, that's not gonna be good. No fear. Really got 8 kills just out from the get-go. And with what we're seeing here, revamp. Oh no, that's the last member. That's gonna be their kill and their win.
Oh boy. It's so early in the game too, right? You haven't even seen the first zone close in and we already have a full squad wipe. I think maybe doubling down was not the play there. The usual behavior is once you lose that, you want to actually get away from it and maybe look for new resources elsewhere on the map. Especially since now, in our current meta, right, the current patch, we have so many things that will help you out in the late game, even if you're not able to get your loot up. I mean, we have the sponsor boxes, we have the airdrop rain and everything like that, but they double down like this, and that means you're gone now. It's so early in the map, dude.
What's so funny about this is for all the viewers that is looking for Mama Esports or MME, they went back to their former name, Eternity. They're back to their former name. Good thing, good riddance that they went back to their former name, Eternity Asia. And they're back here. They're knocked out. They're fighting for their lives. I've seen Butcher in the. I thought they're not gonna be playing. That's why I was surprised a while ago. But here, yeah, he's gonna be playing around the fight here. Damon,
oh boy,
like Carlos, gonna be ending them, and they still have 3 members alive.
Things a little bit awkward for the side of Eternity. I think Explicit lessened the rest of the team. They were able to pick up 3 vehicles here, so that's gonna be heavy artillery. It should make things a little bit more difficult for whoever wants to decide to go up against them. Here though, no Bizarre, I think Transport Port holding in some rotation. Look at the shots from 2319. They know where Eternity is.
Yeah, here comes Eternity. What was that? 4-legged lizard just hit 2. And both of them just got on low HP just because of that fight. 2319 is annoying in this squad for sure, but right now they need to run away. They need to be careful because they know they're outnumbered. They don't have to take this battle.
No, definitely not, man. It's way too early. And I think if anyone has learned the lesson, it's that top 15 team who got taken out so early in the game. And now they have no frags, they have no placement points, they have nothing. And these guys, it's gonna be hard to recover from a 0 rating in your first map.
Oh, yeah.
It's only 3 maps here for Group B, so if you're not careful, if you're not able to make up for that lost time, that lost score, then what are you even doing here, man?
Yeah. We're seeing Secrecy again, another Secrecy squad that we had. Out of the many Secrecy squads that we had in the whole tournament, there's only 2 that stayed in the end there. It was the FZZN from a while ago, and this one, BR Sarah, for this group.
I think we also have a lot of AXG teams who have made it here into the semifinals right now, so I'd be surprised if none of them make it forward, knowing that there is quite a large percentage of them in the player base at the moment, you know. More entries, more chances of winning type of thing.
Yeah, at least some of them was able to advance now, which is great. I think one of the squads that we've seen a while ago, HG, was able to get one, at least able to get in. And now Eternity is going to be fighting against Azurate here, really cutting it too close for them. But for now, squads are, as we said a while ago, the squads that we have here aren't really ready to fight at this stage of the game, but there's 2 squads eliminated.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a team diff thing, right? Where we did expect, according to the track record of these teams, right, where a lot of them are more patient. The also have a lot of these teams willing to wait all the way until the late game and just heal that out with Sienna. But I don't know, like at this point, what is exactly the game plan for these teams? Because you can't depend on the Sienna all the time. Seeing as how Group A played, once we do switch groups, if all the squads here play the Sienna meta, what happens when we switch up the groups? How do you respond? How do you adapt to the situation that, you know, Mantis is gonna beat you down into the ground? You know, the Western Fam's gonna show up and slap your face. You know, what do you do?
Oh, that's true. And Ghost No Fear, look at this. They already have 10 kills. Really early here. I think they're the reason why some of the squads here got eliminated. And it is a good spot to be in, just getting all those resources just from getting those kills. And it's not really that bad that they're performing this well. Even Azrate, look at them. Azrate still at the 4 amount of kills here. Scotty, this is one of the squads that I was banking on because during the knockouts, they were able to perform well. So I hope they continue on with this performance from them.
Woo! Jenny the God! Shots being taken over here towards Paragons, who are actually weeded out of the bushes right now. They are kind of they are split up. It's awkward for them, and I think that's why they actually had to back it off at the moment. But everyone else here playing around Rocky Zone, there is the knowledge that there are people close by, and we are Sarah starting off a fight.
Missed the shot, missed the summit crush, and he had to run away because of it. It's a good thing he had an extra bit of shielding there. Jumping around, no shots! Hit the mark! And that might be the reason why Lucian is gonna lose. Never mind. Both of them are not hitting their shots. What is this? Okay, there you go. Ivy League is gonna be eliminated.
Yeah, down for the count. Ivy League Gaming now, though. We got another fight going on. Ghost Reborn, no fear here, up against another team. Can't really find their Paragons in situated. They know that they are close by, but what they don't know, what they cannot see, is that they're actually split up. So they have to be very careful how they do this, because if the timing is right, Paragons can come in from behind them and swoop in for the kills. But look at this, EJ.
Look at that
I think
clump
he sees
of players. What is that in the map? In the
5
southern side of
teams,
our
bro.
map, there's a lot of teams super close to each other. The only thing stopping them from fighting is the amount of houses that is also in this area. They all have their own hole that they dug with, but Jenny the God already was able to take down one from Paragons. Oh no, the Paragons stands that we have here are not gonna have a good day.
And you know who else is not having a good day? I think Intense is missing his shots, though. He had so many chances to take down whoever this guy was, jumps behind the fence and hides for his life. So unfortunately for him, right? What are you gonna do? Nothing. You're too far away, bro.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's why they're not gonna be successful in conquering some of this squad. Azrate has a good foothold of Nova Bazaar now. They have a great wall here, which is really good, but it is not really going to be enough. They still really need to move forward. Look at the amount of hills, amount of mountains we have in where the zone is going to be closing. That's not a good sign. Everybody's going to be staying on those areas and are going to be surviving for so long.
Look at the map. I am in awe of the silence on the map right now. Look at this. Towards the west of Rocky Zone, there's 5 different teams who are in small, short distances of each other, and somehow we're not hearing these gunshots. In fact, Ghost Reborn, no fear, see a squad on the outside rather than everyone else who are within earshot of each other at the moment. There's 12 squads still alive right now, and there's so little space on the map.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very slow game that we have talked about a while ago.
It already is.
That we still have a lot of squads here, and also the zone that it is gonna be closing in is also adding to it. Now, Damon was able to run away. Still have some many access to move around with. They're hiding behind trees. They're hiding behind rocks, but no fear. Has no fear. The confidence that this squad is brimming. It's just making it easier for them to just eliminate this squad. One more. Damon. One more person still alive. Here comes a rolling impact from Jenny Gagon. He's chasing him. They saw Shang, and Shang is gonna die eliminated out of the game.
No escape, cornered on the side of a canyon. What do you do now? Nothing, good sir. We're down to the last 11 squads here in map number 1, and everyone has a little house. there's somehow free real estate. I'm feeling like Oprah. You get a house, you get a house, you get a house. And here, Scotty taking their shots over here. They know where Kia is. Problem is, again, they're not very willing to go all in on the fight because they know that there's 10 other squads in close proximity to each other right now in the center of the map. And here, Soya trying to find where the shots are coming from as well. You need to be very careful here because this is the group where everyone just waits for the last possible second to blow up, to explode.
Aragon staying alive. FGG gonna be knocked up in the air. Secrecy Barbarians, as barbaric as they can be, they are Vikings conquering every land, and that they do. FGG is gonna be out here.
Counting down the number of teams
Oh
now
wait, there's still one.
inside of the map. Look at Soya. He knows. I think he has an idea. He wants to take up this space over on the inside. ZBGG. One person spotted out through the rolling impact, trying to chase him down, corner him all around the ring, around the road. He's trying to get away from the bullets. Not going to be able to connect here. Sebek is gone. That's another squad erased off the map.
Yeah, that's gonna be one more down. No Fear has caught wind of the battle that has happened. Scotty is also here. They are gonna be trapping this squad. Secrecy not gonna have a good day here once the fight breaks out.
Oh boy, we're closing in. There's so little space, and Soya having made all that noise here inside of the building has exposed him to the elements. Everyone knows where he is. He's getting shot at from so many different angles, despite the fact there's only one window right next to him. The Arcera
So
now gonna
close.
reunite with him.
What is
But
this?
look at Jenny the God. He's here. He knows where they are. It looks like he's getting set up for the right moment. He's not gonna use the ultimate just yet. The Summit Crush waiting for the right moment to strike right now because you can feel the tension in the air. People closing in towards the center. Explosives out, falling down from the sky, and GSRI, they know exactly
They're
where they
seeing it.
are. You see
What
this?
is this?
WC, he knows. He's calling it in. Blinding Mark,
Oh, no, here's
but
the
they
smoke.
know. The
Here's the
smoke's being
smoke.
used out. They're trying to play hide and seek, cat and mouse right now. Ghost Reborn trying to find the information, but the Divulge being brought out. How do you respond to this, sir? 9 squads here. Do you want to fight now? Do you want to fight later? How do you do this? Hold on to your utility for the very, very last second, and people are already falling left and right, dropping like flies on the floor. And Ghost Reborn, these teams, they've called out the Cold War. It's so quiet here. Another Divulge being brought out, and Jenny on the prowl, on the search for more people to shoot down, and no one's responding. It's way too quiet out in the forest.
19 kills already for No Fear. They definitely have a bigger chance of winning this, if ever. But they didn't want to take the fight a while ago because they know that there's also a squad lurking around, which is really close.
boy.
Face show. Might die in a
What?
second. Jenny God got eliminated. At least they were able to trade 1-1 here. Secrecy Barbaric.
closing
They
in.
are still healing up. Here it comes. They're cutting it close. They're cutting it short. They're closing the distance. They go in. The Summit Crush is gonna knock up EJ. And they got the
boy.
elimination still. They're gonna move forward. They have the Summit Crush up in the air, but they are not gonna pull the trigger.
Now Smoke's gonna be brought out. Lucian, he sees the chance to bring his fallen teammate down. They still have 8 squads, and we're counting down the moments to see this little Mr. Bean spotlight gonna be falling down over onto the pavement here. Jenny the God, aware of the presence of the enemies. Now with the Vision Erosion being brought out, he cannot see a thing. But Lucian, staying on the inside, Secrecy, they know of the presence of everyone else here. They're trying to hold on to the moments, try to bring back their fallen teammate to give them an advantage in the last fight. But there's 5 squads still remaining here with the shots coming in from the Rocket Tarantula. Slowly moving forward. GSRI right behind them as well. Divulge is being spotted out, trying to get a look at the lay of the land here. Barb is Secrecy here. What do you even do? You're stuck now between a rock and a hard place. Sitting on the inside, can't see a single thing, but there's so little space, so much time. There is no healing going on whatsoever, and the Divulge is just here. No one's fighting, man. We're all waiting for the fight to happen, but they're not willing to go. But some shots already ringing out on the outside. people falling down one by one, and still the vehicles being shot
Oh!
out. And there goes the Summit Crush! Everyone's in the air!
Yeah, they got the knockup. Perfect timing for them. Oh no, that is a bummer. But we're now seeing the fight happening. Kitsune moving forward, goes in, presses on with the Summit Crush. They're gonna get knocked up, but they're still are four squad
he's
strong.
down!
They got the elimination on one. A lot of squad here. Scotty taking their time. Want to go in,
Kitsune!
pops the med kit, pops the vision erosion, goes inside the zone. Kitsune is gonna get eliminated here out of the land, and they are gonna be fighting. Scotty has a great
Scotty!
spot inside. They're fighting
Look at
against
Nickel.
1-for-1. They're looking for more. They're gonna get the revive. Never mind. Why did they go for the revive? He's gonna get eliminated here. Scotty is gonna die outside the zone. Kitsune still wins. Oxy goes with a heal off in the end here.
Coming in very clutch just at the end. He knew exactly when to back off and play for the healing right now. But it's still gonna be a 1v1 healing battle. Ghost Reborn, no fear, up against Kitsune here, who we have called out, right? Ghost Reborn, they're a very explosive team, but when in times of need, they know that they have the Siana there for insurance over towards the end. So now it's gonna be a question of who has the right timing, who has the rhythm, who has more med kits all around them at this point as well.
I think I have the answer there. I think whoever stayed in the end, I think No Fear. Look at the amount of bodies that No Fear has. It's so far away from how much bodies that we had here for Kitsune. I think Oxy is gonna be losing this war of attrition because he doesn't have enough bodies in front of it. Look at that. That's 10 bodies. You can buy like 5 more minutes of time here
This
for
guy's just
No Fear.
looting. It's like the zombie apocalypse, right? You walk into a grocery, no one's here, and you can just take whatever you want off the shelves. And right now for Oxy, what it seems to be to me is he's just window shopping at the moment. It's gonna be a question of who lasts longer or who has better eyes, right? You have that, those competitions where you win a shopping spree for 10 minutes in
Oh yeah, this
in
is
a
it.
grocery. I think this is it. This is it right now.
Yeah, he has a full shopping spree here. For Oxy, he has one more body that we're seeing here that has the healing. Look at Super Axel. He still has like 9 more shelves that he needs to clear. He has a lot more supply here. Unless they make a mistake of not getting the heal perfectly. That's the only reason why they're going to be losing. Look at Oxy. Oxy's starting to move. This is not good.
What's going on, sir? Is he actually on the search for more medkits? I think he's actually ran out, but
Yeah.
it's like the restoration field, the Mediax is still keeping him alive right now. I'm not sure if Super Axel is still looking as well. It's gonna take a while. I think
That's his last one.
Oxy does much more resources around him.
Oh,
no!
No, he's losing medkits. This is not good. At least he found a lot more bodies on the floor here. It's gonna be the good amount of medkits. He's trying to scrap for more resources, but that was the last one of them. I think that was the last. No! Oxy! He sees him! This is not gonna be good for Axel. He had to charge
Actual
in. He's
fight?
dead.
Oh!
Oxy wins it. Very smart play.
Finally, right? We see an actual fight break out over towards the end. It was a game of longevity, but Oxy, having had the presence of mind to look around for his opponent, securing map number 1 for Kitsune.
He knew where the last person was. He circled around. He knew that he only has one more stack of medkits for him. That's why he had to find out where the other person is. And when he did, he forced a dash out of him. And when you are in half HP and you force a dash out of the healing Siana, you got the timing right. You're dead.
Beautiful, beautiful gameplay. Over towards the end, yeah, I do still have my gripes for the Siana battles, but you know what? We take those, right? At least it ended with a gunfight.
Yeah, and that worked perfectly for the squad here. But again, from what we've seen there, the performance of the squad, Kitsune really played so well. No Fear and Kitsune are in contention for the top 1 spot. Both of them got 20 kills on the 20 kills plus. I think flat 20 for Kitsune. And for the other squad, No Fear, they have a list at least like a +1, +2.
That's something that you'd usually actually expect out of maybe a mobile team, right? Which was, mobile's a little bit more stacked with harder hitters towards the top. and less strong people towards the bottom. But again, with the PC division being as stacked as it is, right, with our skill variance being so small between the top and the bottom teams, this is actually a surprising performance coming out of Kitsune, knowing that they're able to pull off that kind of hijinks in a highly aggressive, highly aim dependent division here in the PC division.
Yeah, the PC division is a very highly what do you call it? It's a high skill, high stakes for all of the squads that we have here, and that's one of the things that I love about the PC division is they are not gonna be stopping. They don't have any stops whenever they are fighting against most of the other squads here. They're just gonna be ready. They're gonna be taking fights, and they're not gonna be afraid about it.
Yeah, definitely. And I also think that this is what is really molding the current meta for the PC division, right? We saw people much more quiet on the Siana. We saw much longer healing battles over the last few weeks. And today, I think people are still more willing to move on from the Siana meta, trying to keep things a little bit more exciting for them as well. Because, you know, when you... Yes, you will still have the Siana there for insurance when worst comes to worst. But at the end of the day, right, I think we're seeing it kind of go back, right? The world is healing. We're seeing less healing battles and more gunfights towards the end of these games, and I am thankful for that.
Yeah, and I really love how this has been working. A lot of kills for this group. It is a very different group from what happened during Group A. We didn't see teams dropping 20, 22 kills in their group, but here we're seeing no fear in Kitsune just getting... At least they're sharing the kills here for this group.
Yeah, I mean, the total number of kills you can get in the group is somewhere around the 100 plus side. So they're taking the lion's share of kills for the lobby, and it's just two teams getting 20 each, right? Compared to the rest of the squad. So whoever's at the bottom, good luck trying to catch up.
That is really true. That is really true. Oh man. What is really funny about this though is how the other teams that we actually predicted here are working their way towards getting the top spot. I'm just sad that Paragons wasn't able to get there. So really surprising that they were not able to perform well this group.
Yeah, I think we were definitely expecting some much more explosive plays out of Paragons. I think that's why we had them on the head-to-head earlier. We talked about how this team as a whole, right, it's just full of fraggers. But maybe, just maybe, right, they're having a little bit more time to warm up, knowing that I think most of these teams, right, they do depend on more momentum. You got to start out good in the series and continue moving forward. And if you don't start out hot, then warm up later, right? And it's only map number 1 in the entire best of 3 series. Plus, we do have a second set of maps happening later when we switch up the upper and lower halves of these two groups.
And it's going to be really expected here how they are going to be doing. I'm kind of looking towards how they are going to be doing much more of this place that we're seeing. How are they going to be staying in the end? It has been apparent that people here really love getting those kills really fast in the games, and we are going to be expecting that on the upcoming games too. So yeah, not really surprising that they were able to perform. Kitsune has always been great. DD Bai, or should I call them No Fear, goes No Fear right now. They were the former DD Bai. They have always been great, and in this group they showed.
Yeah, definitely some great showings actually out of all the more expected teams, maybe. I think what I'd like to see more is some breakout performances from our dark horses here, right? We've talked about Eternity, we've talked about Azwraith actually, and we've also seen Secrecy Barbaric, who they were maybe I'd say solid middle of the pack team, right? Somewhere between the upper 50 or upper 25% of this lobby. I think they need a little bit more time or a little bit more momentum to kind of break out of the lower half. But of course, if you guys missed any of the action here in map number 1, we're going to go over to the highlights, and we'll give you guys a little bit of a preview. See you later.
And let's take a look at who topped the standings in this group. Let's take a look at it. That is still Kitsune. 45 points.
Wow.
Close to 42 of Ghost No Fear. Scotty and Secrecy Barbaric are super close on the amount of points that they won here. Very nice to see this squad's toe-to-toe in this group.
I mean, it really did come down to the wire. Look at the number of kills. 20 for Kitsune, 22 for Ghost No Fear. And the placement points is the only thing that is really setting them apart, right? If it did come down to it, knowing these two are the first and second place squads here in map number 1. If they switched up, it could easily have been switched up between these two teams as well. And that's also not to mention all the other great performances from these teams. Secrecy Barbaric, who we said middling in performance. Again, Risen Scotty as well. Consistent but not near towards the top. And I think one of the more quote-unquote disappointing performances we've seen out of map number 1, Z4 Paragons just teetering on the edge of going into the lower half of our group right now. But I think everyone else maybe have performed as expected so far here in map number 1.
Let's take a look at the top 3 heroes that has been used in the games. For
Don't
now,
tell
I
me.
think the weapons, that's 15 Sianas. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, okay.
You know what? You know what's funny? Is that even if we had more Sianas this game, we had a lot more big battles here
We did.
in this game.
We did. I think this also speaks as to the general game plan for these teams, right? The Siana is not a crutch to get towards the end. The Siana is a support player that enables the highest fragger on the team. And most of the time, that is the Dockside, that is possibly the Young as well. I think the reason why Young and Dockside are always here, top 2 and top 3 when it comes to hero picks, is because of the utility they have, right? Dockside at the very front, again, as a distraction. And, you know, in certain situations, the attacker, pseudo-attacker for the team. And Young as well, giving you all that support. Blinding Mark, Divulge also being used up here, but of course, calling out the MVP for map number 1. It's gonna be Peanut. Yes, he might not have the highest headshot percentage, but look at his kills, man. 12 kills on the board for this guy. Almost 2,000 damage as the Young. And this guy, he's supposed to be the support player for Kitsune. And again, it's very solid, right? Where you see, if it's not the Dockside doing the damage, it's everyone else behind. And it
I'm
looks
really
like
surprised.
Peanut from a distance, I guess, doing all the damage with, if I'm not mistaken, he was using some sniper rifles during this entire map.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that it's not Snoops who got the bigger brunt of the damage, the bigger brunt of the kills here for their squad. But Peanut, oh my, this guy is stepping up for the side of Kitsune. And now I want to take a look at how the other squads are going to be approaching this from game 1. Because yes, game 1 is always like a litmus test. Game 2, game 3, that's when you adapt, when you try to do different strats. But also, one of the things that is great about the zone there for game 1 is the zone gave a lot of people a lot more cover. And that's why we've seen a lot of people staying alive in the end there. But again, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break before we head into the next game. Get some snacks, come back here and watch with us what's going to happen for game 2. See you guys just a bit. And we head back into the game, everybody. I got surprised with my face there, but again, we're gonna be a shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Jasuave, and we are still going back to this group, Group B. Later on, we're gonna be shuffling the group, and we are gonna be seeing an entirely different group. But for now, we're taking a look at who stays at the top and who are gonna be at the bottom here for this group.
Yeah, some great performances coming out from a lot of these teams. Some expected, some unexpected, right? I think we did see Z4 Paragon not exactly performing as well as we would have liked. Like, we have Ghost No Fear actually taking away the second place here. And of course, you guys have a little look of what we thought beforehand. Predictions here are going to be as Wraith for Dash and Z4 Paragons for me. Don't at me, guys, okay?
he went in for the Z4 Paragon's copium, even with... I was really surprised too. I honestly am surprised that they weren't able to get as much kills and a better performance during game 1. Or... yeah, we could sniff a lot more copium. I could give you or send it to you back in Cebu, the copium that I have for Chunichi Dragons from from Group A. Now in Group B, the teams that we predicted weren't able to perform well, but I hope they come back during game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I guess something's been cooking in the air. At least I got one prediction right in Group A, but it's Group B now. We're going to move on. And I think neither of us have had a good prediction so far. But hear that? Yeah, get back into your capsules. We're going to be going right into map number 2, Survivors. Are you ready? If you are ready, don't forget to type into the chat. Cheer for your favorite teams, your significant others, your boyfriends, your girlfriends, your brothers, or I don't know if someone has a child in here, but yes, go ahead.
Maybe.
We're gonna go right into Thunder Rouse as the capsules are released. We're gonna be dropping back into map number 2.
Map number 2, we go. And we will see who are the teams that are going to be staying at the top, who are going to be coming back from the groups from a while ago. But for now, from what we've seen, teams really do try to get to those kills really early into the game. Flight path's going to be close to the middle, but closer to the righter side of our map. So this is going to be hard for people who drop the transport port whilst having a purple zone there.
What is this? Look at the map. No one's in Rocky Zone. No one's in Nova Bazaar. The entire center of the map is a barren wasteland, right? No one's here. It's the middle of nowhere, and no one wants to go here. Like, what's going on?
Very smart for Equinox to actually go there. Go to Nova Bazaar. They saw that everybody's not going to be dropping in this area anyway. Might as well get some resources, dial back, run away, or at least do it fast. Because if not, people are going to go here.
And you know, the thing though about Nova Bazaar, right? The sheer size of Nova Bazaar as a POI, it does mean that there's going to be a lot of chests, but the quality of loot here is not exactly the best, right? So hopefully for them, right, this Nova Bazaar early move and they immediately rotate over towards the west. This is the game plan, at least for them.
Yeah, quantity before quality for people who drop at Nova Bazaar. It's good thing Squad 2 already caught the assignment here for the squad. Look at the map. Have you seen the kill feed? The kill feed has constantly been showing us kills for the past when we started the game. People have been contesting spots every time in this group, and I love that this is happening. I also love to see Kitsune losing the battle here because they need to be toned down a bit in this group. Overall, 23-19, winning the fights here. But as I'm saying that, here comes Oxy.
No. Yeah, here comes Oxy. Kitsune here. Winners of map number 1 want to take that lead away, right? Just when you feel like there's a little bit of a glimmer of hope, they swoop in, get the kills, and almost exterminate your team. Luckily for them, the respawners are going to be up, but I mean, Kitsune taking the aggression to another level here in map number 2, I think is going to be an interesting move, knowing that they were a little bit more patient in that first map. So I don't know if they want to aggressively take the lead in the series as opposed to just sticking to what they know. But yeah, the adaptions are going to be having to come in later on.
Yep, the GG going to be trying to go for the fight there. The good thing, they are going to be moving fast with too much of the acceleration in their area. And Mur is also going to fall here. Was able to drop one, and they have been dropped, sent back to the lobby for this squad.
Yeah, good evening, good night for them. Gonna have to move on later. That's gonna be the first squad wipe for the entire lobby in map number 2, which is it. It actually took a lot less time than that first map here, knowing that these teams are trying to make up for the lost placement point. So willing to take the frags, but at what cost, right?
I think this is not secrecy radicals, right? It's secrecy barbaric for
Yes.
squad 10. And now they saw the squad that has been fighting a while ago, ZebGG.
Uh-oh.
Not even given the time to breathe.
Summit
Got the
Crush!
Summit Crush on one. I think that is a mistake. Soya is now gonna fall just because of it. They have the Vision Erosion to buy some time to go for heals. And they have to play Fulge in this squad. ZebGG is still taking the brunt of extinction for this squad. But here it comes. Magnus goes in, damages them, goes down, and drops out. Because that is the last time that we're gonna be seeing ZebGG. They got some revives, perfect, and they stay alive.
When in doubt, just spray through the smoke. That spam coming in from Magnus was insane. Just when you thought they could get away, right? Forcing them out of the equation, and now they can now comfortably take space here in Refinery and look for all the loot they could ask for. But Paragon's now up against Scotty, absolutely demolishing them in a matter of seconds. But Revamp wants to join in. That's 4 people up against 2. Maestro stuck in a corner trying to get away. Zip lines out of harm's way. Ragnar continues to give chase.
Goes out. It's gonna be getting on the Bronc of Extinction here. That is gonna be the Vikings still winning here for Revamp. They push them to the respawners again.
They do it nice and clean, right? Again, it's Rocky Zone. When you know if you're able to collect enough information to go into Rocky Zone, then
What
it's
is
much,
this?
much easier. But now Intense here on the outside throwing out the shots from the window. Takes down one of us, immediately traded here. The rest of Ghost Reborn looking around for more targets as they try to bide their time and heal up their fallen comrades. Now, also taking stock of the sponsor box. This is going to give them a great way to move forward, especially since right now is where it's most important to get your loot up as we approach mid to late game.
Yeah, contesting the sponsor box is not always the good thing to do because people in the sponsor box always have advantage, especially when they have a house in front of them. It's gonna be easier for them to move in and out of the area, which is why we've seen Azuri just struggle to compete in that battle we've seen there.
Interesting things coming out right now. Ghost Reborn, No Fear, or Ghost No Fear specifically, right? At the moment, they're a little bit ahead in the loot department. I mean, look at the attachments for Jenny the God. Couple of level 5 attachments already, and a lot of armor as well. But here, Kitsune map number 1 winner is getting spotted out by Eternity. Little bit more cautious in how they approach, knowing that this is the team that actually beat them out earlier in that first map. Try and collect information. The reconnaissance is necessary to know whether or not it's the time to actually commit to a fight. Problem is they're all actually kind of stuck here behind these 2 trailers, Amari and Josh. I think this is damage from a distance as the others do make an attempt to go in for the flank. But they do take down 2.
That's gonna be peanut down. And they have to commit here in this fight. The Oxy, trying to survive in this battle, was able to go in. Now it's gonna be a 3v3. Never mind, Oxy also falls down. It's not gonna be good for their squad. They still have some respawners actually to go with. But right now, it's not gonna be great for them. That's gonna be one more down for Kitsune. It's a good thing they can still come back from this.
Yeah, Kitsune unfortunately taken down early, but they do have the respawners up, so it should be fine. Problem is, right, we talked about how Kitsune, they want to go in and aggressively maintain first place, and having lost their initial loot here, they're gonna have to go ahead for the reset, hope for maybe an airdrop rain to fall in their favor. Because at this point, like, a lot of these teams, they've already gotten their loot up, they've already gotten what they want as shields from the ground, and if you're coming down from the sky, you're gonna have essentially nothing. And knowing that only one squad has been wiped out of the lobby so far, it's gonna be hard to find an actual POI that is completely empty.
Yep, we have seen Eternity just from the past game wasn't able to really stay towards the later stages of our game, but now it's gonna be different. Eternity almost eliminating Kitsune out of the picture is gonna make it easier for them to have a share on that top spot. Peanut getting 12 kills here, but the gods
What's
from
in the
here
world?
still getting 10 and 6 kills. That was from a while ago, right? Because He got the MVP, got 12 kills, and now he is still the Reaper.
Guy absolutely insane right now. The amount of damage that he's able to do singularly as a young, right? Which is slightly different from what we usually see, knowing that the current meta is to have your duck side actually be cover and attacker at the same time. But I think that also might be due to how Kitsune is able to secure these higher places, right? You play duck side aggressively, but not as an attacker, which opens up so much more the different ways that you can slice up an area when you want to know or eliminate the threats in your POI or in your desired area of the map you want to take real estate in.
Yeah, Damon still looking for a spot here at the top. Look at Pioneer Center. That's a lot of squads. That's like 7 squads close to each other in this area. There are some squads that only comprises of just one person in the squad that we have here, but it's still gonna be okay. A fight is gonna break out anytime soon.
It's looking a little messy for these teams. I mean, a lot of these people are Ethereals. Equinox not in the best spot here with only single-digit points in the series so far. They have to make up for that now, especially since there's just a wider range of number of kills between teams here in Group B, which also means that the lowest teams have it's kind of like inflation, right? The rich get richer, the poor get poorer, and that's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, and they have been put down to Kitsune. I think this is not going to be one of their better games here. Also, losing Snoops in the process is not a good spot to be in for them. Now, Azrate also, I think Cons might get killed here by another squad. We have no fear in the area.
They don't know.
And they might be able to get the destruction that they need here for this squad.
They don't know.
They didn't see Cons. How sneaky this guy.
Huh? And it's win value, man. Remember, we talked about how win value is very confusing for those who are not playing a young properly. If you can't get the information, you're going to be opening yourself up to 7, 8, 9 different angles that you can get shot out from. But Ghost No Fear seems like they don't want to risk some unnecessary deaths here. But just actually walking away right into the hands of Cons and right outside as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be starting this for now. And No Fear. This is going to be great. It's going to be looking like they are going to be eliminating the squads that are at the top here. They are fighting. Looking. 23-19 still outside. Equinox is also here. But No Fear is going to be gatekeeping everybody.
You can smell the fear. Jazz God on the outside getting shot down by Super Axel, the defender. So effective in his hands. And that also catalyzes a new fight. Smokes up in the air, vision erosion, many X's now popped and out. 23-19 Cebu. You want to look for who else has activated their utilities here. They know the shot came from afar, but there is a team close by.
Divulge used. Be seen here. Jazz the God is gonna be put down. Here it comes. Once he saw somebody put down, it's gonna be the start of the fight. Summit Crush hits 2, but they are still gonna be following through with those kills. That's gonna be Ego. That's gonna be 2 down. Jenny the God is eliminating everybody, and one more person outside, or rather at the top. Saykot, or should I say, he's gonna try zip lines out of the way. Was able to survive bamboozling the squad. Here comes Revamp trying to dip into battle, but Rats one more to eliminate for No Fear.
So clean coming in from those No Fear. They have no idea that it's a completely different squad now up against them, but they just take them down one by one by one. The isolation plays and exactly how they want it to happen right now. Took away.
New Reaper has arrived.
The house, commandeered it, stole everything from this other team, and now even if they're invaded, even with a third party joining the fray, they're able to hold it down.
Hold down the fort for the squad. Kitsune still got the revive a while ago. They now have a better amount of resources here. They're going to be eliminating Azwing in the process, but Jenny the God, he missed a bit there, but he was able to still win. Just moving back and forth, but there's still a squad at the backs. He wasn't able to survive that, but at least he was able to eliminate 2.
Oh, the split play coming in from Equinox, giving them victory of that fight. They might have lost 2, but backup was there almost instantaneously. Now the rest of Ghost Reborn goes no fear. Gotta have to find a way to be able to reunite their fallen brethren. They know they lost Jenny. They know they lost another. They're gonna try and scrounge what they can together for the late game. But there's so much suppressing fire coming in from Kitsune right now. They are aware of the presence of all these threats in their vicinity right now.
Yeah, in their immediate area, they don't really need to look at this. They just need to look at who are the teams that are going to be fighting against them. Zone's going to be closing down in 5 seconds, and they need to find a spot inside. What they're going to be meeting is Eternity.
Completely different squad from what they saw here. Blinding Mark being brought out by EJ. Not gonna see Seikot, but there he goes. Gonna be revealing their spot. Not gonna have the best health or shield at the moment. Restoration shield now being brought out by Seikot. But because of the blinding mark, he's gonna try to take him down. Running out of bullets right in front of him. And he just the movement, the reload coming in at the perfect time here. Just to clean him up.
Oh, Eternity. They'll be fighting against Kitsune. They still got the revive from Snoops a while ago. They go in. Amari is not stopping. Rampaging around everybody. Gonna be eliminating two more members for Eternity. They're gonna be chasing them down. Kitsune not stopping. They're still gonna chase Explicit. They got the damage. The blinding mark is gonna be there, but they are still gonna be able to run away.
Aware of the dangers of Eternity coming in, Kitsune able to sniff out the threats like the foxes they're named after right now, forcing them out into the open and stealing away their own house as we speak.
Oh no, no fear. 58 points from them, adding to that kills that they had from a while ago. But Kitsune still are looking for revives here, so we're still not done with this story for No Fear and Kitsune. They are still fighting for the top spot.
El Clasico coming in from these two teams, but now Ivy League not having the best performance in map number 1. I think they're trying to find a way to claw their way closer to the top at the very least. Make their way over towards the upper part of our group, because right now they're standing at 14th place. So they're really going to be depending on some placement points, maybe even some frags here as they move forward. Here goes the Boom Gaming. He faced off Damon, knows exactly where they are, throwing out the rockets from the sky with the rocket tarantula. Now Dive being brought out. Shang caught out in the open. He does get away at the last second. Now it's a question of how you play this. Crossfires gonna be set up and waiting for the right time to strike. But now Eternity comes out from behind.
They're
now
trapped.
stuck between a rock and a hard place. How do you respond to this, Zebulun Gaming?
Two squads. Zeppelin Gaming also falls down. They have a lot more. Damon was able to eliminate one more. That's gonna be the last one. They still have some members right there at the back that they need to fight. They need to fight against Eternity, but Zebulun still has one member standing. They could go for the revive, but there's a squad looking at them. Ivy League is ready.
Oh, they're so ready. They are so hungry for some kills right now. They've been waiting in this building for the last 4 or 5 minutes, waiting for the right time to strike, the opportunity to steal away some kills from some unassuming teams, knowing that Pioneer Center is one of those bigger buildings wherein a Sunil is not taken into account for. You can't use your smoke abilities just because of the sheer size of this building. And I think they're really playing this smart, but the problem is, if you can't convert this to a win or to a kill, what's the point?
Oh yeah, honestly, I really do agree. It's really hard to see how this is gonna work out for Ivy League, but right now Damon also lost one of their members. We only have Shang at the last spot here. But for now, Kitsune, even though they got eliminated a while ago, they were forced to go to respawners. Very strong. 4 squads, or rather 4 members, are still alive.
Azraith down, still Kon's somehow still alive at this point in time. Taking some shots actually towards Kitsune. I think he's making a little bit of an Among Us play, knowing that there's an entire squad right around him. He's the only person in this vicinity that is not part of Kia at the moment. So I don't know if you want to take those shots, but hey, if it does help you out later on, then why not? I mean, you still have 8 squads on the board right now. Divulge just being thrown out, collecting information as the large buildings are slowly being closed out here by the circle, with Kitsune hoping to continue their hot streak off map number 1. They see Kia, you see the pigs coming out, looking at the rotations. Whether or not you want to take these shots is going to be the question of how Kitsune plays this.
Kon's still downstairs, still looking for the other squads, tries to go in, but Kitsune is here to snoop them out. They're sniffing the fear from Cons, and they know that they can
Oh, the
eliminate
vision
them if
erosion.
ever they want to. They have one on the top. They have the divulge. Zone's gonna be closing down. Somebody's outside, and Cons needs to get inside the house, and he has to fight against a lot of members. Astro is gonna get eliminated.
Oh boy, now Kia, great spot here on the very top of the building, but knowing that there are still 6 squads alive in the zone right now. Gonna try and spot them out one by one, knowing that there might be a Siana on the outside, trying to play for longevity. You got Snoops holding on the very bottom of the stairs as everyone is slowly closing in
need to
onto
drop
this
down.
spot. Yeah, right on top of them. Kitsune right next to them. What do you even do? But they find them on the outside of Mari. And Ivy League now in an all-out skirmish.
That's gonna be it. Kitsune goes in. He's gonna be looking for the fight. Look at him so fast. Dashes in, destroys everyone. Somebody's still alive. They still have someone at the backs. They weren't able to check it out. There was a big valley there. Kitsune, Oxy is gonna be staying alive outside the zone. It's still gonna be okay. One more Damon falls, and Kitsune loses some of their members, but they still have one alive. Oxy is keeping the dream alive. They have one super close. Dabby outside. Oxy gonna try to fight back. Everybody sees them. Kitsune is now eliminated.
Ivy League dropping down the map. One winner's coming in right now, making it into the top 3, and now it's gonna come down to the healing battle once more. Godbroken Davi hoping for more of these health canisters, looking for the medkits on the outside as we wait for the people to actually expire over here towards the end. But looks like we're gonna be extending it a little bit more. Kuya, pa-open time po.
Oh no, this is not gonna be good. Look at this though. Carlos is gonna be seeing where Dobby is. Oh no, now he knows. They both know where they both are, but we still are looking for the other person inside here. Carlos doesn't have anything more, so he's gonna be dead. He's just gonna try to fight back, but it's not gonna work. One more person standing in this group, and it's outside the zone. Never mind, is it? Yeah, there you go. Rebound.
Where is he even?
Last chance though. He doesn't have any more medkits. Does he get one? Yes, he does. That's his last medkit.
How long has he been healing, Dash?
He's in Rocky Zone.
Rocky Zone is like
He's
miles away.
He's dead. At least he saw him just get one more revamp. Wasn't able to show themselves in Pioneer Center, but they were able to stay alive in the end there. And it is still the team that deserves the win who actually won the match.
I think we talked about Ivy League being one of those dark horse teams, having been picked up by an org that is I'd like to see sizable, right? They have teams across a lot of different titles in esports, and I'm not surprised that the team that's picked up by an org like that is able to perform like this. They were definitely the dark horse of the group, but stealing away map number 2 like that, under the noses of the map 1 winners at the last possible second. This is testament that this group, it's stacked all throughout, top to bottom. Anyone has a chance to win.
Oh no, this is gonna be great. Oh, we see a good glimpse of what Ivy League is. Ivy League performed well during this game. We've seen the performance from this squad. I really love how they were able to fight against the bigger squads we had from the last zone. Kitsune stayed alive, but they fought toe-to-toe with that squad.
And that's no easy feat, knowing that Kitsune as a team, they're so well-oiled. They know how to respond to aggression from either side, and they know what utility to use. I think the communications for this team is very clear as well. So Ivy League can go toe-to-toe and even eliminate the likes of Kitsune here in relatively comfortable fashion, right? Knowing that the loot for Kitsune was actually, I think they had full shields for a couple of players. Ivy League have really made a mark today.
Oh yeah, Ivy League has did so well during this whole game. I'm not really gonna be surprised on this performance. I mean, yes, they haven't gotten a good group stage run, but there are some teams that do that. There are a lot of teams that do that. Honestly, a lot more than the other squads, which is why it's really expected that this squad could definitely go toe to toe with the teams like Kitsune from this group.
Yeah, real interesting things happening today. I would, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if we see another team win map number 3. I don't think we've had any back-to-backs today so far. and I expect it to be continuous today because these guys, they gotta leave it all on the server. You gotta throw out everything you can, including the kitchen sink, right? Because I mean, you can't
Yeah.
you can't leave anything behind. You can't leave any gas in the tank because you need to squeeze every bit of performance out from all your players to be able to move forward. Because you have a 50% chance of being eliminated today and not making it to the best of 5 grand final.
I'm really surprised at how explosive this group is, right? There are a lot of times that we've seen them fight really early into the game. Once we drop down, there's already a fight breaking out, which is one of the things that is different about Group A and Group B. I kind of like how they have been surviving until the end. Yes, there are some healing battles, but it only takes like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, not like 5 minutes of the whole healing battle that we've seen from other teams, because they have seen ways to counter that type of playstyle. Staying alive in the end, the person who is there almost always wins just because of the amount of bodies at the end of the zone in where everybody fought.
Yeah, and I think this also brings us back to the fact that we have a growing meta that changes every day, sometimes even every series. And I think the Siana meta might be on its way out, hopefully, right? We're seeing a lot less of these long, drawn-out healing battles, and even when the healing battles have been, happening, they're just forced to be shortened because of how they play in particular. But of course, if you guys missed the action here on map number 2, we're gonna throw you guys over to the highlights. It's me, Suave, here with Dash. We're gonna see you guys in a bit. Anyway.
Just checking a look at the highlight again, I think the reason why Kitsune lost that is because there's a rat at their backs. But here comes the round standings, everybody. Ivy League taking 35 points and Kitsune still 29 points on the board for the squad. The consistency of this guys knows no bounds.
Yep, like we said, they are the team that does explode more towards the end. I think the aggression is measured for them, but when push comes to shove, right, they're not afraid to pull the trigger. But of course, I want to highlight as well, right, the performance out of Ivy League, wherein we kind of called them out for being top 14 in map number 1, and right now they went all the way to the top. So that's definitely some great performances coming in from them. And of course, you guys want to take a look at how the meta panned out specifically for this map. Our top 3 heroes here gonna be Young this time as well. So Young's all across all 15 teams, and Siana as well.
Wait,
replacing the Duck side, we have Maggie too.
This is the group who has a lot more of the Maggies and the Embers, and replacing the Duck side with one of those. Because right now, yes, we have seen a lot of case usage of Duck side, but people have been recognizing how much it would be better for them to just use somebody who could just go ham like Maggie does. We have seen a lot of good Maggie plays in this group alone, and that's why people could really turn that back and go to the Maggie Ember meta for the groups we have here. White Dwarfs too, though.
I like that we had a little bit of a change here with the White Dwarf existing more higher in the VSS. But of course, talking about the MVP by Techno here, map number 2, it's gonna be going to Dabi, who was able to secure 1337 damage along with 5 kills. So this guy is not just a support healer, this guy can do the damage as well.
They did so much damage here for Dobby. We've seen some healings from the squad, but I'm not gonna be surprised if that's gonna be the case, that they're still gonna be winning a while ago. Because a while ago, remember, they only had level 3 armor. They only had blue armor. The reason why they won was because they destroyed Kitsune at the right time, and they were able to exchange that armor back up for themselves. And the last healer that was ratting, they were able to eliminate, which is why it all went down to how they are just gonna be healing off in the end there.
And you gotta love it too, right? We just called out Ivy League for not performing in map number 1, and they win map number 2 not in rat fashion. They fight head to head with our map 1 winners Kitsune and steal that map right from under their noses. And that's an underdog story if I've ever seen one. But of course, it is a best of 3. It's a question of who has the most points at the end. Yes, Ivy League were able to catch up a little bit more, but at the moment, we're gonna have to do a lot more. But for those of you guys who are here, of course, we do have a quick code redeem here. Go ahead and open up the CD key for 30 diamonds. Thank you so much for the 800 views. And don't forget to get your friends and family to join us here in the FBC broadcast so we can give you guys more prizes for the community for joining us here.
There's a lot more groups incoming, everybody. There's 2 more groups incoming after this. We still have game 3 for now. So call your friends so that we're going to be getting a lot more redeem codes for everybody out there watching. You watch, you also get some redeem codes. You get to chill with us. We get to watch the highest place that we could see for the PC of Farlight 84. And we're seeing it right now here in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the pinnacle of what we've been looking for the last few weeks, right? We've seen the high violence games, and then we see right now is a little bit of the healing. I hope we don't go straight into healing next time, but of course, that's going to be it for us. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back. It's me, just Wabi, here with Dash. See you guys later on FBC Season 3's PC Semifinals.
starting the game in just a bit, everyone. Excited to see how things are gonna work out for game 3. Who are the teams that are gonna stay at the top? Kitsune still stayed at the top during the whole stage of that game. No Fear kind of cutting it short for their squad. So I hope some of the squads here would be able to follow up with the points, because the only squad that could really get close to Kitsune is No Fear.
Yeah, I mean, having seen the performance of No Fear in map 1 versus map 2, I think it's a little night and day, right? You saw Ghost No Fear go out a little early, and even Kitsune, right? They might have been second place, but they haven't been beaten out by the top 14 team in map number 1 to take first place in map number 2 is also a testament to how different these two teams are able to play from time to time. And of course, we're going to be revealing our predictions here. I am doubled now. I think we've done our picks, Dash. And
Yeah.
I'm starting. No. We're going to hold on to the hopium before it turns
Yeah.
into copium.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they stay in the tournament for now, I think they are still in a spot to get like top 7. That's the only thing we're looking forward to here for Paragons and Nazareth. I hope they get to at least top 7, because if they do, that's gonna be all right.
Yeah, it's gonna be all right for our predictions. Otherwise, well, we tried. We made an attempt.
We try to at least get some hopium for the squads, which is gonna be nice. But for now, everybody, we have seen the squads just play it out until the end, right? Which is nice. They played it out. There's a lot of fights in the early game. There's a lot of fights in the late game. There's a bit of a lull state in the middle stages of the game. But we are constantly in action in this group.
And you kind of have also this like bell curve of the action in a game, right? So it's more of it's not a peak, right? It's not a bell curve. It's more like a valley graph where you have all this noise towards the start of the map. It quiets down for a good majority of time, and then everything explodes towards the end. And I think that's also because of the way that these teams in Group B in particular play, right? Where they go in for the early game, try to get some kills, get their loot up, and then try to survive until the very last second where everything explodes. I mean, the last skirmish we saw on map number 2 was between 7 teams. That's half the lobby. But now, hearing that music, looks like the lobby's full again. We're going to be going right into map number 3. The end of Group B. Now we decide who is going to be on the upper half or the lower half of this group before we switch it over. But some of the round is going to be underway. Get into your capsules, guys, because now we're going right into the action.
We start into the game. In the middle of the map is where the flight path is going to be. Kind of far away for people who want to go to the edge of the eastern side or the western side of our map. So it's going to be a big challenge for them starting there. But for now, the squads are going to be looking towards how they approach this stage of the game. For now, it's going to be very, very slow. And everybody, once we see people drop a transport port, the kills are going to start.
Oh yeah, I think transport port is definitely one of those red hot parts of the map where a lot of people want, because of number 1, the amount of loot you can get there, and number 2, the proximity to the sponsor box that does come out early in the game. But if elsewhere on the map, I think Azraith and Eternity have a great chunk of land here. It's almost like they took out 2 different slots in the subdivision at the moment. Elsewhere, though, there's a lot of mixed territory, right? You've got Kia and Damon over towards the northeast. Got ZEBGG up against Secrecy Barbaric in the north as well. So there's a lot of early skirmishes happening. I think this is again going to be a look aspiration for these teams, knowing that teams like No Fear and Kitsune were able to get so many points in map number 1. They're trying to play catch up here, but sometimes it's just done towards the detriment of what you're looking to do, right? You're trying to catch up in terms of score, but you essentially put yourself in a spot that is 50-50 suicide,
Oh man, Kitsune still won there. 2019 just doubled down in these battles that we've seen them on. They haven't won a single one of them, which is really, really frustrating for the squad, because they haven't won any of the fights. Kitsune stays alive in the end. And you know what? They shouldn't have done that 3 times in a row.
I have no words, man. Three map. I think you're just very unfortunate in taking your fights. Maybe go back to scrims or something. Because I mean, if it didn't work the first time, then maybe do something different. Because you know that old saying where they say that it's madness when you repeat the same thing twice and hope for a different outcome.
Oh yeah, that's true. Fool me once.
Shame
Fool
on
me.
me.
Yeah, fool me twice. Oh man, that is crazy. That has happened 3 times now. At least they still have a chance, even if they don't get a lot of points here. At least later on, we're gonna be seeing them once we head into the next stage of our game. So it's still alright. It's still alright.
Yeah, it's all good. We're only halfway through the day, right? I mean, and they're not. It's not like they're out yet. They do still have the respawners up.
Yeah,
Three
it's still gonna be
teams.
okay. Yeah, we're still waiting for them. For now, it's gonna be slowing down, and Kitsune still looking like they are just gonna be trying to eliminate any squad that they can as fast as they could here for the squad. But for now, with the 4 kills they have, I think it's okay. It's an okay spot for them. But looking at this again, look at the amount of kills we're seeing in the kill feed. There's a lot. It's like it's always there.
There's always something up there. It doesn't matter who, it doesn't matter where, but there will always be a kill going on. I think we have gotten into that stage of the series where everyone's desperate to get points because knowing, especially in map number one, we had Kitsune and No Fear with 20 plus kills on each of them. Everyone has to catch up here because there's just a certain number of kills that you can get in a lobby, and if one team gets 20 and another gets 20, that means like almost half the kills that you can possibly get in a lobby are gone, and everyone else in the lobby, all the other teams have to distribute that among themselves. So now it's a race, right? It's a race to get the kills before anyone else can take them. Otherwise, you're being denied of the kill economy, so to speak.
Yeah, and Alza at least now was able to win one of the battles here at Refinery. The battles that we'll be having in Refinery, there's always just one squad who is going to be surviving that in the end, and it's not always Auza. And right now, while I was saying that they survived, here comes 2319, eliminating them out of Refinery.
Yeah. And Refinery is a pretty hard contested spot a lot of the time because of the height that you get, the height advantage, and the loot as well. Refinery is also commonly showing up towards the last zone. I think we see maybe a 30-40% chance of Refinery being somewhere close to the last zone, if not being the last zone.
Yeah, Eternity need to eliminate Azraid again. Azraid right there to sponsor box. Is trying to find an angle in order for them to win the victory here. Eternity knows that they can't really contest this spot by themselves, so Azraid is just happy to just take this armors.
Yeah, just waiting for it. They know that they are not going to be in the best spot to go in for the fight. So this is a tournament they're talking about, who have been very consistent all throughout the entire tournament. Plus the fact that they have a rocket tarantula on their side. So, if I were them, I'd hunker down inside a house as well.
Wait, they went back to transport port, which is really surprising here for Kitsune. Went back to their own house, finding another person just occupying this house. And No Fear is going to try to fight against them the first and second place. If ever No Fear eliminates Kitsune out of the game here, it's going to be great for them. 3 seconds before round 2 closes out. And this is where it starts. Third zone is going to be shrinking. A fight is going to break out. They stay inside the house for Kitsune. And the fight is not yet there. We're taking time. They're going at the top. They go outside. They see Super Axel. Super Axel survives. They got the knockup, but it's not going to work yet. Right now, No Fear is going to be seeing fear. Because right now, the fear in their eyes is just unsettling. Because they are eliminated out of this fight. Look at somebody right here from Kitsune. They won the battle there.
Taking some damage coming in from long range. They didn't expect a secondary presence in this area. And immediately, they're punished for their sins. I mean, Kitsune, they play this to a T, right? Perfect. Take shelter on the inside, prevent them from getting towards safety. And people outside of that building, outside of that interaction, were taking shots as well. And again, this takes us back to the point of when do you fire your gun? Do I do it now and reveal my position, or wait till the last second and actually get the kill?
Was No Fear the first squad eliminated? No way. Because I haven't seen them pop back in the map. So that means
Yeah.
they're eliminated. No
Gone?
way. Early.
Already.
They just had to fight Kitsune, which is a great risk. But because of that, they are eliminated really early in this tournament. And now, we're seeing it right now. I think Secrecy is the second one to get eliminated.
Look at Peanut, man. He's playing as the Reaper again. 14 kills so far. Pretty insane to know that the Young, right, playing as the long-range support player for Kitsune over this entire series is still the Reaper. Knowing that they're much more aggressive, much more effective players, but I think it just also brings us back to how your team plays the tactics, right? The long game of the entire game, not just getting the kills at one point, but continuing to be able to put that kind of pressure on other teams that are in the lobby.
I believe still fighting against Revamp in this Pioneer Center. Ghost, oh, never mind. Ghost No Fear is still alive, which is nice. Okay, they haven't been eliminated anytime soon. They are still going to be staying in this game, but for now, have to be scared. They have to run it back. They have to respawn back up. I believe against one more squad here against Scotty. Has
What
been
is
performing
that?
really well this time around. Goes in, gets the damage. It got the knockoff a while ago, but it is still not done. Vision Erosion is going to be used for Scotty. They took time 4 members.
Oh
knocked
my!
out, and that is a perfect setup for Scotty, stopping any fights from Ivy League to be going in their favor. They still lose their lives inside their own Vision Erosion. They go for the fight, but here comes another squad. They're going to dip into the fight. Whoever wins this, yes, they win, but they both got eliminated in that fight, and the winner is the third party in that fight.
Oh man, that's just unfortunate. Look at this. We lost the top 3 and top 4 spots in the lobby. As early as now, these guys went out 13th and 12th place as opposed to their earlier good starts. And this is Scotty and Ivy League, all because of the timing. Again, right? We keep talking about if you pull the trigger too early, you reveal where you are, and then you just open yourself up to much more violence. They even they saw a low-hanging fruit and they picked it, and it's sweet, good sir. It doesn't matter what you did, doesn't matter where it came from. If you pick the right fruit, it will always come in sweet.
No way is this group is gonna be like this, right? 82 points for Kitsune. The next
no
one is
way.
60, then 47. That's a small amount of points. So if Kitsune still wins this, there's a big discrepancy from top 1 to top 4 to 4 to 15, which is a really big tell of how this group is gonna be performing.
Hard God. I like this. The way the Paragons are playing here. Remember, I predicted Paragons. Hopefully they can do something here in map number 3. And knowing that the top 3 and top 4 teams have actually been taken out early, there's a great likelihood of one of these lower ranked teams at the moment actually overtaking them here in the map, knowing that there is only a certain number of kills that these two teams got. They're a hard cap here. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw these teams, right? We got Team Kia and Secrecy Barbaric pretty close by their current scoreline. So if they're able to get into the top 3 or top 4, we'd actually see some great overtaking of scorelines here.
There's honestly a big possibility that that's gonna happen. It's not really impossible. This is gonna work out in their favor, because from what you've seen here for their performance, it's really bad. I'm just gonna say it's really bad during the first 2 games. But now in game 3, at least they survive. They recognize the fight. Kitsune goes in, swoops in, sprays over Equinox, loses 2 members.
Dude, there's just something about this Kitsune team. When they know they want to get it, when they want to take away the building, they know exactly how to do it. And now, the sponsor box is in their hands. Eternity, they're looking towards this, but they're protected from overhead. They have a roof above their heads, and now that's 3 level 5 armors for this team, who are on a hot streak, right? They have not been anywhere close to the bottom for this lobby, and just picking up the sponsor box, that's the cherry on top of the cupcake.
Yeah, I like how they're not afraid of taking those back. Oh no, They didn't look at their backs though. That's gonna be. Oh no, Squad 15 survives.
dude.
Equinox with their one member was able to rat it out. Pretty close for comfort here for the squads. We have only 31 people alive, so there's a lot of rats in this group.
There are, I think, right now, looking at Kia, CBC Barbaric, Ethereals, and Sumpaki, a lot of them are fractured. We also have Equinox with only one rat as well. But the War Spider being used to close that distance. How do you respond to this, Azraid?
Let's get the damage. Have to summon cross. Full speed ahead he goes. And he gets everybody down for the count. Somebody was able to dodge the brink of extinction here for their squad. And Azraid is coming back. And they are looking really nice here, at least for that fight. But here comes another squad at the top that they need to fight against, which is PR Sarah. I think Lucian is going to be down.
Now, CBC Barbaric down to the last member here. Could be another sponsor box actually for Azraid. So Paragon's going to try and take back this land. They are, unfortunately, actually outnumbered here, knowing that actually split up. So if you even make an attempt to move close towards that area, Azraid's just going to take you out as a unit. But here, Maestro sees the rotation being attempted here by Azraid. Sees number of vehicles actually coming their way, so they're trying to do some chip damage here. Force them to use some of their resources before they even get in close range of the enemy team. If Paragons can catch them unawares, it could be a great upset, and it might be exactly what they need, knowing that a couple of their members, Lord God and Art, actually here standing with only a level 3 shields right now. They are desperate to get loot up.
They're desperate to get any of their
anything really.
They're desperate to do anything here. But Azraid is looking good. Look at the level 6 armors that they have now. With this, they might be able to look for those fights a lot more, like what they're doing right now. They're not afraid of taking the fights anymore because they have a good amount of resources on their side.
And look at this, I mean, they have Godspot right now. They have Volges, Vision Erosions being used out. They can take account of the utilities that have been used and that are on cooldown. But Azraid, not necessarily in a bad spot either. They do have full shields at the moment, and there's not much to worry about as long as they're still inside of the zone. But Nez going to be taking some damage coming in from Lord God here with the use of the White Dwarf. Just so good with it, but playing right underneath their noses.
No way is he going to be placing himself out there. And Azraid is just going to lose that advantage because of that. Rocket Tarantula is going to be used to push back this team. Paragons has been taking down a lot of members of Azraid, but right now they are still going to be coming back from that. 20 more people, 8 squads, and we're still not in the last zone.
I see the vision. I see the vision. I mean, look at this. Nova Bazaar again has been a gateway in these situations, right, where it's so hard to get inside, knowing that there might be a team just standing on top of the wall of bossing and say here, but these squads are actually compressed over towards the east of the map. For some reason, there is a pulling towards the east, but it's like they're not actively looking for engagements at the moment.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here, a lot of the squads that are at the top, look at this. Secrecy, Azraid, Ethereals, all of them don't have any more chances here because of the amount of people that they have. They have a chance if ever some of their members, or at least their Siana, stay alive in the end, which is also good because they're going to be toppling over the top 3 to 5 spot, which is a good spot to be in once they get the 25-point mark, or if they win against Kitsune, which is a hard fight to actually go with, an uphill battle.
Like this. Sticky bombs here being thrown over at Paragons, forcing them into a corner that they cannot escape right now. One person already down, coming in from a distance, and Eternity here with the Rocket Tarantula slowly creeping up towards them as they're trying to take cover here behind the rock. And here, now in desperation, Restoration Field being brought out. Paragons know where they are. Kitsune hearing all that noise as well. Eternity's gonna have to be able to play this perfect if they want to survive this situation.
Yep. Still have Paragon, still have Eternity, Complete, and Kitsune are in the best spot here. They don't have to contest for the spot against the other 2 squads that are still complete. The other squads are probably just healing outside, and this fight is taking so long, and that's not good when you're healing outside.
Definitely not good, knowing that they're going to be slowly using up the med kits that they need, that they're kind of essential to the late game, no? But at the moment, we do still have 4 squads, and it's a little bit of a. I was gonna say ceasefire, but you see someone die like that, that's definitely not gonna be a Cold War.
Gonna be a sign. Paragons need to make a choice. They need to fight against Eternity right here, right now.
Oh
Chinese
my.
Studios is gonna fall. 2 more people still alive here. Kitsune's gonna go in right there, and then Paragons are gonna be crippled by the better squad, and Kitsune is just looking.
Oh, they
to
know where he
eliminate
is.
everybody. Snooks is here. Doesn't have any more stomach crushes. Was able to run away with a rolling impact. Now he's
What?
safe. He's gonna go out. Eternity caught in a trap, caught in a
Karamari.
pinch, and they're getting baited by Kitsune inside. Ring around the rosy, as they said, and Kitsune's playing it perfectly. Right now, there's only one more person standing here for Eternity. He has to take the fight. Real is gonna work out. Shots are not hitting, and this is it. Falls down to the floor.
Shivas.
But Shivas, he's not gonna survive. Azraid survives with somebody outside healing.
It's a question of again how long this is gonna take.
That's
Yep.
true. But I think Azraid is gonna lose.
Yeah, I do feel like Azraid is gonna lose. They did start healing a lot earlier here than Oxy, and it's actually real interesting. Again, restoration fields being brought out and a lot of bodies. Again, the closer you are to where the final fight happened, the easier it is that you're gonna be healing things.
I want to see where he is, though. I want to see the status of Azraid.
I don't even know where he is.
Yeah, I think he was still close to Nova Bazaar during the last battle, though. And Oxy is not even afraid of this fight that could happen right now. Peanut is just trying to stay alive inside the zone as long as he can. Oh no! Azraid's starting to move. That's not a good spot right now. He needs to
Desperation.
find another body, and he can't find anything.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little hard. I don't know, man. Bro is gonna be.
Okay,
Yeah,
he doesn't
he's
have any more
desperate. He has
medkits.
the Medi-X, he has the restoration field again. It should extend him for a little bit longer, but he does have a
He's
couple of
dead.
houses that he has to search.
Yeah, look at what he's doing. Very smart here that they're using the divulge just to scan the area. Maybe there's somebody around the area that they could look for. But right now, because of that information, they know that that somebody is so far away. And there you go. Kitsune taking the win there. That's another win for this squad.
2-map win coming from Kitsune. Some decisive victories in the first 2 maps as well. Gotta love it. I think we're expecting definitely Kitsune here to be at the very top of our scoreboard for Group D. Now the question is, who will be joining them in the upper half of Group D?
Kitsune winning again. I think this will put them to like a 100-point mark, which is really far away from all the other squads that we have here in this group. That's gonna be where the problem lies, is how this is gonna work out for the other groups because of the amount of points that Kitsune had. This is a great spot to be in.
Yeah, definitely a great spot to be in, knowing that it is a cumulative number of points, right? And compared to the rest of your group, you've taken the lion's share of the point economy, so to speak, right? Because the number of frags they had, the number of high placements as well. And I think in Group A, the highest we had was somewhere around 70 or 80. But if Kitsune are able to break 100 here in the semifinals today, what's to say that they're not going to continue to be top 1 at the end of the second series that they have to play today?
Yeah, they have a lot of things that they need to adjust here for this group, because this is a group that was very chaotic. Everybody was trying their best to get as much kills as they can. And you know what? That is the reason why PC is so fun, because people are looking for kills, people are trying, they're taking risks, and that is the reason why they have low scores. I mean, you know what? I that's honest work, if you ask me. That's what I want to see. That type of honest work, in where they find kills and not just find the placements in the end.
Yeah, I mean, again, the problem that has been plaguing us ever since the advent of the Siana meta has been just the unwillingness of these teams to actively pursue fights. Right? And because of that, some respawners don't get used at all. Some teams not even having had the time to fight before going all the way into the last engagement, where we saw, I think, map number 1, we sorry, in Group A, for example, we had the outro blitz with 2 players and 1 kill take away map number 1, right? And it's been it's that specific thing that throws off the balance of nature when it comes to Farlight 84.
That's true. That's true. And from what happened during the start of this matches, though, is that we've seen that everybody's trying to destroy the respawners really early on. I want to see how much points 2319 got just from risking in taking battles against Kitsune the whole 3 rounds. But you know what? Just for the trivia of the day, 2319, I just realized that it's the alphabet and it's W and S.
Which is White Sock, yes.
Yeah, which is... I have been hearing that when I watched the movie, but I didn't know that that's what it meant. I just thought it's like a code for something. Well, it's a code for something.
It is a code for something.
Which is White Sock, which is literally what they saw. They screamed 2319.
For those of you out there, I think we're revealing our age a little here.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That was one of my 2 a.m. thoughts, though. Like, why is it 2319?
Yeah, why did this number
why
in
not,
particular?
Yeah, why not 2319? They said it like it's a letter, and it is actually a letter, which is that is very smart. That is very smart.
Way too smart now, but things getting a lot more interesting here at the end of Group B. I think we're going to be looking forward to how these teams stack against each other, right? Because sometimes the top of Group A is maybe weaker than the bottom of Group B. You never know.
Yeah.
It's all going to depend on how everything pans out. And, on top of that, right, it's how consistent these teams are. Kitsune might be the top team here in their first series, but maybe the 3 maps have taken a toll on them. Maybe they're tired in their second series for the day. Maybe the teams that have needed a warm-up, like maybe Powerhouse Fanboy, who have been a little bit closer to mid, maybe they're a late game team that pops off in their second series of the day as well. So we're going to be looking forward to that later on the stream.
And that's what you do expect here for this squad, though. As you said, the power rankings, the power struggle of the squads that we had here is very apparent, especially for Group A and Group B. I think it's gonna be very different once we shuffle this back up, because the nature of everybody of Group A and Group B, very different. Once we shuffle it, it's gonna be chaos. How is Group A gonna be dealing with this high octane, high kill group when they get paired up with Group B? That's gonna be the question that we have to answer once we go to those groups. So that's gonna be the question. I am excited for that.
Yeah, it's the chemistry. It's not just the chemistry of the teams within the team, right? It's the chemistry of the lobby as a whole. When you have a catalyst, a very volatile team like, say, for example, Mantas, who are willing to just take the fights, and you put them in an environment that's a lot more patient, what happens? Do they get punished? Do they just run over everyone else, right? There's so many questions that are looking for answers when we switch it up. And on top of that, right, this is only the semifinals. We have more happening tomorrow, which is it's a best of 5 series, which is a lot longer. You need more consistency over a longer series like that. So there's so many different elements to what's like unfolding in front of us right now in the PC division, knowing that the pressure is on, right? We're gonna crown the PC champions for season 3 tomorrow.
Yep, and that is gonna be the top here for PC finals, and then we have like a 2-week break before we go into the mobile division. So I hope we get some hot fixes before we head into the mobile finals. But what's great about the mobile division now is the mobile division is a lot more aggressive now, just because of the fact that they don't play Sianas in the mobile division. Whenever we see a Siana, it's like 1 or 2 squads who try to clutch it out in the end. But most of the time in the mobile division, the game takes so long anyway, and you can't heal out the squads that are gonna be in the end.
Yeah, the thing is a lot more interesting, especially when you look at it from a macro lens, right? Because we have so many different play styles, so many different hero comps, so many different gun preferences. We're seeing the defender being used again, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen the defender in a couple of weeks, and just so many things that are just left up to the the creativity and the skill of these players and how they want to shift the meta in a different direction for this season. And now's the chance. Now is the time, actually. Now's the time.
Oh.
Now's the time for these guys to like actually pull everything from their toolbox.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
you can't leave anything in there. Throw out the 3M tape, bring out the hammer, bring out the hacksaw. Everything, every tool that you need to be able to secure a win, because you can't be mid now. You can't be at the bottom now, because tomorrow you'll be gone.
No, yeah. Being at the bottom really is way harder, because remember the amount of points that we had for this group overall. I mean, we've seen Group A, we've seen Group B. Group B has a lot less points because they risk taking the fights. But once we head into the later stages, I think lower B, you know what? This is a hot take, but I think lower B has a chance against Group A. I think if ever they fight against upper A, they might be able to get at least in the middle of the pack there, which is a good spot to be in.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think. Like, it's kind of like a rock paper scissors situation, wherein some certain play styles work better against other play styles.
Yeah.
But of course, that's a theory crafting, right? We've been yapping on here for quite a few minutes. We're gonna go to the highlights. See you guys in a bit. Breathe.
Take a look at the round standing for the squad. I've seen it. No Fear got eliminated really early. Kitsune stayed at the top here. So it's going to be a rocky one now, because Ghost No Fear losing just means that they are going to be out of contention for the top 2 spot. Azrate though. Woo!
Okay. NZ4 Paragon, they're now in the top 4.
Ooh, is this enough for me to snip more of that copium? I want to see the whole picture here for Group B, because maybe I was right all along.
Yeah, maybe there's a little bit more hope for our picks. I mean, we asked for Z4 Paragon and Azrate, who were kind of middling in the first 2 maps, but now they are closer to the top. So we're gonna see that later on. This is, by the way, for those who don't know, this is specifically for map 3. We're going to be looking forward to more of that scoreboard earlier, but I want to take a quick look at the meta here for map number 3. We'll see if anything changed, actually. And, we're at the same. We're tied at the Young with 15 times picked. 1 Young on each team, 1 Siana on each team, of course. Dockside replacing Maggie in this regard this time around. It looks like a lot of people did choose to have the health and the cover of a Dockside over a Maggie for this round. And the White Dwarf continuing to assert dominance over the VSS for this 3rd map.
Yeah, people have been loving this though, especially the Young and Siana. They have been played a lot more. Dockside people have went back, but Uzi being played is always gonna be great on the top 3 of this of this pool that we have. People love this a lot more than the AK. Maybe in the mobile division, we'll have a very different meta because the AK is going to be way easier to use there. But the MVP of that game is going to be Amari, very well deserved. This guy has been making highlight reels since the start of Group B.
I mean, it's absolutely insanity the way Amari's playing, right? One singular magazine on the White Dwarf can take down 2 people. And you can see here, headshot percentage is 17%. Knowing the fire rate of a White Dwarf being an SMG, being, if I'm not mistaken, the fastest fire rate SMG here, still having a 70% headshot percentage. I think that's also testament to just being able to skill issue around your opponents, you know.
That is true. That I really do agree that the skill of this group is definitely uncanny. And a really scary part about how they play for Kitsune is, you know what? They said it on the interview. They don't really need a lot of practice. They just need to go for the weekly qualifiers, and that is their own practice. And it is enough for them to stay at the top here. Will they be able to get the top score, or at least the top 1 now? Last time, top 2, cutting it short, it was close during the last season, so they still have a chance this time around.
Yeah, I think for them right now, Kitsune, it's a question of whether or not they can carry this kind of momentum over into the finals, knowing that they're going to be, again, going against the best of the best here. We have roster locks active here for the semifinals, so there's not going to be any roster hijinks moving to tomorrow. And of course, that'd be too late at that point. Now, so question is whether or not someone can upset them. Will they be able to keep this up when we shuffle the groups later? There's just, again, there's so much in the air right now. Like, you know, you can smell some adobo, some sinigang, and whatever else everyone is cooking here, and it's just like, are we looking for more healing? Are we looking for more fights? Are we looking for more duck sides? Are we looking for more Maggies? We don't know, right? Because will they, again, do they adjust? Do they double down on their current strategy for the group?
That's the question, though. But let's see. Let's take a look at this first, everyone. Let us take a look at the Reapers. Oh, wait.
Wow.
That's 3 people fighting for the spot here. Peanut and Amari are fighting each other for this number 1 spot right now.
Followed up, actually, you also have Bethel here with 16 total kills over our 3-map series, which is surprising, right? We talked about Ghost No Fear having not the best performance in map number 3, but despite that, right? Look at the number of kills. Again, 3 out of the 4 members of Kitsune up here, half the members of No Fear. And hey, you've got the Azwraith here, we got the Z4 Paragons as well. Oh wait, no, that's Ivy League. Sorry, I looked at the wrong logo.
How much did we get from the last one, though? The last one, we didn't have this amount of kills from the players, though, because the last group, I think the total kills that is the highest was 12, and then the next one there was 10, and it's crazy how this group just has 16 for 3 players, and that's crazy. Group standings, let's take a look at it. I really do think that everybody's close. Look at that. Kitsune is the only outlier of this group. Azwraith, oh man, they got to the top 3. Woo! Woo. It's a good thing I sniffed that copium right there.
Yeah, the hopium is in high stock right now. Kitsune topping here with 116. That's almost double of the top 2 for this group. And that's insane, right? Because again, for those of you not familiar with the format, your points total overall will be accumulated up until the end of today, after the groups have shuffled, after you played 6 maps, and then we'll arrange them from top to bottom. The top 15 will be the ones making it to tomorrow's grand final.
What's funny about Here Suave, though, is once we saw the group rankings later on, I don't know if we're gonna be seeing everybody's rankings after this. The funny part is Kitsune is at the top. The highest points that we had for Group A is 84 and 83. Then most of this is gonna be on the top of Ghost No Fear until the other squads, because most of the points that we had from Group A is a lot closer, and the discrepancy is uncanny. top 1 to top 3 from the side of Group B. We have them here, yes, but until the top 6 of Group A, they had the lowest, which is 51 points. It is close. Look at Ivy League. Ivy League only has 48, which is the top 4 of this group. It's crazy how so far away the kills are. It's like a 50. It's like high risk, high reward for Group B.
Yeah, I think again we talked about like the economy of kills that you can get. 'Cause you can only get so many kills in one map, right? There's only a limited number of players, and it goes on and on over 3 maps. These guys were a little greedy, right? Kitsune got really greedy, got really angry, woke up and chose violence for the entire 3-map series, and now they're standing at 116 points. The only team to be able to secure 3-digit point line for the first series of the day.
Man, it's actually crazy that we have here Kitsune still on this one. I think it was season 1 or even season 2 in where we saw them that have this good amount of points in the end. It's just that they aren't able to close it out. So I hope Kitsune right now, they're closer and closer to that trophy spot for their side. I hope they get a championship this time around, because I was full support for Kitsune and Mantas during season 1 and season 2, but they were not able to get the top spot here. But now in season 3, there's a bigger chance that they can win here.
I mean, the current way that Kitsune have been really playing, right? I think they're just built different. Their skill floor is arguably higher than some teams' skill ceiling. When you think about it, right? If Kitsune can keep this up all the way up until tomorrow, I would not be surprised if they actually do get themselves in the top 3, or even if they go ahead and get a championship spot. Because again, in season 1, season 2, a lot of our predictions, I do have an image in my mind of like the talent predictions we had last season, where everyone's predictions were on the board. And I remember so many of us picking out Kitsune and being disappointed when they got overtaken by Naos towards the end of last season.
Yeah, most of the time whenever we go to this prediction, I always pick like the top 2 to 5. Whoever is in the top 2 to 5, I'm gonna pick, because everybody's gonna pick the top 1. So what I do is always I pick the top 2 to 5 just in case they topple over the top 1 spot. In the mobile division, it didn't work, because Execration and NCG took the top 1 spot every time, which is honestly expected. But in the PC division, you can get away with it, because the top 2 to 5 spot, or rather the top 1 to 5 spot, everybody's close when it comes to the skills from these players that we have.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just so beautiful the way they're playing in like this, the evolution of this Kitsune roster over time. We're seeing Ivy League right before our eyes give a metamorphosis about what's going on. Map number 1 versus map number 2, night and day difference. And then you've got the likes of Ghost No Fear, who have fizzled out after their first good performance today. So again, to be looking forward and be very excited for what's gonna be going on in our last 2 series of the day when we do have the shuffle come in. And wow, I just don't know, right? Because when you mix it up, sometimes it explodes, sometimes it doesn't.
That's really true. That's really true. But again, everybody, hey, we are now gonna go to the interview. We're gonna be talking to Kitsune. We're gonna be talking to Peanut from Kitsune. So everybody, we're gonna be throwing you to the Tagalog broadcast to hear the interview.
Ay, si Kapitan pala to eh.
Hello.
Hello, Kuya Peanut. Ay, ako yung Snoops. Kuya Snoops, kumusta?
Hello. Okay lang po.
Ayan. Kumusta naman ang confidence niyo moving in? Kasi nakatupit na kayo. Ito bang sa criss-cross match niyo ba, feeling mo makakadami ulit kayo?
Dami kami. Sobrang taas po ng confidence ng team ko right now. Feeling ko makakadami pa rin. Tuloy-tuloy lang namin yan.
I like the confidence, ha?
Binoto ko kayo, ha?
Oh, may pagbabanta. Ito, moving forward, doon sa ating criss-cross match, meron ba kayong team na, let's say, kinatatakutan or team na na-challenge kayong mas makasagupa?
Halos lahat naman eh. Pero hindi ko kasi nakita yung sa kalaban namin sa Christmas match. Hindi ko alam kung anong team. Pero halos lahat naman.
Mhm.
Di, malakas din naman sila.
Grabe.
So magpapakita ka na ba sa on-site LAN event?
Pwede. Hindi ako magpakita.
Ay, dapat ang sagot dyan, oo, kasi magcha-champion
Oo!
kami.
Kasi
Ganun
sasabitan kami ng medal, ganun.
Oo, ganun yung
Pwede.
graduation. Pero ayun, Snoops, good luck sa inyong crisscross match. May mahaba pa ang araw nyo, kaya go. Pagpahinga na muna and congratulations once again for surviving yung inyong Group B. Thank you, Snoops.
Thank you.
Thank you po. Bye-bye.
You know what? He's like playing Pinoy Henyo. All the answers was pede. And you know what? What's funny about that is that most of the time, whenever people say that in Pinoy Henyo, you don't get the clear picture of what you want for the category. But again, that was a good answer. She wants to. The confidence that they have is still there. They're gonna be fighting against lower A, which is, you know what? You shouldn't be afraid. Or Group A lower.
Fair. I think Group A is one of those groups that has smaller variance of skill compared to Group B, right? Where you have this huge gap of skill between teams. So I think they should be pretty safe moving into the next half, unless, you know, again, we never know. Maybe these guys actually pop off and knock out the upper Group B players.
That is true. Also, one of the things that I love about this format, though, teams at the top have advantage always because they're going to be fighting the lower teams at the other group. What I'm really scared of is for the top 7 of Group A because they have to fight against Group B. This Group B fought toe-to-toe against everybody except for Kitsune. Kitsune was just at the top. But all the people here, the scores are super close to each other in Group B that I'm scared for Group A because they might get surprised by everybody at the bottom here because everybody was punching back in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, like when you saw the score lines earlier, the discrepancies of 1 or 2 points between the teams that are have been in that lower part of the scoreboard for Group A, right? It makes you worried because if you're not the top of your group and you're closer to mid, what if the mid of Group A and you're in Group B turns out to be so much better than you and the rest of the teams in your group as well?
Yeah, that is really true. But for Group B, I think I could definitely say Group B is a bit stronger compared to Group A. I honestly thought that Group A is the stronger team, but from what we've seen from the performance of Group B, it's scary. But also, you also said it a while ago, there's gonna be a different layout.
The chemistry,
once we go there, yeah. That's why in this group, let's see how it is gonna go. Pure Chaos Group B versus Group A who has been just more
patient.
chill. Yeah, they have been a lot more chill. But hey, everybody coming up next is going to be Upper A, Lower B, and we're going to see what Group B and Group A are made of once we see them mixed up.
Yeah, man, things are gonna be real spicy. You know, it's a question of whether or not who is able to adapt to the play style better of the teams from the other group, because, you know, again, it's the game of rock paper scissors. You never know what you're gonna get, and it depends on how you're able to react to the rest of the lobby. But with that being said, we're gonna go to a quick break. It's me, just here with Dash, signing off here for the semifinals. We'll see you guys later.
This is where sagas are made. Welcome back, everyone, to Farlight 84 Philippines Championship Season 3 for the PC semifinals. My name is Infinity, and together with me is Kali.
It's going to be another amazing battle that we're going to be approaching up ahead, right? It's a chance for these top teams to maintain their spot at the top 15 for the grand finals, and also a chance for redemption for the teams that found themselves starting off the back foot today on the first two groups that we had. And yeah, amazing gameplays awaits us for this Group C that we got.
Yeah, we just saw a glimpse of that a while ago in Group A and Group B, and those groups are stacked. And what we have mentioned last week, and what we are going to emphasize right now, that all stakes are on the line. These are going to be the last two series, last two chances for any of these teams to come through to the finals.
Yeah, if you think the first two groups are insane, right? It's just about to get more intense because it is going to be determining whoever's going to make it to the top 15. But for now, on our semifinalist teams for the upper A and the lower B, we got the top 7 from Group A and the lower 8 of Group B piled into one team, filed into one lobby, and they got themselves, 3 maps of action heading into today.
Yeah, 3 maps of action, 3 games of chances and opportunities to stack up points. And these will be the last chance for these teams once again to be able to crawl themselves into the top 15. I believe that will be going through into the finals tomorrow, which will be an amazing chance once again for any of these teams to create their saga and hoist the championship title here in the PC division.
Yeah, now if you're a part of the upper A, you would want to maintain a solid consistency in terms of finding those eliminations and placement points. But if you are at the lower edges of the groups here, especially for teams like Eternity, Ethereals, Team Kia, Sumpaki, Zebulon Gaming, 2319, Auza GT, and Equinox, you need to be able to output 200% of your performance heading into this. But it's tough because you got the top teams from Group A fighting up against you.
It will definitely be tough, especially considering that right now, the group that we are in is stacked, and 2 of the best teams that is coming through into Group C, or well, upper A, lower B, will be Mantas Esports and Nuestra Fam.
Yeah, now we take a look at their stats, right? The head-to-head for Manta Esports and Nuestra Fam obviously going to be exactly the same, but the top 3 appearances just been amazing for Mantas Esports, especially at the Group A where they managed to score, so much of these points off of placement, right? 51 points from them, and they tallied 33 kills in there as well. Kind of very similar to what we have for Nuestra Familia, who, is obviously making a lot of heads-up gameplay with Sayasho and Full Clip in there for the team and scoring all of those frags. They managed to take that top 2 spot at Group A, challenging Powerhouse and 2319 at the higher rankings of Group A.
Yeah, and this speaks a lot, right? 100 top 3 appearance compared to the Nuestra Fam having 66.7, and that just speaks a lot of volume onto the consistency of Mantas Esports coming here today.
Yeah, I want to see them actually pull a lot of, consistency here, especially for Mantas, who we saw has been playing for FPC since the start, right? Season 1, they placed 7th. Season 2, they placed 9th place. And I believe this is the best moment for them to absolutely bring it home with the amount of performance that they're getting from Jay Wayne and Pew Pew. But I want to know what your prediction is here, Infi, because we got 2 predictions lining up for map number 1. I did not see yours, but you're voting for Powerhouse Esports. Okay, yeah, okay.
Powerhouse Esports has a long history right now in FPC. They are one of the favorites coming out of Season 2 as well. So right now, jumping into Season 3 rather, no doubts about them. I think they will be able to take at least 1 game out of these 3 games.
I can't agree more. Powerhouse PC just created the Avengers, right? The Season 1 MVP that is going to be Rookie, and now's Esports AIM. Season 2 Finals MVP combining into one squad, and they did pull up, the number 1 ranking heading into the knockouts and approaching the semifinals. They definitely can pull it off, but I still believe Mantas Gaming can really pull in a lot of these eliminations here in this coming group that we got prepared, but only God knows, right? This is going to be very elite in terms of performance from these other squads that are looking to try to bounce back after, starting off the back foot.
Definitely reasonable, considering how Mantas Esports performed over even in the past groups and the last weeks. They are absolutely fantastic as a team. They are insane players coming into FPC. So definitely one of the teams to really watch out for. So we'll see. You know what? It may be the caster's curse that can come into fruition, or it can lead into success for these teams here today. But aside from that, we talked about Mantas Esports, we talked about Noestra Fam, and also Powerhouse to be included into some of our predictions and some of the teams to watch. But also 2319 is another team that is here today in Upper A, Lower B that will be dominating in FPC.
Yeah, you cannot underestimate this 2319 squad, right? I mean, this was the former team that took the 5th place back when they were part of Digital Devils last season. So it's going to be interesting. How are they going to match up against the lower B groups and the upper rankings here in Group A that was played earlier? So now we get to play our first map of this matchup, Thunder Realms, map number 1 in B.
You told it already. We're jumping into map 1 here in Thunder Realms for the semifinals Upper A, Lower B for the PC division, as we have Sight Automatas, one of the best teams coming here into this group. Center off it all, and expectations are for this capital path to be leaning more towards the northern side.
Oh, that's kind of unfair for teams dropping at the storage base, the institution, and the lab. But you're gonna have a good time if you are dropping at the transport port, right? So this might just call for some alternate drops for this some of the teams that we got playing here today, right? But obviously, it is still looking like Powerhouse PC, the most favorite team to win it all, right? Still dropping at their initial spot at the Pioneer Center. You got Sealed at the transport port. Also got Dream PC at Refinery. Now, Mantas is still gonna stick their roster, right? Right by the lab is where they go.
Yeah, this is where they are currently going through traditionally. And there is a disadvantage coming into these spots onto a long distance away from the capsule pad. We have emphasized this before in the mobile division in the first couple of weeks here in FPC, that the disadvantage is compared to the teams that drop initially aggressively into Thunder Realms is that you are going to have that time discrepancy on not being able to go for the loot as soon as possible.
Yeah, you can see it at the storage base. GG always finds themselves with a lot of these gunfights early, and that has been causing this team a lot of bad gameplays, right? I mean, they averaged 11 earlier, but we're gonna touch up on them later on. Let's take a look at Noestra, who had Seiyosho obviously tearing it apart earlier with a total of 12 kills on Group A. So definitely some player that you want to watch out for, as he's got that aim to laser everybody up.
He's got the talent, he's got pretty much every single thing that he asked for is on Seiyosho. We'll see if he can perform here, considering that this is the best team that we have remaining matchup here with the PC division. Once again, emphasis on a lot of stakes on the line for these teams. A possibility to enter the top 15 for the finals tomorrow, or dreams that will be crushed as well because only 15 can come in.
Yeah, it's a go big or a go home moment right now, especially if you're a team at the lower 8 from Group B, right? You need to play as great as you can on these 3 maps of faction, and you gotta give it your all to be able to take one battle at a time to go up against this Juggernauts that's coming in from Group A. And speaking of Juggernauts, right, Powerhouse PC did not have it easy at that Group A. Only averaged 16 kills on the 3 maps that they played, and aim was nowhere to be found on the Reaper department. So this team really needs to bounce back and get a lot of these altercations headed into their battles right away.
They have to find success. Equinox is on their crosshairs. But you have aim now jumping through, have sights on them. Having them peek, but blinding Mark will just push out the disadvantage here onto aim. Needs his teammates to follow up. Goes down. Now with a Victor Roshan gives a lot of advantage for Equinox. One goes down already as aim is knocked down. Now Smokes gives time for delay. Have to go into the reset for Equinox this time. But they just get eliminated. Powerhouse just pincered them out of the building.
Yeah, this is nice, especially if you're this team, right? Obviously, you need aim to be there to tank all the damage since he's the dark side user, but you need someone to actually get that retrace back up against them, right? And they managed to do so, and now that squad is being attacked by Alda GD, another team coming from lower B. They get that third-party engagement successfully initiated to find themselves their first 2 kills.
So amazing that they were able to find the right timing, find the perfect time to be able to go in and infiltrate onto the right moment we're in. It was Powerhouse who wanted the heads of their opponents, wanted the heads of Equinox, and they just came right through and stole away the possibility of that elimination. Right now, you have the dark side going in with the knockoff, with the summit crush onto Alza. They want to punch back.
Yeah, this is not great if you are the squad, right? You're just trying to aim for the throat here. It's a go big or go home. You win this battle, you're gonna get all the resources from the Pioneer Center, where we saw Powerhouse drop in. That right now, Speed cannot handle the heat. Eric, last guy standing, it's a 1v1.
Neko has the advantage here. He has the shields. He has the HP. Wherein Joe Eric doesn't have anything. Has to go in for resets for now. This is advantage, or well, rather advantage of having this Diana. You can just go in with the Mediax and the Restoration Field and gain a lot of advantage in terms of those HP regeneration. But we'll see. You have the high ground coming in from Drew Eric. One down already. But it's a 3v1 situation, not in his favor here, but aim comes down at the right time, brings it down to a 2v2. That will bring it down. That will make it an advantage for Powerhouse. They go in, they pressure, they go aggressive, a 2v1 pincer maneuver, and Powerhouse comes out on top.
Yeah, that's a nice backup coming in from the skies. AIM definitely had the right timing there to get those eliminations from the trailing players behind that attack from Powerhouse. That was too close though for them, because one elimination could have led to them just placing 15th if they did not win their gunfights, but still going to be a recontest drop here as Equinox. They drop at where they got exactly eliminated at, so this is not going to be a great spot for them right now as they're facing the round of Dream PC, and right beside is Powerhouse, who just won a gunfight up against Auza.
There's literally a do-or-die situation coming from this team. No respawners left available for them. Now Dream PC wanting to go in for the fight up against Equinox. Will have to face Durant, and now one remaining. Asoy, 1 HP left. He will get pressured, and Equinox will put them to the ground. But how long can they stay here as there are still 2 teams just beside them? Powerhouse waiting for that pressure. Now Antoine fell down, knockout. Powerhouse wants their heads.
Yo, Powerhouse is just going in for the beatdown here, man. 8 kills already for them.
And now Sienna have nowhere to go, have nowhere to run. Powerhouse with 9 kills already are not stopping here today.
Yeah, Auza still trailing behind Powerhouse PC. All of this early engaged. Do you think it's really gonna pay off, right? It's the very main question that they have to ask themselves, because 2 of their members are waiting for a revive. Auza is just right beside. They got all their members alive, and they can just go in for the flood and overrun Powerhouse PC with their numbers.
A new Reaper has arrived.
For Auza, because they know the 2 members are already down, or else an altercation happened just a while back. Now they could just stay put, guard the bodies, and not give anything away to Powerhouse, not their teammates, and nor the spoils of war as well. And Auza GD just came right through like thieves in the night, getting the loot away from Powerhouse.
Yeah, that's nice. Gunfights right in there, right? But on the kill feed, you see Noestra and Madison were just going at it, and Noestra has been winning all of the gunfights here so far. So curious to see where Mathis is leading up here right now, because they are losing their respawn pods early. So a potential, incomplete squad for Mathis Gaming if we do not see them actually win their gunfights from the challenges that they're gonna head up next.
And now looking back at Eternity, looking at the flip side of this game. Yeah, level 5 shield already for Joss, level 4 shields across the other members here. So Eternity is on a good spot.
Yeah. You know that Group B is stacked earlier when you got Eternity placing 8th, right? At the rankings. They were not having it easy. And it took them a lot of time to figure out the facing and exchange of gunfights, but they managed to have a great start in here today. So looking forward to the potential implication of those level 5 armors as they try to engage up against these tougher opponents that will be right beside them at the Rocky Zone, right? For now, though, for Zild, still stuck at the transport port. No one really loves to engage them at the moment.
But they don't have to move. They are on a good position. They have a POI. They have buildings to hide on. And the save zone is in their favor. And at this point, they are on a good position. They are on a prime position out from this game, especially if they want to play it late. They're more towards the edge of the zone, which is a really, really good position for them to hide on.
Oh no, we got the XG now on your screen, right? This team started on a high note at Group A, but scrambled right after, right? How do you go from taking number 3 from Group A at map number 1, then eating a number 13 in a 6th placement right after? So they really need to tighten up their, their battles, as they really need to really play for those placements to get at that higher ranking. Now round 3 is going to be closing in once again. Circle's going to get defined even further, and some of these teams are just eyeing out for that gatekeeping moment, especially for a team like Damon.
Powerhouse gets eliminated. That will be ZebGG who gets their heads. The bounties on Powerhouse. they are eliminated out of this map 1. And I guess, you know what? Caster's Curse, do it.
Now we're waiting just for Mantis Gaming to showcase themselves, right? They are still complete at the moment, which is kind of a saving grace, but all these other squads that have been able to build up to level 5 armors has just been getting away with it so easy, right? Damon, Eternity, few players with level 5 armors, and this is still a squad that finds themselves in a nice spot within this circle. And obviously speaking, these lower B teams, they are upsetting some of the top dogs that we got from Group A.
There's just a characteristic of today. Semi-finals, it's the best of the best. This is pretty much all teams that are stacked, all teams that are the tip of the mountain, the tip of the top, right? And these will be the game changers for every single team. The best team that will be able to adapt into the situations wherein you're fighting up against the teams that are the favorites coming into this game will be the ones who will come out on top.
Oh, you got Eternity now and ZebZG, I believe, going into the gunfight here. Right beside is Noestra, so this team is caught into a bit of a pinch. Eternity needs to fight for a position.
Eternity trying to fight up against their opponents here. ZebZG already lost 2 members. They're going down one by one. Only one left standing here, and Eternity is catching them. Turret Rock will not save you, and Magnus shall fall in the hands of Eternity.
Yeah, the Eternity just took down ZebZG, the team that took down Powerhouse PC, who had so much loot heading into this matchup. So now they're very stacked, and they need to see this gunfight happen. And he really favoring them at the moment. 6 kills heading into this, but they cannot be too, safe because there's a lot of teams still trying to iron off for their throat.
Oh, Mary just fell down out of the zone. The take damage just placed him to the ground. Only one left standing here for the team, for Auza, to be able to keep the miracle, to make their dream still alive and make it happen here. Well, Eternity still stacked here, goes in for the revive, and level 6 shield already for Butcher.
Yeah, nice. That's nice. Very well for them right now because Butcher is going to have a lot of those resources. A 1v1 up front. Nate is going to get eliminated. I don't think that they will be alive for too long as they will be the 10th team to be eliminated at round number 1. So much of this gunfights, so much of this upsets happening at the start, and Eternity arising from the very bottoms of lower B and trying to take over round number 1 of this upper A plus lower B group.
And Dream as well gets eliminated. So much teams already falling down like a domino into this game. We're in. Only a couple of squads will remain. 8 teams remaining into this matchup. We're in. You know what? Your prediction is still up and running. Mantis Esports is still in the game here right now, but how long can it last? Eternity already looking for the heads here for Noestra Fam. Full clip. Doesn't have any clip left remaining here to fight up against Eternity. Already losing their heads. 1 member fell down. 3 more to go for you for Noestra Fam.
Oh, this is automatically an easy battle now for Eternity to take, right? All it takes is those utilities to be invested so that they get this information. Now the divulge scan will be working. They know where these players are at. They just need to get that dock side running as he's still recovering his HP. So Yoshi now goes in for the push.
Noestra Fam is doing a miracle play here. Goes in single-handedly, removes 1 member. Josh already fell down here. Theosho, what can you do? What are you going to make but play for?
Oh my god.
A 1v all, and Noestra Fam eliminates 2 members out from Eternity.
That was such a great play for Siyasha to extend out like that. He was looking like a defender out there, just tanking all the damage, and he has a chance to pull another player away from this position. But he's not going to get away with it. But that grants Noestra 10 kills, and armor's gonna be in Siyasha's hand. Level 6 form now, heading into the round 5 circle.
Well deserved. Siyasha single-handedly changed the tides in their favor. Right now, they're still in the game, and not just that, they got level 5, level 6 shields in their favor. Well, a while ago, they were just setting up level 3 shields.
Now we got
transport port. 3 teams stacked on top of each other.
What? No freaking way. Mantis is still alive, but the resources are not up to par to what Revamp has. And I think this time, they gotta be that third party. They gotta let Revamp take that engage up against Zill, then they can go for that third party.
Such a risky play. Coming into every single team right now here in transport port, because at the end, there could only be 1 left standing. The question is, who will come out on top, especially considering that there are 3 teams still stacked onto Transport Port, and now Nuestra Fam meets Eternity. Butcher goes down. They have found the last remaining member, well, at least the second to the last member here for Nuestra.
They're just tough, very tough there for Eternity, right? Because we thought that they're going to have the highest chance of just taking this one over, but the Nuestra Fam Seiyosho happened, and that guy scored. You know, the top Reaper at that Group A with 12 total kills is definitely one hell of a player. So you don't want to mess up around that guy, especially if it's a 1v1. He can even do a 1v2, right? He just showcased that one a little bit earlier. Now Zild, seems like they're going to force away Revamp. That's going to be nice. Less competition, the more chances of you surviving.
More chances of surviving, and that's the name of the game here. Right now, it's all about placements. It's all about getting those top positions, considering that every single point will count here into the calculations to be able to go into the finals tomorrow. Remember, it's top 15 teams out of 60 here today that will have that chance to hoist the championship title.
And there's a lot, right? A lot to consider. And again, for a team like the Nuestra Fam, who did not even had a grand final spot last season, now is just running loose with so much dominance in Group A and heading into this upper A and lower B group, right? They currently got 2 players with level 6 armors, 11 kills in total. It just will continue to grow if they find more eliminations, as they got a prime spot inside of that zone. Going in for that gatekeeping moment up against squad number 11, that will be Damon just hanging around the corner.
Yeah, can't do nothing, especially with the Nuestra Fam here. They're going in to destroy those syrup trucks as well, which will deny the mobility capability of Damon here. They have sights on them. Right, Drew. Changes their position. Damon's still not in a good spot here.
Yeah, it's all about the covers here that you need to mention here, right? Nuestra has tons. They got a lot of sanctuaries, but for Damon, they gotta fight through scraps and through tactical chests, which is not a lot of optimal cover that you got. So you gotta move and rotate around as fast as you can.
Damon now pushing in by. Can't even do nothing. He just goes in for Summit Crush with 2 players coming in from the Nuestra Fam. Meets him in the eye. And just a second after, he regrets that decision, and now he falls down. The Nuestra Fam still 4-man stack. It's a 4-man team still up and running. And now you have full clip going in, full charge onto RZ.
Yo,
There's
that's
just no
unfair.
chance of escape.
Yeah, that's just unfair. Full clip head, just that 1v1 to the bag right now. That grants them 14 kills. Number 1 spot for them at the moment. And if they can get those placement points correctly, they might just be able to pull away such a huge lead heading into map number 2, right? But still got a lot of teams alive here. 8 squads remaining. One of them are going to be at the lower at the moment, right? Not a lot of kills for these teams. And another one will be eliminated. At this time will be Sopaki.
Very unfortunate here. And at the moment, I believe the best decisions here, especially for Nuestra Fam, considering that they have already stacked up 15 kills, they have to take at least top 5, top 3 even, if they could have the opportunity to do so, because this gives you a lot of points. Placement difference makes a huge effect to how many points you're able to accumulate. So that, I think, is one of the best decisions here for Nuestra Fam if they want to get as much points as they can here in game 1.
Yeah, 3 squads that's going to be around the side of the Nuestra. Definitely not going to be great attacks for them at the moment. Every angle that they take, there's going to be gunfights.
And we'll see. There's no more shields left for Serendipity. Revamp has sight on them as well. This is a problem because the Nuestra Fam only has 3 members, and now Serendipity is gone as well. So it's 2 against all here for Nuestra Fam, with Seiyosho gone. Who can make the miracle happen for Nuestra Fam? Now Revamp losing one of their members, 2019 as well. Having to match up against Revamp, there's so much kills going on left and right. At this point, it's beyond a battle across the board. Manta still stacked up on top of each other, having sights onto Revamp. FTDK already fell down up against full clip. The trade goes back, but Ragnar biting up against them.
Nice.
But is this enough? As Mantis is still living with 3 players left.
Yeah, 4 squads. I mean, they're the only one that has a lot of numbers within this battle, right? Revamp. They only got Haruki in there. That is a Sayana that will be taken down by Jay Wayne. It's a race to take the number 1 spot, and who takes it? It's Mantis Gaming. securing that one with 25 points off of those placement points as they get this victory. Not a lot of kills though, but they still made it to the top.
May not be the caster's curse here today. It might just be the caster's buff. Kali predicted Mantis Esports and they take the top 1 position. Their capability to be disciplined all throughout the early mid-game and pounce at the right time in the final zone was phenomenal and impressive to say the least, and they take the first win here in the upper A lower B.
Yeah, it's very essential that Mantis, the key point there was patience, right? Because right at that mid-game, Nuestra was able to take down Mantis Esports. They had to wait for their members to be revived back with some of their players, right? And then they just decided to stay at the transport port, let all of these other players go in for the engage. Now, since they were part of that circle, they just let these other squads just go in for those beatdowns, and then they clean it off at the end.
That was the reason why we were saying a while ago that the Western Fam has to play it safe, has to play it a bit more patient comparison to Mantis Esports, that they got the top 1 position, especially considering they have the level 6 shields already, so there are no reasons to force out these fights considering what? There are 5 teams, 8 teams remaining into the final zone.
There's a lot, right? Especially for Nuestra Fam. They are the ones that felt the danger of that last circle to the bone. They were spread out among 3 squads, right? They go up north, they had to face Mantis. They go down the left side, they had to play the fight for revamp. And yeah, so many chaos happened for Nuestra Fam. They did get a lot of kills, but what you really want here is the top 3 placement and higher for you to get a lot of these points to favor you.
Yeah, consistency will be very important here. Getting those top 3 consistent placements into the map will secure you at least like 17 points across the board in each and every single game. And on top of that, you get a lot of kills, similar to how Nuestra Fam was able to execute their game 1 with 15 kills. Unfortunately, was not able to go for the top 3. You could stack up those points and at least secure the top 15 going tomorrow.
Yeah, most definitely right. But, you know, if you want to secure the top 15, if you're one of those favorite teams, I must call this one out, right? Powerhouse Fanboys placed 13th. They only got 12 kills. They only got 1 point off of placement, so they're ending map 1 with only 13 points. So that is such a big blow for a team that we highly figured out to become the better team heading into this Group A upper and Group B lower.
It was really unfortunate. Powerhouse has to face a lot of teams a while ago. It was a huge detriment coming in for themselves. So we'll see what they could adjust. But for now, we'll jump into the highlights and look at what happened in Game 1 here in the Upper A, Lower B. Now looking at the round standings coming in from Game 1 on the Upper A, Lower B, it is Mantis Esports who will take top 1 position with 6 kills and 25 placement points that will net them 31 to start off.
And not bad, right? Not bad for this group for Mantis Esports. They did have 6 kills, which is uncharacteristics, but they still ended up with the highest points out of all the teams that we got playing in round number 1. Definitely was a key decision for them to play patiently heading into the final 3 circles, as they did get eliminated by Nuestra Fam at that mid game. And now Eternity taking the number 2 spot. Very much surprising. They did make up for those placement points, right? They did play at the very end. And more surprisingly, though, if you try to take a look at the round standings here, number 7, Powerhouse Fanboys, only 13 points off of the points that they get for Group A, Map 1.
Yeah, and this is due to the fact that they were able to get 12 kills out from game 1. Really just very unfortunate for them that they have to meet like the third party of a strategy in the early game and when they initially rotated.
Yeah, now we got our top 3 heroes and weapons here. Sienna, Dockside, and Young. Of course, it will be a staple. You need this to sustain your life out there and also dominate the gunfights in terms of crowd control and, scanning for information. What's surprising, though, is the White Dwarf has been picked up 47 times, higher compared to the VSS.
Yeah, it's just too good. White SMGs right now cannot not be part of the weapon loadout. I know that's a bit ironic. It's a bit of a oxymoronic type of statement, but the thing is, SMGs right now are such a huge staple, and it gives you a fighting capability onto those long or short-range, mid-range fights with a fast reload, and that's just very important right now. White Dwarfs and Uzis alike can be utilized early mid-game and even late to that extent.
Yeah, I mean, before it was, if we recall it back into ACC Asia, right? It was the Jupiter 6. Then Season 1 and Season 2 for Farlight 84 Philippines Championship was heavily dominated by the AK-77. Now, this time, the SMGs are the ones that just been lighting it up, especially at the PC division. And when you got a max attachment for that White Dwarf, right, especially for the magazine, it's just a nightmare. And of course, the player that utilizes that White Dwarf down to the T, it's Jay Wayne serving as the MVP.
Yeah, 80% headshot percentage, 984 damage. Sounds like a birthday year, but it's massive coming in from Jay Wayne out from that group for Mantis Esports. And yes, the kills are not as much, but you have to take into account that Mantis Esports did not play aggressive all throughout game 1.
And now that you said it, right, I'm thinking, how old are you now if you are born from 1984, right? You gotta be old or something. But yeah, definitely
It's
interesting because Jay Wayne only had 2 kills,
40
right? But
years old.
this was the guy that, obviously dominated the Group A earlier, where he scored tons of kills for Mantis Gaming. So expect him to do more than 2 kills on map number 2 that will be coming right up next.
Yeah, it definitely is a bit of a struggle here right now, upper A, lower B. And considering those 60 teams, or well, rather 30 teams that were allocated here in the semifinals are split across upper A, lower B, and upper B, lower A, wherein, once again, the teams that we're seeing right now, this is their final chance. This is their last chance to be able to qualify for the finals tomorrow.
So yeah, it's definitely looking like it, right? And Eternity, one of the teams that has been struggling at that Group B earlier, is trying to make up for it by scoring number 2 on the standings that we got here so far. But you guys have been amazing. Now come take a look at this and redeem this code as fast as you can. We got a rare jetpack named Blitz for you guys to be able to redeem.
Yeah, amazing stuff here. Codes being given away by Farlight 84 once again consistently every single time to the viewers watching at home. So once again, thank you very much to the community who has been staying all throughout Season 1, Season 2, and right now here for Season 3 rather. It's much deserved. Those codes, we're giving away some and it's not stopping.
Yeah, most definitely, man. I want to see more of this milestone be owned here by our amazing viewers out there. But before we even give away more codes, we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, it's upper A and lower B, map number 2.
Season 3 PC semifinals. We're back at it again for the upper A lower B matchup, and this time around it will be game 2 as we are moments away coming in from that game. And Kali, game number 1 was a roller coaster to say the least.
Yeah, there was so many chaos happening, right? Teams who were expecting that came off hot at the start was able to dominate and snowball the competition, ended up getting themselves eliminated at that mid game, right? And it all came down to those teams that managed to clutch it up at the end, like Mantis Esports, Eternity, and Aterial. But yeah, predictions that we're gonna be having here. I got Eternity in feed this time because I feel like the performance is just going to get a lot better from this team. I feel like the Group B performance that they had earlier, they just started off the back foot, right? And I believe that first match that they got here for the upper A and the lower B just proves the point, right? Top 2 heading into that map 1.
Yeah, and for me, I'm running it back. Coming in from game number 1, you know what? Powerhouse may not succeed, but you know what team succeeded? It will be Mantis Esports. And coming into game number 2, with that consistency, with that amount of discipline and patience that they have shown us out from that game number 1, this could be a possibility for them to really dominate and continue into map 3 and getting those back-to-back.
Yeah, I really want to see this team go up against Kisun and Daichi already, right? I know we've seen them play at the open qualifiers, but not up against each other right here in where it matters the most, at the semis and heading into the grand finals that will be held tomorrow already. So Mantis Gaming is just building up that potential and the momentum, right, in time for them to head into the grand finals.
Definitely a momentous moment once again for Farlight 84 Philippines Championship, because a champion will be crowned tomorrow in the finals for PC division. But before then, they have to qualify first, and where we are going to see right now the teams that will struggle and the teams that will try to get ahead of the competition. Top 15 teams out of 30 coming in today have the opportunity for the finals tomorrow. But as we jump in to game number 2, we have the capsule path once again leaning towards the northern side of the map.
Yeah, still going to be problematic for teams heading down south, but one thing for sure, they will love to stick their drops as much as they can, right? For Mantis Gaming, it's at the Frog Station, and for the Westra, it's by the lab. ZepGG now this time will have themselves an early gunfight up against Revamp as they go in at the lower right side by the storage base. And for some of the teams that has just been starting the day off, just watching right now, it's going to be Mantis Gaming that is currently the #1 team heading into round 2 of Sanderland Realms for upper A and lower B.
Yeah, they got the top 1 position out from game number 1 here in upper A, lower B. The immediate 25 points accumulation puts them ahead of the curve. Now they just have to show once again how disciplined they are coming out of this game. And I mean, a while ago in game number 1, they did not gain any kills before second to the final zone.
That was interesting because they just stuck their transport port hole. And they definitely had the most cover, especially when the zone was able to favor them. And everybody else was just trying to scramble around 2 buildings that was heavily contested by the 7 other squads that were alive out there. So it was definitely chaotic, especially for a team like the Westra Fam, who did not have it easy as they were caught into a bit of a pinch earlier.
Now, looking at AXG having to side onto Alsa, and we've seen this team a while ago to be one of the most aggressive teams as well, becoming one of the third parties that became such a huge deficit to Powerhouse. So we'll see if AXG can bite them and remove them out from this game and have that capability on stacking up a couple of points here and there. But instead, running away, doesn't want those fights, doesn't want to be aggressive and putting out risk this early on to the game.
Yeah, as much as possible, right? You want to build up your static shield devices, but you're just being pressured here so much that you gotta bring out your vision erosion just to stay alive. And also GT now smelling blood out there, getting all of those scans to work. And now an early gunfight is bound to happen.
Early gunfight currently happening. You have bodies showing up in the kill feed early on, and this time Alza is stuck on a mountain, literally behind a rock place where they can hide anywhere. Now AXG will be able to go through, pincer them out. Having to go in for the flank speed will not be successful.
Yeah, AXG now just trying to play through experience, right? They want to, as much as possible, team up and overwhelm this player to numbers, but Nate just going out here, causing chaos all by itself with the White Dwarf.
White Dwarf capability, Nate just placed him to the ground where he belongs, and
A new Reaper has
AXG
arrived.
lose up against Alza, cannot fight them out in a 4v4.
That was a 1v3 by Nate, by the way. Gives him that Reaper spot, but now Dream PC is up next. They won a challenge, a third-party segment, but Nate is holding his ground out there.
And Mieko loses his life immediately, coming out and pushing in for those engagement. Now it's a 4v3 situation where Alza will be able to get those trade backs. It's a 2v2 situations right now. We'll see if Alza will be able to come out on top up against Dream PC as Mer will fall.
Got so much action at this northern portion of Sunderland Realms, right? Dream PC now going down. It's 23-19. That's going to get them.
They will be able to go in for that one kill. The catapult will not be in favor for Dream PC, and even though he came through into the other side of the islands, he will not have anyone near him to go in for the revives. Now looking back on the flip side of this map, it's Kia up against another team here. It's Squad 10 up against Squad 4 and Squad 11. So much teams right now in the same vicinity.
Yeah, Damon and Kia, they really love to contest Powerhouse fanboys that always drops at the Pioneer Center, and that's really how you want to dismantle a top dog, right? Get themselves involved in those early gunfights. Do not let them get those resources, those tactical devices that is available at the south and the left portion of the Pioneer Center for them to get the level 5 armor. So that's definitely happening right now. Damon, Team Kia has successfully not give Powerhouse fanboys those winning conditions, and has right now been able to pull in a lot of pressure at the northern portion of the map.
So much teams stacked onto the northern side, wherein there are only like two teams rather. It is Mantis Esports and another team only into the southwestern part of the map. So pretty much 13 teams are onto the north and east part of Sunder Realms, and looking at this, chaos may brew here in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, they are not having it easy, right? Earlier, they just placed themselves number 15. You don't want to go end up exactly what you had in that map number 1, so you need to survive out there. But it's the demons that you're going to have to take down this time.
Could Damon be the demons here from the teams they're fighting up against? He already loses one of the members. Carlos has to say goodbye, and now it's one lead. That's Z that will not be able to be successful out from the rats of their opponents in Team Kia against Squad 11 at this point. Oh, that's Damon who's trying to look them up, but the Vision Ocean will buy time for their opponents to fight back and counter-engage.
Yo, we got Noestra now already in vicinity. Sayasho is the guy you want to watch out for. Full clip is there at him. Serendipity will be able to get that kill onto RC. Now they get themselves 2 kills. They want to clean up the place as fast as they can.
We'll see if they're going to be successful as the Westra fam is going for the chase here. Damon trying to run away, but the Westra looking in their backs, trying to chase them down. They are on the hunt. And you have Darkside now going down away from the syrup truck. But Mahal Kita will be successful into going inside the building, but will not be successful in going for the reset, and the Western fam with a perfect time gets the head of Mahal Kita.
Yo, this is exactly what you want to have for the Western fam, right? A team that scored 17 kills on that map number 1 just to get involved early again and just dominate every gunfight and every squad, get those elimination, waste away those respawn pods, and they have been successful in achieving their keys to victories by far. On the other side of the map though, Manta at 23-19 going at it.
And now it's 23-19 who goes into their back. Manta, what can you do here? You only have 2 members left. Jay Wayne trying to look for reset, having a hard time here, but 23-19 forces out the issue. And that will be 23-19 who will beat the best team coming in from the map 1 that we just had. And they're looking for more. They want more kills. They want more has. They want more capabilities to take these win out from map 2. But they will stop for now with 2 kills already to their name. They're happy with it.
Yeah, this time here, I see the other 23-19, right? This time it is the VS squad. They placed 10th earlier, so bad they could not get any thoughts of placement, right? 9 points heading into this map number 2. Really gotta
new
play
Reaper
for
has
the top
responders
3 if they
disabled.
want to have a chance to play at the grand finals. So much gunfight again at the Wind Valley here in the Westra. They got Full Clip and Sayasho having that information on Revamp. They got the high ground, just stacking up their resources before going in for the second wave of gunfight.
Western Fam has information. They have sights onto Revamp as well. The pings are coming in. And Revamp has no clue. You're seeing the pings right now. Full Clip now going in with a full speed charge. Actually going up on top and now have sights onto one of the members for Revamp. Might just be the bait here, waiting for his teammates to come through first before they pounce. That will be the perfect time before Chaos will embrew, but for now, Nuestra still holding their position on the rooftop.
Yeah, Revamp just holding their ground inside there as well. Nice patience for them, but you don't want to go up against the Yasho on a close range engage. Same thing can be said with Full Clip, who's got their white dwarf on a level 4, level 5. They can shred everybody to pieces.
Summit crush, that will be the engaged tool that they are looking for. Their opponents are just crystallized to the ground. They cannot move. And Nuestra Fam, or well, rather Revamp, will lose 2 of their members out from that engage. Another member comes out on top. It's Serendipity. Having sights on them in a 1v1. Will just have to say goodbye. Revamp, 2 members still standing here. Have the capability to beat Nuestra Fam. But the Syrup Truck will not go for the chase.
But that was a very nice gameplay for Revamp, right? AKA Sumpaki. I mean, Aterios, because when Sayasho and Full Clip was able to engage up close, they bring out that vision erosion, countering that close range. Insane gameplay from that Wubbo combo duo from the Westra Fam, and they immediately took them down as fast as they can with their own White Dwarf, and they were able to shred them to pieces. And the Westra Fam did not have it easy at that mid game. They did dominate the start, but they cannot handle the gunfights, and they got themselves off to a very bad spot in map number 2.
Yeah, very bad situation right now here in map 2. 11 teams remaining into this game. See on how these teams will be able to adjust here. Looking at this, 23-19 has to be careful with their steps because they are stepping on eggshells here right now with Team Kia. You also have Team 6, Squad 8 in the horizon. Could potentially go in for the third party at any moment's time. 23-19 will be able to see one of the members here for Kia. Goes in for the springboard. With sights on them, and Fernan will be eliminated. Well, he's knocked out. Those gunshots will be audible from far away.
Yeah, squad number 6, that is AXG. Could have heard that gunfight. Same thing can be said for Mantis Gaming. That is at the institution at the moment, and for them, gotta be patient, gotta be quick now on rotation, because now that they have been spotted here by Eternity, they gotta make their move out the way.
Find a path for themselves into a road to success. You have the zone closing in moments time. 15 seconds remaining before we jump into next round here, round 4. For now, Technically 19 finding a good position inside of the safe zone. Could possibly be just a waiting game for them.
Yeah, again, very unlikely for Mantis to have themselves, again, another passive gameplay heading into that mid to late game, right? Only level 3, they've been taken down at the start, much like what happened to them at round number 1. So it's just about the tactical brilliance and the mental resilience for the squad to be able to bounce back off of that loss, that big loss that dwindled down their odds of winning this map number 2 right now.
The play here is Mantis in this situation wherein they are on a massive detriment, on a massive deficit, disadvantage across the board up against every single team. Currently standing in this game is to wait for other teams to fight first, go for the spoils of war, gain at least those level 4 shields, because at this state, they cannot win up against any team like this.
Yeah. Gotta play that third party. That's why they're on split, right? Get as much as information as they can. Got, you know, those players just spread out around the map could be a big problem for you as well. As soon as you get spotted, they'll instantly can be flooded, and your team might just be waiting for a revive, and that's what's happening for Harvard right now.
You have the jetpack. Oh, The jet sweep just came out all of a sudden. But a blink of an eye, we'll see it's a 1v1 here. It's Nate up against FGG. Can they make it out alive? But FGG brings them to the ground. It's a setback. Who will win it? But the last that's standing here for ZebGG with 1 HP remaining. There's just no hope for him to be able to make it out alive. 9 teams remaining into this game.
Yeah, finally we're seeing some action for Powerhouse PC. This is a squad that placed 13th at map number 1. They did get 13 kills, but not a lot of placement points. That's why they stood at the number 7 spot earlier. Still climbing that leaderboard right now, 19 points at a 6-point differential to the top number 5. So you want to get as much as kills, but you got to take care of your lives out there.
Take care of their HPs, have to take care of their positions.
Oh my god.
They're spread apart. Actually, I do love their positions right now. They are on a god spot and they have the airdrop. They have level 6, level 5 shields. What more can you ask for?
Yo, Powerhouse PC, if you want to be greedy, this is the best time to be greedy, right?
Ooh.
Nice shots for 2319. Yeah, that brings me so much vibes from, oh my god, the Season 1 and Season 2 days where 2319 is just so good with the defender.
Brings back memories of the time wherein defenders are staple in the meta, but this time around, not as much as compared to before, but still have the capability, especially at the level 2 defender. We'll see if that can be capitalized, as VSS is right now one of the favorite guns in the game. Now the final zone, all restated coming into the map, wherein Powerhouse has the best spot here along with Eternity.
Yeah, they just need to stay within the position, right? They can't go in for the gatekeeping moment here. One is holding down the northern portion of the circle, then you got Eternity holding the high ground down at the south. So they are going to be just putting everybody at a bad spot right now. There's 9 squads remaining in there, and there are only 2 squads inside of the next zone.
Yeah, and AIM and VJJ will be able to eliminate a couple of members here by Powerhouse. They're fighting that long-range fights. They just have the capability to do so. 2319 going for the push up against Team Kia. Now goes up above here. What will you do this time around with only level 3, level 2 shields? But will that be enough? Not enough. As that will be Clyde. Pushes them onto the borders of his life. Knockout already. Only 3 situations, but 2319 is still filled with a level 5, level 4 shields across the board, but gets eliminated against the zone. They're just looking for hope. They're just looking for somewhere to go to inside of the safe zone and buy time.
But they can't, because Powerhouse is holding that northern position of the circle. If they go down south, there's just so many teams trying to pull themselves in there, but they are being gate-capped by the boys of Eternity. Revamp trying to stay and survive up against Mantis. They take down the players, and they eliminate Mantis Esports in this final circle.
Just like that, with no shield to be able to run for, that will be the death of them. And now 2319 goes as a third party up against Revamp. There's just nowhere of hope, nowhere to run. There's no chance of winning up against a situation like this, wherein they are stuck inside of a small space and no skills to be able to utilize up against 2319, and that will put them level 6 shields already for 2319.
Yeah, that's just insane, right? How did they get so much of that? It's because they managed to take down Revamp, which was the map number 2 high-fragging team. But now that they're eliminated, right, they took away those resources, and they are at the best chance of just getting a better position out of the Eternity squad that is just kind of spread around the map at the moment.
How Butcher looking for a spot, looking for situations we're in. You can gain an advantage up against 2319. In situations like this, wherein they have split apart in a 3-1 situation, this could possibly give them an advantage if ever 2319 goes out in the open and they find a good footing here. But 2319 looks for a good or better option for themselves as a springboard to enter the safe zone.
Yo, that's just very smart. Essentially, eventually, it is that circle is not gonna favor Eternity for too long, and they're gonna have to help out. So 2319 finding that sanctuary, it is going to be a very crucial move that might just put them in a spot where they can take down Eternity off rotation.
Unfortunate. That will be Eternity, who loses one of their members. This is two of their members. There's so much bodies falling down from possibly the best team that we have seen a while ago, having that prime position, having a God Spot. But at this point, God Spot doesn't matter. What matters is their capability on fighting up against these teams into the final zone. Now Butcher, the last hope, or rather the hope of Eternity, lies on his shoulder. With 2319 having 3 members, I don't think this will be that easy of a task for him to do. Level 6 shields across the board as well on top of that.
2319, I mean, they gotta push Butcher out. They cannot let a third party just be the dagger up against Powerhouse, because you've got that level 6 armors in your hands. Final circle's closing in. It's between 2319 and Powerhouse fanboys.
Now going up above, Powerhouse initiates the push. Stomach crush, knocks up 1-1, goes to the backside with a flank, and Butcher goes down. Eternity is eliminated. 3 teams remaining coming into this game. Powerhouse up against 2319 at this point, with Stomach crush coming in from 2319. No follow-up, no counter engagement. Powerhouse loses 2 of their members. 2319 is on the precipice of success, wherein Drew Eric already goes down.
Yeah.
And they are on a massive beat. The 3v2 situation we're in. Squad 4 and Squad 13 that is playing outside of the zone.
Yeah.
Wants to play for healing, wants to play for delay.
Oh no, 2319, they don't have a Sayana around. So it's either between Powerhouse fanboys and Squad number 13 and 2319 Cebu. So this is such a detriment for 2319, right when you think that they have the best chance of winning this. They did not have a Sayana around, opting for a more aggressive team, a battle-ready one. They got a hat for that medkits, but it's difficult, hard for them to get right back into this.
Yeah, Solo Boy can't do nothing. Rookie have sights and have education where those med packs are going to. Might just get pushed. Solo Boy, I mean, very patiently, not going an inch distance more towards Rookie at this point. Hoping for the possibility of getting those wins, but Rookie's just too clever. That methodical playstyle where going inside of the building, Summer Crush goes out. Knockup is there, hoping for that last chance, but Solo Boy will not be successful. And Rookie has to go in for the med pack soon enough.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. 2319 Cebu will be taking round number 2. I know there's a lot of 2s in there, but man, they did have a rough start on map number 1, right? Number 13. Heading into map number 2, only scoring 5 total points, but here they are, screaming 2319. They take 25 points off of placement and gradually manage to pull themselves at least at the top 7 of the upper A and lower B.
Yeah, that was amazing stuff coming in from 2319 Cebu, and that sounds a bit ironic considering that they won just because of a Sayana healing battle up across the board, but very unfortunate to their sister team to be losing like that just because of Sayana's availability across different teams.
Yeah, this brings the topic again, right? That Sayana is a must-have hero at the final circle. Just like what you said, it can clutch every time you have it around. And for 2319 Cebu, I don't know, I forgot the name of that last player, but the place that he was at, which was by Institution, had a lot of gunfights in it at that mid game, which opened things up for those loot boxes to have so much of those med kits, and that's why he was able to sustain his life out there up until that very end, where we saw him outlast Rookie from Powerhouse fanboys to take the number 1 spot.
Yeah, very fortunate. Very fortunate and unfortunate, depending on the POV, depending on the team that you're looking for and rooting for. But for the viewers watching at home, that is currently the meta. That is currently the meta that we have to play with the Sayana availability, considering how placement points are such a huge resource right now, considering 25 points on the top 1 finish is massive.
Yeah, I mean, it's also very massive for Cebu, 2319 Cebu, because again, they only had 5 points heading into map number 2. And same thing can be said for 2319 VS, right? I mean, this squad only had 9 points at map number 1. So 25 points for Cebu off of placement and 17 for a squad of 2319 BS definitely is very helpful for them to climb up that leaderboard and put themselves at the grand finals.
It allows them to creep themselves a little bit higher into an opportunity to go into the finals. But before we go into Game 3, the last one here today, we'll jump into the highlights and see what happened here in Map 2. And out from map 2, it is 2319's Boo who takes the top 1 finish out from that game.
Oh, would you take a look at that? It is the brothers in arms that will take top 1 and top 2. And they're very much important here for Cebu for them to find a lot of those, big brain plays, especially at the institution, right? I mean, that 25 points was so huge as they take that number 1 spot, right? They did only get 5 points on map number 1, so they still need to make sure that they place a lot higher and a lot better heading into map number 3. But again, Powerhouse fanboys finally able to make up for it right now, scoring 32 points in there. And Eternity finding themselves at the number 6 spot with 22 points in total. And yeah, more surprisingly, the map 1 winner, Infi, Mantas Esports, number 12 at the current leaderboard.
I may be the problem here. I may be the curse out from these teams because Powerhouse out from map 1 was defeated early on when we voted for, well, at least I voted for. And now Powerhouse got a good position here in map 2 and Manta's just, I don't know, was gone before the fight even started.
Well, we're gonna have to think about that after the talent protection that we're gonna have right after this, right? But yeah, interesting that Infi has been cursing 2 teams here so far, but hopefully that will change, right? But on our top 3 heroes and weapons, Darkside again, most picked. And yeah, guess what? Siana got only picked 30 times, and one of those teams that did not pick Siana was 23 by Supremacy, right? And they happened to have themselves at that final circle earlier, and they did not get the win because they did not have the Siana around, Infi.
And they could definitely have taken out away the top 1 finish if they had the Siana, but unfortunately they did not. But coming down into the MVP out from that game, it will be Clyde X coming right out with 2.1k total damage and 28% headshot percentage.
Oh, interesting. It's either Clyde, he's been using the White Dwarf and just aiming at the head, or he got a defender around just to increase that headshot percentage, right? Because it takes a lot of effort just to hit the head, right? As much as possible, you would want to hit the upper torso just to get that damage increase per second every time you pull those bullets. But for Clyde, definitely is gonna what's working for him, right? 7 kills to end map 2.
Yeah, 7 kills out from map 2. Definitely be more, but at the stage you're in, every single one of these teams really wants to go for placements and doesn't want to go hyper aggressive in the early mid game. This is already a big number, and 28% headshot percentage is not something to frown upon.
Yeah, I want to see Clyde up against Butcher on a 1v1, right? I want to see who's the better Maggie on this group, right? But that will be calling for a different topic, right? So that will conclude the first and the second map that we got here for today. And what's interesting is that all of the squads from the lower B have been surprisingly doing better than the teams that made it to the upper of the group A.
Yeah, it's a bit of a coin flip, right? This is the problem coming into batting up against the best of the best, and considering that these teams are initially split apart from each other, this is one of the expectations that you can perform out from Group A, but you cannot definitely take away the opportunity for other teams to win it. Now, before we jump into the final game, we're just gonna take a short break, so don't go away. When we come back, it's final game for Upper A, Lower B. it all comes down to this for the upper A. Lower B will be the final game here. Coming out from this group, once again, we're still the same casters and Kali. It looks like the script has been flipped out from map 2 that we have just seen, with 2319 taking the bag and taking the victory.
It was out of nowhere because 2319 Cebu, they were not having it easy at Group B, right? They were placing at the bottom tier on that 15 lobby group that we got there, right? And same thing can be said at map 1, where they place lower because they only scored 5 total points on map number 1, and then map number 2 just kicked in and they managed to win with 14 kills and 25 points off of placements. Now for our prediction, did you say that you want to see 2319 by Supremacy Wave?
Yeah, I don't know if 2319 gets eliminated early on into this game. I don't know what to expect coming out from the next series, or I don't know, into the finals tomorrow.
Hey, I think this is a skill, right? I think many teams would love to have you around and curse these other teams, right? But yeah, hopefully not, right? But 2319, BS, they almost won map number 2, right? If not for the unfair Sayonado or just camping outside of that danger zone. But I do believe that my prediction, Powerhouse fanboys, I feel like it's kind of a toss-up here for me, but it almost looks like that their performance just continues to get better as soon as they play maps after maps, and we saw them do that on the 2 maps, right? And I just hope that they manage to fix the early gunfight battles, because they always find themselves with a lot of gunfights, and it turns out that, you know, it always becomes a 50-50 battle for them, right? A lot of their resources gets eaten up by the teams that manages to engage up against them and win up against them.
Yeah, it definitely is a toss of a coin coming into these games. There is a possibility for these teams to be on a very good position all throughout the early mid game. We saw back then in game number 1 wherein Mantas Esports was able to play very patiently, was very disciplined, no kills, no aggressive plays occurring for them all throughout second to the final zone, wherein they were able to get a couple of kills and they got the top 1 out from that game. But you could also be the likes of Powerhouse in the early game coming from game 1, wherein they have to meet 2 other teams initially onto the drop point, and then after they rotated, another 2 teams on top of that. So it's just a very difficult situation. It's all about how these teams will adapt into those unfortunate situations and be able to make the best out of them.
I gotta agree, right? I mean, it's real that Powerhouse, their drop is always contested by at least 1 or 2 squads, and we saw that happen here today. And it's really tough for them to head into Refinery, because knowing that there will be other squads on rotation to get there, it is inevitable for them to really not have a passive gameplay in the upper A and the slower B. But I feel like at the start, I think it's just easier for them to just let go of that Pioneer Center drop, right? Put yourself at a Refinery, go get those vehicles nearby so that you can rotate into Pioneer Center right after you finish looting this Refinery, so that you're gonna have at least a fighting chance with a much better weapon and a lot more better armor.
Yeah, it definitely is very important. And we were joking around back in season 2 that shields are just shields, but it definitely is more than just shields, because it gives you that extra capability onto surviving, and that extra 20 HP, or well, HP quote unquote, but 20 shield gives you the fighting chance to be having a better edge up against other teams that has lower shields compared to you. So I think in that regard, it's really damn situations wherein you have to get as much gear XP as you can, get as much shields as you can to gain every favorable source to benefit you.
I gotta agree with you on that one, right? It's always there's always a direct correlation with having a better shield XP and a higher growth experience for your squad. That means you've been focusing on just improving your resources off the start, and that we did not see for Powerhouse fanboys on the first 2 maps of action. But one thing more than likely we've seen that happen here is from Eternity and 23 Cebu, which was rampant at map number 2, right? We saw Eternity with level 6 armor heading into the final circle. 23B Cebu, I mean, you can say that they only had 1 player at that final circle, but at mid-game, they were pretty much stacked. They were beating everybody that come across their crosshair, right? So definitely gonna have to just completely be consistent with that kind of gameplay and replicate that here at map number 3 to score more points.
Yeah, any team could win it. It's anybody's game coming out from map 3. But once again, a huge emphasis that this will be the final game out from these 15 teams in the same group. And once again, it's very important for these teams to be able to come in at top 15 by the end of the day across 2 groups across 15, or well, rather 30 teams today to go into the finals tomorrow. Wherein this will be their hopes and dreams to be able to come through to hoist the championship title. So much pressure and so much difficulties. But on top of that, at the end of the day, it's also a lion's share of that 37,500 USD when it comes to the prize pool overall here in FPC.
And there's a lot to fight for, most definitely here for Season 3, right? And if you just combine every season that we got, it amounts for almost 7 million pesos if you convert those dollars, right, into Philippine pesos. So all of these players really want to use some of that, and not also just that money, right, but also the pride to become a champion for Farlight 84, either it be the PC or the mobile division. And again, this is going to be your last chance to get as much points as you can. Remember, back in Season 1, the difference between the top 15 and the top 16 at the grand finals were only 3 points. So it was just a mere amount of kills, or just a mere amount of placement points that teams were just fighting for. So you definitely gotta bring 200% of your performance here, especially this map number 3, if you're the ones wanting to play the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and you talk about the ones that want to go into the grand finals tomorrow, and I want to recall back into some of these teams that are included here in this group, specifically Powerhouse, because right now they're not looking at the brightest situations. They're not looking at the tip-top shape that they were back in the couple of weeks ago. And I believe they have the capability to rise into the occasion and rise right now here in map 3, considering, and remember, it was AIM, it was Powerhouse who was the first team to be able to utilize Freddy in the competitive scene. They were the first one who brought it out, and AIM absolutely demolished their competition. So when it comes to adaptability, I believe that Powerhouse has it, and has that possibility that they have to get that top 1 finish here for the last match.
Yeah, for sure, right? But AIM needs some backup when it comes to playing at the front lines, right? The Season 2 Mr. Finals MVP has just been tanking all the damage and scoring the most damage for the squad. I feel like VJ, who obviously played the second attacker role for the squad, needs to step up a little bit more in terms of just providing that backup, because every time you see AIM go up against another squad, right, he's the first one to go down. And when you have your Duck side, who obviously had the best mobility and the best crowd control skill in the game right now, it's just way difficult for you to sustain your life out there and just pull through with a 4v3 at this battle that we got for Sunderland Realms.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. The compositions right now are up in the air. There may be compositions that have Ember. There may be compositions that have Sunil. There may be compositions that have Freddy. Well, not right now here in the semifinals, but before, all throughout here in Season 3, compositions change from time to time. It really depends, and it boils down into what your team wants to do and what your team wants to execute into a specific team fight. Are you favoring more towards playing late, wherein Siana is a better fit coming into your compositions, right? So it's all about looking to the situation, what you want to do, and playing for that specific strategy coming into these games.
Yeah, one thing more than likely we saw for 23-19, the 2 squads that we got here in this group, is that they prefer to have an Ember around. And there's really a logical approach to that, because they want to have that close distance control with that domain expansion, while also canceling down the attackers. That is mainly the Dog side and the Maggie that we got running for the PC division here so far in the semifinals, right? So definitely it's a thought that really counts here for this squad. And I just feel like for Powerhouse and for this other squads right here, it's just all about trying to convert and finding yourself in that late game.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, right? We saw the Siana and Ember come across into these compositions, and on top of what you've mentioned, I want to add that Ember just gives the capability of a team to play it late. And into the situation where in Cinder Realms has a lot of open space, and you can argue that there are a lot of buildings into Cinder Realms, which is a fact, but there are also situations where and you're out in the open, there is a lot of verticality, you may be vulnerable into those gunshots from the god spots that we have seen a while ago, that Eternity, for example, was in a while ago. So that gives you the capability to go into safety, to go into the zone.
Yeah, and now we got our final map approaching for Upper A and Lower B. Only 15 teams advances to the grand finals, and there's other 15 has to go. It's a battle for survival here. Take as much points as you can get to advance to Championship Sunday for these 15 squads fighting for their spot.
Yeah, fighting for the spot, fighting for the chance to go into the top 15 for the finals tomorrow here in the PC division. It's a season 3 for the FPC. Once again, this will be a chance to create the saga that these teams were hoping and dreaming for. A capsule pad from the Chi coordinate pretty much is cutting across half of Cinder Realms from top to bottom.
Yeah, much more tolerable flight pad that we're gonna have here today. Much more distributed, to say the least, right? Mantis going to be the map 1 winner. They got themselves, again, same drop. They want to take those vehicles. They want to approach the frog station that will grab them so much of their resources off the start. But look at transport port so far. Equinox, Zildi Sports, and you also got 2319 Cebu, the map 2 winner, right across. And Auza at the Mamba station as well. So there's just going to be a lot of chaos at the start at the top left side of the minimap.
Yeah, so much teams stacked on top of each other. Could possibly be those bodies falling down left and right. Once again, emphasizing, or well, rather, from what we have mentioned a while ago, right, that these teams could adapt into those situations and could change their location on the drop points. It could be the likes of Powerhouse's situation from game 1, wherein they have to meet a lot of teams in the early game and get eliminated outright. Or it could be the likes of the situations of Mantis of having the capability and having that chance on playing it late, not having to meet any single team all throughout early mid.
And look at who's on the hunt here. It's only 319 Cebu. May have spotted Equinox already. They got the one member with level 4 armor, and they're confident that they can win those gunfights. And all that's left for Equinox was still run away. Already nice spot here for Seikot. He got himself the high ground of VSS already, so definitely something to look out for. You don't want to get shredded early with this weapon.
Now you have the Divulge having the sights onto 2319 Cebu's spot. There are 4 squads in the vicinity. That's squad 15, 7, 14, and 13 here in the transport port. So it's the first team that goes and initiate onto the fights will have that massive disadvantage, especially considering that there are a couple of teams stacking on top of each other.
Yeah, still they're just trying to stay and survive as much as they can. They got a Ember though. They can pull out the Vision Erosion if any case that the players from Equinox decides to enter inside. They're gonna save it for the better, as they want to have a better angle on the dog side or the attacker that will be approaching from Equinox.
And so far so good. Everyone's playing it a bit more patient, not going for those high risk, high reward situations. And in the stage, it's actually a low risk considering, or well, rather low reward considering that there are 4 teams in this location in this POI. So not really in their best interest to go aggressive this time around.
I gotta agree with you. I mean, Equinox have been fighting themselves with early engagement since map 1. And on the last map, they scored 0 kills and 0 placement points. They entered map 2, they finished with a number 15 placement, and Zild followed right up with a 14th placement. So I don't know what the idea there is. They just want to get so much of that heat off the start, but with just minimal rewards, right? Eternity now going in for the push.
Goes for the push, Summit Crush knocks him out. Vision Erosion buys time though. And Eternity will be delayed onto the possibility of getting that kill, but in the end, will still be enough to buy time. But goes for it with the Jet Slide, and Eternity gets the kill onto JMC.
And that's a nice bounce back for them, Red. Nice revenge play for Eternity. That was the team that managed to take them down majorly at that map number 2. So one less player to worry about there. 1 respawn pods is going to be wasted from BS. And Eternity just needs to continue up the rally, just play for those rotations, get those level 6 armors optimally heading into the final circle.
Auto cues already being heard onto Zeal. Vision erosion also used out from up above, but a summit crushed them and pushes them out outside of the door, and they cannot do anything. Zeal at this point is on a massive lead up against their opponents outside of the building. It's pretty much a 4v2 situations where every single one coming from Zeal are still alive and running.
If they don't want to wander around for too long, because also GD is just right around the corner, waiting for a gunfight to happen, letting them players just go in for the approach, and then they go in for the third party, and now they are locked in and ready to engage.
They see their heads, and now the Medi X might possibly be used anytime soon enough to buy time here and to actually gain extra sustainability. Darkside versus Darkside, but they will lose on pass and deal actually quite with 2 members left. But how long will that last? Sepik already falls down, Nyx already fell down, and Alza, as you mentioned a while ago, just waited patiently to a fight that can occur before they jump in, and they pounce, they get that third party strat, they gain 4 kills from those engaged.
Yeah, now you don't want to be wandering around for too long here if you're Alza, right? You had your second chance. Just gotta keep away from this initial spot, because right now squad number 3, that is 2319 BS. It's going to be right across the map of the transport port, and they won against some of those goodies, but on the other side of the map, it's XG and Powerhouse.
They will be fighting up against each other. Summit Crush, but Dale Crabra is the lone wolf from his team. There's just no escape. The danger zone eating him up alive. If he goes in for the zip, there's just the death of them. He's signing his contract, and now Powerhouse will eliminate the first team to get out of this game.
That's that signed, sealed, and delivered. Oh, look at that, BJ. You mentioned a Freddy around, and now they got a Freddy around. So now we're talking about this one, right? Powerhouse PC opting for more aggressive approach there, just trying to give, you know, a player like Aim that backup later on.
Could possibly be. It could also be a bait for this team. Now the sights onto 2319. JMC falls down already. It's a 1-for-1 trade for now. And Alza is still just being wary of their surroundings, considering that Squad 15 is still on their back. Squad 14 is in their front. So what can you do? Dream PC brings Mieko down.
Yo, this is one of the most random teams that I gotta mention, right? This is my thoughts here for Dream PC. This team can erupt, right? Remember, they are the Season 1 champions, but this time, this is the different roster that they have deployed. And one thing more than likely, we saw them end up with the win at map 1 at Group A earlier. So this is a team that we can say can erupt anytime they want to, right? Just to let you guys know. But here, we got 2319 going up against Mantis, and it seems like it's Mantis that will take the initial engage.
Yeah, Mantis will be successful as well. 5 kills already that they were able to accumulate. And thus far, they have level 4 shields in comparison to what they were just playing with in map 2. In map 1, not exactly in a detrimental situation this time around. And Powerhouse will eliminate Zild. There's a couple of members there, and will gain the Reaper titles in this game.
Now let's look at that Reaper title now that you said it, right? Let's going to be Ragnar. Ready for your screen with 15 kills in total, 54 headshots counted, and precise damage is 773 with, you know what, 80% headshot percentage. Definitely a sight to behold from this guy. Usually it's the top side that we're at strong part and taking all of these eliminations, coming up with the Maggie, but he's got himself an Ember. So he was isolating players one at a time with that Vision erosion.
It's already a very good hero.
Oh,
coming into the compositions this time.
The curse is real. The curse is real. The
oh
curse is
no!
real.
You called it.
The curse is real, Infy. The curse is real, Infy. Okay, let's have a rundown. All right. We got Powerhouse fanboys entering 13 at map 1. We had Mantas taking, I believe, was 12 at map number 2. Then 14 for 2319 by Supremacy. Yes, guys, Infy is open for
curses for the grand finals tomorrow. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Maybe I will not vote tomorrow. Let's see how it goes. Maybe everyone will die at the initial drop point, but you called it. It's very unfortunate, right? It's very unfortunate. Maybe it's not a prediction of a win, but a prediction of the first team who gets eliminated.
Oh, nice workaround in there. All right, believable. ZebGG on the other side, they will be taken down by Alza GD, so another squad will be eliminated in there. We're down to our 12 squads. More surprisingly, though, the race for the top 7 is quite rather close. So Nuestra Fam, for Alza, all it takes is one top 3 placement. They might just find themselves a top 7 through upper A and lower B round number 3.
Could possibly be. Alza, surprisingly enough, already was able to stack 11 kills to their name despite only having the situation wherein they're only 2 players left in their squad. Right now, we're running with 11 teams standing, coming here into game 3. Not looking good here. Powerhouse's sights on the revamp, and Harl will get knocked out as there's just no more HP remaining with his zone eating him up alive. Now aim, going for the push here. Wants to go for the chase. And have sights on one, you're out in the open. Rivered will get eliminated. 2 players left for revamp.
Oh, Ragnar, the top creeper eliminated, and man, that's such a huge blow because no more revives, no more respawn pods are going to be available at this point in time, right? You're gonna have to wait for teammates to get that revive. And Powerhouse PC, look at how much kills that they got, right? 14. At the moment, they want some of that goodness. They want a #1 placement, and they try to snowball as fast as much as they can.
Yeah, as soon as possible, getting a lot of points, stacking a lot of points will be crucial as well. Because we're always talking about these placements, but if this will be your last hope and you still cannot come through at the cutoff, you just have to play aggressive. You have to stack up those kills and play aggressively with risks, of course, but nevertheless, if you're just going to play it safe all across the board, nothing's going to change. But now, Revamp lost Migi TZ, so it all boils down to one.
All right, let's see how will Fantas Gaming really try to work their way around here, right? And I'm not entirely sure where this other 2 members that's waiting for a revive is at currently, but they need to be complete once the circle closes. Now, Eternity, Dream PC, and Kia at the institution, and squad number 2 that is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, it's the Western Familia. So a lot of engagements are going to be happening at the southern portions of the map.
Now Freddy coming from VJJ. Can you do it though? Outside of the zone, actually quite hurts. So a good TP back, but there is a team member from the opposition that is beside him, or well, behind him in this case, that has the God spot. But in the end, Zebak goes into the God spot, but as soon as he lands, he will fall down.
And that's just unfortunate, right, for them. Another squad gets eliminated. ZebGG, this team, you know, ever since they competed in FPC Season 3, right, all I can remember for them is their unequivocal, consistent early game gunfights. If not at the Pioneer Center, if not at the transport port, they always find themselves at Refinery and they go and engage, and that's why they got an average placement of 10 in the Group B, and currently, I believe it's currently at 11.66 for this map number for this upper A and lower B.
It's huge, it's massive. In this stage, with how Powerhouse has performed out of their minds, they're on a good footing. We just have called them a while ago. If you are looking for a team that is capable of adapting into any situation, it will be Powerhouse, bringing up the likes of Freddy, bringing out these unorthodox plays coming into the mix and setting up the metaphor. The PC division is a brand new ordeal. And as such, 61 points out of the gate. Powerhouse already on a good foot. They have level 5 shields across the board as well. So if they get top 1 here, right now they will secure themselves onto the final spot.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that, right? Dream Team PC, I think they got the most potential to actually taking that one. So it's just a matter of just trying to play patient up against these other squads. I know sound cues are kind of giving, but you need to be patient and you need to choose which gunfights are you going to be taking as much as possible. You want to stay alive out there. take the top 3 spot at least and just try to scour all of these other squads remaining.
Summer Crush coming from 2319. Cebu who wants to go aggressive this time, but they're out in the open. Pretty much there's nowhere to hide here. They're on a pit of death. And their squad 5, squad 4 that is just beside them. So any team that will peek onto this hill, onto this trench, will have sights on them and could possibly bring their deaths to their heads.
Kind of so interesting for Eternity that they're just going for those jump shots with the 4-legged lizard. Again, 8 squads remaining heading to the final circle. We only got 3 squads inside the zone. And 2319, they gotta make their way inside. Going to be tough, going to be contested. Nuestra from the markets now gets to get a look on that. Players inside, only got 3 members in.
Nuestra looking on a good state as well. Level 5, level 6 shields, but we still have 8 teams remaining here. 25 players still left standing. And still persisting here in map 3. So tides could change. Could be the low tide, could be the high tide coming in from any single one of these teams, one of these players. And Western Fam has been sighted onto the rooftop, so they have to be wary of the team inside of it.
Yo, I mean, the Western Fam, they're currently number 8 in placement at the moment with 39 points. Now, you want to be at the top 7, you need to play for placement, right? But gunfight's happening now with Eternity going up against Dream PC.
They still need those kill points. Green PC only have 2 players left standing, while Eternity has 3. And if you're looking at a safe zone, this is the final zone with 8 teams still alive, 23 players still left standing. This is very new to what we have seen in Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, this brings back so much of that Season 1 and Season 2 action, right? More action, fast-paced gameplay for all of the players within the final circle.
Impeccable. Vision erosion bought time, but Eternity was just unrelenting. They were able to get those kills, and now you have full clip, have sights on them, and getting that information with full speed charge and a rolling impact. And
yeah, nice bait.
Just waiting for the right opportunity to come in. But at this point, there's just too much team stacked inside.
I gotta tell you, man, that's a nice bait now for Nuestra, just to waste away that Ember Vision Erosion. 2319 CP now, trying to take down Eternity. Butcher and Eternity now eliminated at the final circle.
They are gone, and now Powerhouse PC as well. AIM gets deleted. 6 teams remaining coming into this matchup. The Western Fam full grip, or the dark side rather, coming into that matchup.
Yeah, now. Oh my god. They're just trying to make that push, man, but they can't because they are surrounded. They are only within 1 area.
Fortunately enough, they're able to go in for the revive with the Meta-X from Siana. We're at Team Kia. 2v1 situation. They beat Jasu. They're still in the game.
Yeah, still do so, but their numbers are just dwindled down. It's all down to X now for Team Kia. They still can do for that revive, but their info will be distributed all across the map. Now we got Powerhouse Fanboys still alive with 3 members out there, just scoring tons of kills. They want to take the number 1 spot, but they have to go through the hands and the wrath of the Nuestra Fam was still very much alive at the circle. Safety can't be said for Team Kia, but they get eliminated.
Powerhouse was too quick, too sneaky, but the opponent, no! Team Kia gets eliminated by full clip, and now the Western Fam up against the rest. Up against Powerhouse. At this point, they still have 3 members left standing here. Could still be detriment here for the Western Fam if they meet them. Ooh. BJJ out in the open, hopes to go in for the push, but still TP at any given time. BJJ will get that initial elimination on Serendipity.
And that's the gunfight you want to take, right? 3 squads, 9 survivors remaining. The Western Fam has 4 of them. They want to take this win, but Powerhouse still there trying to contest.
Western Fam is able to eliminate 2 members from Powerhouse. Only 1 left standing here. How long can you live? How long can you stand for? Looking at your backs, you're leaving it unattended. The Western Fam eliminates Skydex.
Oh my god.
Powerhouse still in it. Siana that's left standing here. For the Western Fam, they still have Siana as well in their favor. So could definitely still win the game here, but how long can you last? How much med packs do you have is the big question here today.
Where's 2319? Oh, there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, this is looking like...
Seiyosho.
Oh,
They're chasing.
Seiyosho's
They
dead.
know.
Oh no. I mean, that's such a dead giveaway.
Serendipity wanting to have sights onto Rookie.
Oh,
Still at
no.
full HP. No more shields left. How long can you last there? Rookie going in for the swing.
Oh, no.
Serendipity will lose. And the Western fam loses one of their members, but they're still in it. And Rookie will have to say goodbye. It's now Westra up against, I believe, 2319, or is it?
Yeah. And this guy Seiko is infamous. This map number 2 winner, 2319 Cebu. He was the sole reason why the team scored a #1 placement, getting 25 points and earning 39 points in total in that map 2, right? And they want to do exactly the same here. Want to get that top 15 ticket for the grand finals tomorrow. It's this squad right here. And it's going to be difficult because another team that he's going up against with has a lot of loot boxes nearby, so this might just go the long distance.
Could definitely be. We could be here all day if there's enough med packs for both sides, but fortunately enough, it will only be a limited number of bodies here. But P actually has a lot of buddies. We saw a while ago that there were a lot of teams stacked in this POI, stacked in the location of the Westra. So 2319, you have to look for bodies, you have to look for spoils of war, find med packs in your favor, but it looks like he has none left. A couple of med packs still standing though.
Yeah, I mean, where do you even start, right? There's just so many bodies around this section on the map by the institution, and it's just gonna take longer. And if you want to even get the super airdrop that's just right beside, right, it's going to give you more chance. But P, he's gonna be coming off pretty lucky because he's got 6 more medkits available for each loot boxes nearby. So yeah, free real estate for him and a lot more chances for Westra Familia to finally get their first victory on these 3 maps of action at Upper A and Lower B.
Yeah, still has a lot. Mikali, what did you eat for lunch? At this point.
Man, I haven't eaten lunch though, man.
Wait,
So,
really?
Yeah.
It's about to go dinner now.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. About to. Man, I wanna eat some medkits.
Yep, surely.
I wonder how it tastes.
It tastes like medicine. For sure.
Yeah.
But I
Oh my
wonder,
God.
like, what's a word that's combined from lunch and dinner?
What?
Lunar? Lunar?
The lunch? The lunch.
Dinch?
No. Dinch?
Dinch?
Ludin. No, that
Ludinch?
sounds like a name.
Ludin? Lunch and dinner. Very interesting. Lunar.
Lunar?
Sounds
No.
weird.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Late? No, let's just call it late dinner. Early dinner.
Late dinner. I don't know.
dinner.
But you know what else is hard? What we're watching right now.
How long has it been? I think it's been over 5 minutes. Hey, it takes 6 seconds to heal with a medkit, and they've been healing for so long now.
Yep, they've been here decades. And after this game ends, we're probably like old mans already.
Yeah, I mean, they
We're gonna
managed
grow
to pass over.
beards
Yeah,
and everything.
they managed to pass over the Jurassic period.
Oh.
They managed to enter the digital age already. We're just about to end it, and they're still going. Like what even?
Yeah, we heard gunshots though, so we saw that both of these players know where each other is currently
Yeah.
sitting inside of these buildings. But
Oh.
Seika
God.
might lose a couple of med packs there. They have
Oh my
enough
God! It's so
bodies
long.
inside.
Hey, season 4 has already started, and this too is still healing.
Yeah, we could go season 5, and we're probably still watching them.
Hey, for 2319 Cebu, I mean, they're not in a bad spot, right? 14 points and plus 20. That might just give them the top 3. Oh, a contest is being made.
He wants to go aggressive here. No more med packs left. Could be a sight to behold here for 2319. He has to go back. He has enough med packs in his vicinity. He also has the restoration field, but oh, no Westra will win it.
To think that the 2319 were the aggressor. They were the ones that lost it. No Westra finally able to take a victory today. in this upper A and lower B. They were at the rank 8 ranking earlier prior to this victory, right? So this opportunity for them to take the 25 points definitely gonna bring themselves at the higher ranking at the end of map number 3.
And Westra right now basking in glory. Well, I don't know if it's glory, if it's just the Sienna who's been able to take down that win coming in from the Western fan, but that's, you know what, as Dash may call it, honest work. It's still hard work on going for those med packs, going for the restoration fields, and those Medi-X, but I don't know. This is an expectation that I have coming into the finals tomorrow.
Yo, I want to see a long standoff, right, for Sayana on that grand final. We got 5 maps in there that will be played, so I want to see at least one of those maps end up just like the way it did with Nuestra Fam and 2319 Cebu. That only was a very long standoff by the Sayanas, right? I think we ended up with a plus 5 minutes on the usual game of Farlight 84 just because of all those healings, and that's what makes it incredible, right? Late games are the meta in Season 3.
Yeah, it's all about a Sienna game at this point. If you do not pick up the Sienna, you're just putting yourself down to the ground, building your own grave and digging up your own grave and putting the final nail in the coffin. But yep, there's still downsides on Sienna, but at this point, it's just that good.
Yeah. The only downside for Sienna is not battle ready, right? You need to put him at the back line. And yeah, most teams would often love to play passive when they got a Sienna around. So that's why you see a lot of these winners had a higher placement compared to these very aggressive teams. It's because they always find their Sienna with a lot of medkits tag at the very end to put themselves onto the top 1 spot.
And really fortunate enough, the Western Fam will be able to take down that top win. But from what we have seen a while ago, Powerhouse performed better than they have ever been out from this group, out from game number 1 and game number 2. And surely they will secure at least a top 5 position out from this whole group for upper A and lower B. But the big question is, who will take the top 1 finish across the whole series, across the whole group? Because once again, remember from what we have emphasized time and time and time again, and I know the viewers have heard this numerous times, several times over and over, but this will be the final chance. This will be the last chance to qualify for the finals for each and every single one.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that note, right? I mean, obviously for 30 of the squads that are competing here today, yeah, 15, half of them, 30 teams, right? Half of them are gonna have to go and just wave goodbye at their hopes of becoming the next Farlight 84 championship champions, right? So definitely going to be tough. But you know, if there's going to be one team that I think is going to take the number 1 spot at the end of this upper A lower B, I think it has to be 2319 Cebu. Fine, you can say that they only scored 5 points on that map number 1, but back-to-back top 3 placement appearance for them, right? That grants them at least 25 points and 20 points, and that's already 45 of a placement, and they did find themselves with a lot of kills as well. So I just think that's a great leverage for them to take the number 1 spot.
Yeah, I want to do the same thing that you did on having a prediction and actually voting for a team, you know? But given what happened in games 1 to 3, I'm traumatized. I don't want to vote. I don't want to give a name. I don't want to give a team, because at this point, even if they won, even if upper A lower B is finished, I don't know. Maybe the tides come out in their favor and all of a sudden just bring them down to the leaderboard.
I mean, today it will be remembered as Infinity cursing the top dogs by predicting that they'll be the winners, right? But if you guys missed the map 3 action, come take a look at these highlights.
And coming away from map number 3, the one who will take the top 1 position is Nuestra Fam with 10 kill points and 25 placement points from that game.
I gotta tell you, man. I mean, P with the hard work by just healing himself for like a couple of minutes at that final circle really paid off, because that granted them that number 1, right? Those 25 points, those extra 5 points that Nuestra Fam got was essential for them to still maintain the highest ranking in this map number 3, right? I mean, this is a squad that's been capable. Obviously, Sayasho and Full Clip was just full setting everybody with their gunfights at Group A, and same thing can be said, it is upper A and lower B. Now, let's take a look at our top 3 heroes and our top 3 weapons. Still going to be the same, but this time more prioritized for the hero department is Sayana, who's been picked 13 times.
Yeah, and I think it's because of the fact that Duckside is not picked across the board. A while ago it was 14 times picked, but now it's 13 times. Nevertheless, these two heroes at the stage are already so massive coming out into the current meta that we have that it's just outright belittling the power of the current meta, not picking them up.
Yeah, I can agree more with that, right? And for White Dwarf, I mean, it's expected with the full attachments in it, right? And of course, for the MVP Full Clip, Dockside will be able to take it with 5 kills and also 782 damage and a 22% headshot percentage. But I tell you what, if not for P's medkit battle up against the last player from 2019 Cebu, which was Seikot, this wouldn't be even possible, man.
Yeah, it will not be possible, but Full Clip was just too good coming from the Nuestra Fam. Actually being able to go in and out of those buildings and gaining information for the team to follow up. But this was his role, this was his capability, and giving it to Nuestra Fam to take the winning edge onto those fights that they come across.
Yeah, so now the question is, who will be able to take that number 1 spot in this upper and lower B, right? I think it's very exciting to see, because we had a couple of teams from Group A, upper A, that had themselves maintain their position at the top spot, but some redemption for the teams that found themselves at the lower seedings at Group B, where we had themselves, a very obnoxious and bad gameplay, especially for a team like Eternity at 2319 Cebu. There's definitely was a redemption for them, and they managed to bounce back. I just hope that this kind of performance was enough for them to advance to the top 15.
Yeah, will it be enough to battle up against the best here? And it's just going to come down to tomorrow's matchups, right? How will these teams, they may be the best coming out of these upper A, lower B matchups into their respective groups, but the big question still lies, how will they perform up against the top 15 teams? And looking back at history, it states so close of the top 1 and the runner-up teams, only differing by 1 point in Season 1 even. So once again, any team can win tomorrow. Any team can win the finals. It is up to them on how they make their moves, how they make their rotations happen, and what plays that they are going to implement tomorrow into the finals.
This is the exciting part about this division, right? Everybody has a fighting chance, and it can either go through a very bad day or a very good day for your squad, right? And it can just be a matter of just kills and placement points that will get to you that number 1 spot and hoisting the championship title of FPC Season 3. But before that, right, we still got another group that will be waiting for us to cast, right, which is the upper B and the lower A that's going to be played later on. But one thing more than likely, I like what I saw here for this group. Definitely great bounce back from the team started off the back foot for the day, but for sure definitely live up to the chaos that it ensued apart from the Sienna Hill that we had from map number 3.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you on that one. I also love what the variations coming in from the group that we just had, not just when it comes to the winners, but also the playstyle that we have seen, the amount of aggression that we have seen. If we are recalling that final game, the final zone had 8 players, 8 teams rather, that is still alive and breathing coming into that final spot, and that just states how these teams really wants to go in for those placements and wants to reach the top of the leaderboard by gaining those 25 points, 20 points, 17 points in top 1 to top 3 positions respectively, in comparison to game 1 and game 2, which was all about bloodshed in the early mid game.
Yeah, there was so much fights happening, right? It almost felt like we were back in season 1 and season 2, and definitely for the map 1 and 2, it was quite refreshing to see gunfights after gunfights and so many chaos just get unraveled. But even that map number 2 was won by SC Yana, which was a clutch by 2319 Cebu, right? But nonetheless, there were more frequent gunfights within that circle, and yeah, a lot more chaos from that vision erosion, from the Summit Crush, and from all of these abilities that were utilized at the very end.
Yeah, all of those utilities, that is very important in the end of the day, and we always have been saying and stating that PC division is all about aim game in comparison to the mobile division, and that utility is a huge dependence into that platform, into that division. But you still cannot discount the possibility of those utilities here in the PC division that could definitely change the whole landscape of where your team is currently at. Are you at the top? Are you at the bottom? And one team fight can change that.
I gotta agree with you on that, especially with the meta that we got right now, where the duck side is the primary engager. Teams have started to develop a tolerance to it by just investing an ember into their composition, and once that vision erosion is popped, the duck side is pretty much rendered useless because it is countered. Its vision is not as up to par to where it was before the vision erosion, right? So definitely is a great counter to close range engage. And the only thing that can counter that Ember vision erosion is Aeon, which is the third most picked hero in the PC division right now. So definitely counters after counters that these teams have been able to build up just to provide themselves higher chance of surviving.
Yeah, information is just too important. And I can call back the very beginning of Farlight 84 Philippines Championship. We had the opportunity and the honor to be able to interview one of the teams in the mobile division, which was Execution. And into one given moment, they were having these very close matchup, the rivalry up against NCG. And one of the players mentioned, it's either like Virus, Blue, or Luki, mentioned that information was key. When they got the information, it was an opportunity for them. It was a chance for them to go aggressive and pounce on them, and they took the win. And that is always the case here, from whether you are in the mobile division or the PC division. That information is always going to be very important.
I just find it odd that it took this PC division 2 seasons to actually utilize a Young, right? It had for it to be a mainstay. And they finally have caught up to the value of a Young around, and it definitely is something that's important when you're trying to engage for gunfights. Those informations, just like what you said, is going to be key. But one thing out of all that stands for this division is definitely the Maggie. There's still a lot more Maggies out there, despite the jetpacks being removed, and with Maggie having to be the only mobile hero outside of a duck side. The players from this division really knows how to handle her pretty well, and with the SMG meta, the White Dwarf and the Uzi Wombo combo SMG duo that we currently have in the meta, definitely what is emphasizing the value of a Maggie, and that it finally has returned. Who knows, right? It might just be the difference maker once we head into the Championship Sunday tomorrow.
And I believe that's the reason why you have mentioned this on the reason why, or on the question of why it took such a long time for Yon to be capitalized here in Farlight 84 Philippines Championship for the PC division. And I think that it boils down to the capability of these PC teams for a huge mobility. You can have those jetpacks with the verticality and the horizontal jetpacks with a huge movement. So if ever you are on a bad foot, you can just go for the jetpacks, find cover, and you pretty much just gain information on where those gunshots are coming from. But in this stage wherein utility are much more dependent because of the duck side coming through, you have the embers coming through as well, and there's no jetpacks anymore. Only with a couple of exemption into a couple of heroes in the game, but not necessarily applicable to every single hero, right? So I think it's much more of a pillar right now to gain information first, get those Duckside to initiate onto those fights, Summit Crush, follow up. That will pretty much be one of the keys and one of the strategies coming into those big engages that could lead your team to win.
Yeah, most definitely. And it really is kind of a toss-up now on who's your fourth hero, right? That will
Oh, yeah.
determine exactly what kind of counter or what kind of approach are you taking. It's always detriment that a Sayana, a Yong, and a Doxa is going to be the three heroes that is always going to be that main pick. Now, what matters is what kind of approach are you taking, right? If you want more mobility and you want to be aggressive, you want to add the Maggie in your lineup. Then also, if you want to be very passive, you want to counter the aggression, you want to add a Yong an Ember in there to get those Vision Erosion top 10 when an approach and an attack is being made for you to be able to ambush and go in for your counter attack. So it is definitely, there's a lot more diversity in that fourth hero than there is compared to the mobile division.
Yeah, one of the best examples that we could do here in the PC division is Powerhouse. Right, at the very beginning, they did a Freddy lineup, not even utilizing the duck side way back when Freddy was released. They went in like a Freddy, then you have the Maggie, then you have like a Sunil or something. They were applying such a different tactic, such a different composition from what we have been used to, and they're just playing it impeccably. Right, they're playing it impressively because they want to go aggressive, and aim on Freddy just allows them to do so. It allows them to gain a kill immediately before they start up a fight, just because Freddy could TP back into his original position from where he originated. So it's really all about these thought process. And a while ago we saw Powerhouse also applying various different compositions, where in one they had like the duck side, one they had Maggie.
Yeah, I feel like there's a high potential that Powerhouse fanboys will be bringing that pretty later on for tomorrow, right? But yeah, let's take a look at our Reaper standing in. Who ends up at the top? It's a Yasho with 25 kills. That's a lot for just 3 maps of action. And following up is Full Clip. Then you got Aim, you got Clyde, Ragnar at number 5.
Yeah, total kills of 25 is insane all across the board here. We're talking about the PC division. And Seiyosho did just that. There were a lot of situations wherein Seiyosho was able to go like 1v3, 1v2 situations wherein he won it. It's so good.
Yeah, I think this player, has always had the potential to become something great, and he's just able to fully emphasize that on the season 3 that we got, right? Every time he enters the season, he always improves. And Yasho, if you guys don't know, was one of the first players to actually reach a 4,000 damage on the PC division back when the defender was kind of the meta and when the Maggie had the tactical role. So having this player around just pulling so much of this damage was essential for these players to actually pull it through.
Yeah, amazing stuff coming from the Wester fam. Full Clip also getting those 22 total kills. But jumping into the team rankings here for the semifinals, it will be Powerhouse Fanboys who takes the top 1.
Only by a matter of points, right? 2 points to be specific for Powerhouse Fanboys to take the number 1 spot. So at the end of the day, Envy, your prediction for Powerhouse Fanboys to be the number 1 team is still up there as they secure this upper A and lower B sitting, right? Following them up is 23-19 Cebu with 78 points, then the Wester fam with 72 points.
Yeah, I don't know if you're giving me like a pat in the back because all my predictions came in at an opposite result, but you know what? I'll take those. Yeah. Powerhouse Fanboys. You know what? You may not get those victories coming into your team, but you're still the top 1 overall, which is amazing as a feat, because they got 38 total kills and their consistency as well in gaining those placement points in game 2 and game 3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's also a detriment that every time Powerhouse Fanboys played a group here for today, they barely got 90 points and upwards, right? If you try to compare this kind of statistics to Kitsune Daichi, who was just tearing apart Group B earlier, where they scored 116 points. Overall points, that includes the total kills and the placement points, just emphasize, what are we gonna expect when Kitsune and Powerhouse Fanboys meets tomorrow in the grand finals.
Oh, you're already calling it. You have already stated Kitsune going tomorrow. So the expectations there is that Kitsune will go into the final. So we'll see if the caster curse will be applicable to you this time around. Because I definitely do agree. I think Kitsune is one of the strongest, if not the strongest team right now here in the PC division.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Amari pulled up with 8 kills, then Peanut with 12 kills in just one game. 12 out of 20, he had like 72% of the kills all on his own, right? But yeah, that's going to be a topic of discussion for the coming game up ahead, but still going to be a huge props to team like Powerhouse fanboys who did not have it easy here today, right? Starting the day off with only number 13 placement and also 13 points to end map number 1. Now we get to take a look at them at our interview with our Tagalog casters who will be taking it away. We'll be right back. Okay, we're just gonna take it. We're just playing with you guys. This is what you call the Sienna strat.
It's called a tease, you know.
Yeah.
It's teasing these viewers on to the interview, but you called it. We're just moments time there before we actually jump into the interview, and that's pretty much it. We have heard from the production. We're jumping into the interview. Let's go to the Tagalog broadcast.
Visualize mo daw ang sarili mo. Pero mukhang ito na nga. Powerhouse PC, una sa lahat. Maraming congratulations sa malupitang performance, Powerhouse fanboy. Congratulations and yeah, well played pare sa laro nyo kanina.
Sino to? Anong pangalan mo, kaibigan? Sino ka?
Rinig niyo po ba? Hello po.
Yes, rinig. Kami, rinig mo ba?
Ako po si Winter po, 5th month po ng Powerhouse.
Ayun, napakatindi.
Winter.
Kuya Winter, wala nang padaloy, wala nang patumpik-tumpik ba? Maglalaro ka ba sa finals? Kasi feeling ko, ikaw ang secret weapon ng Powerhouse fanboys eh.
Hindi po. Kaya na po nila yan, last po sila eh.
Ay, no. Grabe naman.
Nang-west na nila.
Feeling ko maglalaro si Winter eh. Paisa lang ang Powerhouse. Kaya Otto, salamat tanong mo.
Ako, ang katanungan ko para sa Powerhouse fanboy, eto Winter, kontento ka ba sa pinakita performance ng Powerhouse fanboy today? O tingin mo may ile-level up pa?
Ay, may ile-level up pa po yan. Lalo na sa grand finals ko bukas.
Kumbaga, hindi pa palayo yung full power, Kuya Otolos, ng Powerhouse. Ay, ito yung last questions natin, Winter, para sa iyo. Siyempre sa buong Powerhouse PC, do you think na ito na yung time, ito na yung season para makuha yung title bilang maging champion? And after that, i-shoutout mo na rin mga supporter nyo.
Ulit?
Ito na ba yung season para makuha nyo yung title bilang champion? And shoutouts mo na rin yung mga supporters nyo.
Yes po. Ito na po yung season. Kitang-kita naman na po eh.
Grabe yun! Shoutout sa mga supporters sa Powerhouse.
Shoutout po. Shoutout po sa Sir Sarge po. Yan, sa ano po ng Powerhouse. Sa mga tropa po dyan sila. Shoutout po kila BG po, kila Aim, yan. Kila Eric. Ito si Rocky po, nasa likod ko po actually. Tulog po.
Akala ko yung pusa na si Joe Eric.
Shoutout din po kay Drew sa mga Azrap. Yan. Si Item Super.
Ayan. Maraming salamat, Kuya Winter, sa side ng Powerhouse, and congratulations, at papanoorin namin kayo bukas for the grand finals of FPC Season 3, at mukhang aabangan ko yung sinabi mo, Winter, ang pagiging champion.
And I quote, "It's the time for Powerhouse to take the championship title from Winter from Powerhouse." Thank you very much to the Tagalog broadcast and Winter himself for that interview. And you know what, Kali? It's an exciting and momentous moment for Powerhouse. They're a step closer and inching closer for that trophy.
Yeah, they managed to secure the number 1 spot here in the upper and lower B, right? So there's definitely a greater chance for them to be part of the Championship Sunday, which will be held tomorrow. And they said that this is not the best Powerhouse fanboys threat. There's still a lot to improve on. So I can't wait for me to see them actually play in all their Sunderland realm action. But coming right up next is going to be upper B and lower A, where lives the Dragons, right? Kitsune Daichi, 116 total points that they accumulated on Group B, where they are the only team to score 2 victories for today. It's going to be something to watch out for.
It will definitely be something to watch out for. The best of the best team that we have stated a while ago will be into the next matchup. But before then, we're jumping into the short break, so don't go away. Welcome back once more here in the FPC for the semi-finals on the PC division, and we are down to the last group of today of the Upper B, Lower A matchup.
I can't believe we're finally, about to finish the day off, and right after this is the finals of the FPC Season 3, which will be held tomorrow for the PC division, and yes, this is going to be the last hurrah for the teams that are eyeing for a top 15 spot to the finals. And I gotta play with the best that you can do, because the teams that will be here aren't going to be any joke, right?
Yeah, I cannot leave any stones unturned. But of course, jumping into the game, we'll see who are the teams that are included in this group. And first on the list would be Kitsune and Ghost No Fear here in the Upper B Lower A.
Yeah, Kitsune fresh off of getting 116 points in total for the PC Group B, by the way. PC Group A, by the way. 64 from placement points, then 52 kills. And what's crazy is that Ghost No Fear, who came in second, only had 63 points. Almost doubled was the points that Kitsune Daichi had at the end of the 3 maps of action at Group A. But of course, for the lower A, there is still going to be a lot more intense action, especially for teams like Secrecy Radicals, Raids, and Outro Blitz, who had so much chance of absolutely tearing it apart, but could not do so because of starting the day bad.
Yeah, we'll see if they can achieve what they can, what they have achieved in the past. But right now, Kitsune versus Ghost No Fear in a head-to-head battle. But look at the top 3 appearance rate.
Oh my
It's
God.
100% for Kitsune.
Yeah, that's always guaranteed 17 points, but what's impressive here for Kitsune Daichi was that they got 2 wins earlier. That equates to 50 points off of placement already, and to think that they still managed to end up top 3 at one of those maps just made it so impressive for Kitsune Daichi. They're locked in and they're ready to put in a great show.
They definitely are. Kitsune right now is on a massive lead against the rest. They're just too strong of a team. But Ghost No Fear has no fear as well. Could definitely take a bag if ever it comes down to it. And could definitely take a win if ever it boils down into those pressure points. And if Kitsune gets pincered out into these games that we have for the final series on our hands. But aside from that, there are a couple of teams as well standing here for the final group, and I am just so excited. Ivy League a while ago performed quite a bit as well in one of the games that they were included, so expectations are quite a bit high as well into that team.
Oh boy, here we go again. Here we go again. The predictions for map number 1. I see we get ourselves the lob for Kitsune Daichi, which is, logical, because this team was dominating the group that they were playing earlier, and they scored tons in a very stock lobby where Eternity had to place 8th, by the way. So yeah, there's no point, right? Kitsune Daichi definitely looking strong today.
Yeah, and there's a reason behind those predictions, right? I don't know for you, but for me personally, you just have to consider Kitsune has been here in FPC ever since Season 1, and they are the team that can have and can really match up against the likes of now. So Oasis in the past here in the PC division, these franchise teams that are absolutely dominant, and they have that potential. And they brought that potential, they brought that knowledge and information here into Season 3, and look at them now.
Yeah, this team has just been going insane, right? Under the hands of Snoops, and then having Peanut in there, just scoring so much of this devastation for the squad. Definitely is something to watch out for, right? As you mentioned, Kitsune Daichi has been in FPC since the start of Season 1. In Season 1, they managed to score 6th. And in Season 2, they came so close at winning the championship, only 2nd to now's esports. And I think, after the first 5 weeks of the Open qualifiers where they were the number 1 team, it just explains that this team is much of a bigger threat now compared to what they were before.
Yeah, they're too strong. They have the capability to win it all. But we'll see if Kitsune can perform here right now. I mean, a while ago we did some predictions and it did not go as planned. But Powerhouse still won it in the end. So there's just a couple of ins and outs here. There's 3 games that we have in the group, 3 games that we have in the series. So a lot of chances, 3 chances to be more specific for each and every single one.
Yeah, I voted for Kitsune Daichi for 3 maps. I hope that I don't give him the curse. yeah, I just hope that it doesn't end up like that, right? But yeah, more specifically for teams that are coming here at the lower A, I think this is this is going to be the best chance for you to have your redemption. Back in the group that we just casted a little bit earlier, right? 2319 Cebu, 2319 by Supremacy, they managed to secure the top 7 on that stack group right there, coming in from lower B. So a chance for redemption for the other squads here that struggled to start the day off is going to be your last chance, by the way, if you want to be invited to the top 15 of the grand finals.
Yeah, and it's really exciting, but also scary at the same time. Because we had the knockouts, and yes, a couple of dreams were crushed, but this time, these teams are already in the top 30. They are inch closer to reach that trophy, to reach that finals, and only the top 15 can remain standing after today. So we'll see. It will definitely be a heartbreaker for some, but definitely a hope and a huge encouragement for some as well.
I want to see, a lot of redemption here. And I want to see Ghost Reborn, No Fear, absolutely tear it apart in one of the maps that we're going to have provided here, right? And for sure, Jenny the God, Beetle the God, they have been absolutely amazing. The former duo of Nitrox back in Season 1, they were able to light up the start of the open qualifiers and up until the knockout stage. And it's just that, a team up against, they went up against, it was Kitsune Daichi. It's just a big wall, right? A great wall that they could not just break at the moment. But again, this is going to be your second group of the day. I mean, for sure you may have had known the rotation of the players of Kitsune Daichi from this point forward, because you got 3 maps that you managed to play up against them. So it's just a matter of breathing and just studying your opponents to give you that victory.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can achieve the unthinkable here today. There are a couple of teams that are quite familiar as well. You have a couple of secrecy teams in the mix here with FZ Serra and also BR Serra coming into this lobby, coming into this group. So that will be exciting as well, because secrecy has been on the uprise in the season, wherein they have a couple of good games, they have a couple of bad games, but overall it's net positive coming in from this team. We're also looking at the likes of 3Jet G that have been showing signs of life over the past weeks.
Yeah, I mean, just enjoy the game. This is a very new squad, but one thing for sure, the players that they deployed, everyone's got the potential. They just need to put a lot of this reps in order for them to have a great chance at ending up at the top 3, or even better, take away the #1 spot.
We'll see if that can happen. We're jumping into game number 1 onto Thunder Realms for the final series, for the final group here today. Going to be up for the lower 8 this time around for the last chance to qualify for the top 15.
Here we go, final group of the day. Let's see what happens. Will Kitsune Daichi, the team that won 2 maps back in Group B, going for a 3-peat here this time on an even tougher group that we got, right? Just amplifies how ready this team is at. But looking at our circle here so far, it's going to be from south heading into the northwestern side of the map. So it's pretty much distributed for the teams where exactly they do want to drop. And for Kitsune Daichi, it's always been the transport port that they want to have, and also that split drop where they send out 2 of their other members to get this loot on the Mamba station. But on the other side of the map though, we got ourselves some early engage at the lab.
We have a couple of teams stacked on top of each other, and this is Shinichi Dragons' spot. This is Shinichi Dragons' turf. This is where they have played over the past few weeks. They have successfully took a couple of games. I believe that was last week that Shinichi Dragons was absolutely dominant, and that is the reason why there is also hope of coming in from that team as well to be able to go aggressive, because that is their play style, although a lot of risk.
Yeah, definitely a lot, right? Now for Ivy League, who's dropping by the institution, they got themselves an early engage up against Just Enjoy the Game. I mean, at this early in the game, you might want to have an early kills, but yeah, you need to stack as much as resources. But yeah, not sure what the idea is here. They want to try to start the day off aggressive.
Yeah, get some couple of kills left and right. And this strategy on being hyper aggressive in the early game to mid game will only be applicable to the teams that are scouring in fear, that are scouring for points because they need it. They want to go for the top 15, which is exactly the reason behind on getting and being hyper aggressive in the early game, because it gives you the more opportunity and lesser risk as well to be aggressive.
Yeah, Ivy Leagues ended up with number 4 placement at the upper B, and they scored 27 kills and 21 points of a placement. So yeah, definitely a team that you need to iron out for, especially in this group itself. I mean, Godbroke, Turbo, this is the players you want to watch out for, as they can definitely do most of the damage when it comes to these eliminations.
Yeah, comes to the eliminations, very needed from this game. Need to stack up on a couple of points. But at the moment, everyone's playing a bit more patient now. Yeah. Everything is settled down quite a bit into the first initial minute. But expectedly later on, I don't know if Junichi Dragons will replicate what they did in the past, but they have been playing aggressive before. If they can do it once again, especially considering their placements coming into today's matchup, they definitely need to stack up a couple of more, and that will be applicable as well into a couple of teams that we have in mind here right now, especially for the lower A in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, now we take a look at Scotty here on a gunfight. Summit Crush invested, and that is going to drop Ivy League off the start.
Off the start, it's going to be a massive engage from Scotty. That will be Ivy League's teammates, players, falling down left and right. Sienna hoping for those kills, but only one knockout, not a full elimination.
Oh my God.
And Dabi will be the one who will follow suit, and Scotty takes 4 kills.
Yeah, squad number 12 is nearby. Could potentially go in for the third party up against Scotty, but if you want to talk about, Ivy League, that team can either end up at the 15th spot or at the number 1 spot, just like what we saw from them at the up B earlier. So need to tighten up their decision making, especially at the early game. I mean, it's not going to be a great start for you if you made your rotation right exactly towards that mid-map where it's close at the Novo Bazaar. You already know that there's a lot of gunfights waiting to happen in that spot. You need to find those soft spots that can get you those armor and those resources. But on the other side of the map now, it's Barbaric Zera versus Paragons.
Yeah, Paragon's hoping to live for quite a bit. It's a 1-for-1 trade already, but how long can you do this? BR Sarah was able to get those couple of eliminations away from Paragons. 2 players already down, and at this point, Paragons have to wait for their teammates to come back up, or might as well also be a game changer with those shotgun on hand. Definitely takes those short range engages quite quickly and quite successively.
Yeah, I mean, oh, nice shot there for Maestro. Now they are pushing inside. This is definitely a needed kill for them because they only got 11 kills back when they were playing at Group B earlier. So it is essential for them to just go in for this early elimination.
Paragons doesn't have those respawners filled already across the board. So this is a dangerous situation that they're fighting up against. PR Sarah still. Position. Are you going to do it? Roninary will not have any shields left. Getting pushed by Paragons, and our god will not be successful. The outplay from Ronery.
He came from the zero shot, and that was the only counter that was needed for them to get away with the victory there on the squad fight. But now they're down, and Zuza on the other side of the map. Rocky Zone is ready, trying to take that fight up against the other FC Sarah squad.
Yeah, FC Sarah has lost 2 members already. And now Azusa just going for the revive quite quickly, quite swiftly. And at this stage, a couple of kills, a couple of knockouts, respawners, falling down left and right already. This is such a huge detriment, especially when we're looking at the likes of Azusa, stacking up 6 kills and already securing those level 5, level 4 shields. they're on a huge benefit or a huge upside of a situation that they're currently in. But now, GSRI, no fear. Right up against Scotty. Get those easy dubs, get those easy knockouts. And the respawns or the revives will come out next.
Now, Ghost No Fear ended up in the number 2 at the upper B, right? They obviously had a lot of kills, but nothing compared to Kitsune, who had 64 kills? Oh my god. 52 kills on that match itself. So I guess for Ghost No Fear, it's just all about finding those level 6 armors, right? Just be able to stack up against Kitsune Daichi when you're heading into that final circle, because this team who dropped by the transport port, very much the same drop as the team of Execration in the mobile division. They've already stacked their resources, and the sponsor box is just about to open up. So try to not give this team a chance to snowball everything. It's going to be a huge boost for the survival and the chances of these other squads that are up here in this group.
Yeah, it will be a problem if ever that team snowballs out of proportion, cannot be controlled anymore any longer. Although I'll bait the situation, there's still a Seyana availability for some of these teams, so they do not necessarily have to fight the likes of Kitsune and the other team that has those level 5 shields already. But at this point, actually quite new. Kitsune playing a bit more safe, wanting the zone to become much more closer than it is from the very beginning before they start up those engages, start up those kills, and they're killing spree in this game one.
And you're looking at Snoop's Dockside right now, one of the best in-game leaders in the PC division. Again, this Kitsune Daichi squad, if you guys don't know, placed number 6 in Season 1, number 2 in Season 2. Came so close at being the champions, but yet so far, because now Esports AIM just dismantled them because of that game number 5 performance. Now, for the other side, right, Ivy League, it's just all about bouncing back. Yes, you did get taken down early, but you got a chance to be able to lock down displacement points, but just playing passive. But it's not going to be easy, because right now, squad number 1, that's going to be Kitsune Daichi, that will be very close up against them.
Yeah. And as they say, if you fall down, you come back up greater and better than ever before. So we'll see if that can be applicable to some of these teams that got eliminated a while ago. But right now, you have a lot of kills already for Secrecy FZ with 8 points to their name, as a sus stacking up 6 kills already. So a lot of these teams are starting to ramp up.
Yeah, that's very important, right? Especially for these 2 Secrecy squads, because they were not having it easy on their first grouping. So finding that bounce back is essentially going to be important, much like what we saw from 2319 by Supremacy and Cebu at the upper A and lower B matchup. But yeah, for sure, this circle is about to close in, and still a lot of teams that is going to be inside of the danger zone. That's why they gotta plan their strategies straight, especially if you're squad number 7, who is currently in the lane of Kitsune Daichi.
Yeah. Playing on their lawn, playing in their lane. Paragons. And a bit of a distance up against the other squads, but at this point, it's all about those patience game, because we are already losing those respawners. We're jumping into Zone 3 already soon enough, and I don't think these teams are prepared to lose onto the situations very early on, especially considering that 14 teams are still alive, but that's not applicable onto Raze. They're going very aggressive, and they take the initial kill onto FZ Zera.
Yeah, Raids now just pushing into the Rocky Zone, but they gotta be very careful, because Squad 14, that's Azusa Esports, is just holding that Rocky Zone down to the T. Now, this is Secrecy Radicals, the number 1 team right now, just in shambles, losing 2 of their members up against Raids. Now, you're gonna have to play individually before you revive back your teammates.
Safe zone will retract in 30 seconds.
Not a good situation, not a good spot, especially losing a couple of members. Before you jump into the next zone, not exactly the best position here. Glazrate. And playing on zone edge could possibly be in a good spot here, considering that they are in front of Nova Bazaar. Unfortunately, there is another squad just in the vicinity that is Paragons that we're talking about, but I believe they have information about where their opponents are currently sitting at.
Yeah, not going to be a problem for them because they got the advantage in terms of their resources in there. And AZ Race can just make that push, but the problem here is that if they make those sounds and those gunshots, it will be heard all across the map. Now, it's just going to be Astral Mugen able to get the clean onto Secrecy Radical. So, important kill for them. That brings it only to one player left, that squad.
They're all out in the open. Miasta has information, no more shields left. We'll see. As that will be 2 knockouts already lost. But the restoration field is keeping him alive.
Yeah.
Now, Rates with a 1-for-1 trade for now.
We got, a couple of pitch play going on right now for the squad, right? Because right beside squad number 11 in Astral Mugen is your boys from Ghost Reborn, and they got no fear in just pushing those angles once they find another kill down there.
Yeah, Rates. A couple of members now looking into 4MGNX. Besides on to No Fear, but in similar fashion, do they have No Fear to push them, especially considering that they have the much better shields here. So they have the lead into that full-on engage, but we do not exactly know the locations of the teammates or where every single one of them is currently at. So it's the best position to go in for the push. Now, Ghost No Fear has the God Spot.
This is nice angle for them, right? They can anticipate this as esports and Astral Mugen, Rates, and Scotty that is from the institution lane, and it's just all about finding the right timing and not being too divided as a team, because right now you're kind of in a split action where you got 2 members eyeing out for the Nova Bazaar and another one holding down the institution lane.
Hiding and holding, gatekeeping. If Ivy League is able to bring down Arcot, this brings them at a very advantageous point here in Refinery, but the zone is already closing down and not already good position to hold on onto Refinery and play outside of the zone. Now, Nova Bazaar may just be the next land of the dead here. If we had the likes of Tin Man Industrial back in Sunset City, this could be another situation of Nova Bazaar being of a similar fashion here, as every single team is coming across. Squad 15, Squad 5, Squad 3 is just on the horizon.
Oh my god, yes. It might just become, the graveyard for this group itself. But it's essential for them to disengage, right? Just pass through. Don't have to engage and take this gunfight because third party is inevitable. You can try to take this challenge head on. AZ Rates lost 1 member already. Now, Ivy League able to take down Paragons at the Refinery. That's this Cloris that we're talking about in there. And yeah, so much of this team still outside, and so much teams at the zone's edge that's just going in for that gatekeeping scenario.
But right now, Siana is doing a lot of work here for Ivy League, but no more restoration field. They have to move in soon enough. But when we're looking at the map, so much gatekeepers inside of the safe zone.
AZ Rates. Yep, caught into a bit of a pinch. Paragons Cloris are going to be at
huge
the Nova
damage.
Bazaar. And yeah, nice information there for AZ Rates. But again, caught into a middle, caught into an Oreo, and they might just find themselves in a very bad spot if they engage in one of these angles.
Now, Divulge already used here. They have information. They're going out. They have to shift their position. How to go out because the zone is already closing in. And now Cons. It's on a dangerous position here. It's on a different spot. Could get pushed, could get flanked from behind, and that is it. 3JEDG will now get that push, will get that opportunity. Sights on Powerhouse going in. That will be Paragons rather. Who loses 1 more member from that engagement.
Yeah, Shoma here with a very interesting weapon loadout. The Ancient Star and the Yuzu combo able to take that elimination onto Grads. But he did that while being eliminated, right? But luckily for Paragons, they are able to revive back their teammates back to his feet. But 3JEDG still got eyes on them, and they also got their member in Sayana just holding down one of the buildings outside of the zone. We still got 10 squads,
Paragons.
And we're approaching our final circle here.
Now getting pushed. We have 4 MGNX. Once they have full control over the building, they don't know Paragons is there waiting. Yeah, Ghost No Fear onto a high ground as well.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
up front. Oh, there's so much people up front.
Just get inside the buildings is what you need here for Astral Mugen. Gotta play for them placement points. You need to be able to get yourself at the top 3 spot. And he has so much players that's scrambling around, but who's got the high ground is the very main question. That is going to be Kitsune Daichi and Ghost Reborn No Fear is having the best position around the map, holding down the zone's edge and getting all these gate tipping moments activated.
Now you have Scotty, TJ, EDG, going down left and right, losing a couple of members for themselves at this stage. We'll see if they could push through to take a couple of teams here, because 8 teams are still up, 21 players are still alive, and in this state of the game, it's not that optimal. You have to play for zone edge, because if you go into the center quite early, you may meet a couple of teams.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to end up on a pinch play, right? So much as possible, just be the third party once this engage happens. But Ghost Reborn, they're contesting for a spot inside the circle, but they get picked down by Kitsune Daichi on the long range.
EG will be able to go for that elimination, knockout already. Quite out in the open, and this is what we're saying. Thunder Realms may have a couple of buildings in the vicinity, but not exactly. We'll cover every single land space and real estate in the realms.
It's hard that Ghost Reborn, right? The player that managed to go down is the Sienna, which is essential if you want to close that late game down to the T. Astral Mugen still complete here. All 4 members alive. Still got that information inside of the building, but they cannot get inside because there's no way for them to enter at that spot unless they have to make their position.
Kitsune having sights on them, and a while ago Kitsune had no kills at all whatsoever. Right now they stock up 7 kills already. Now you have Astral Mugen fighting in the center of it.
Wow.
Having a couple of kills left and right, but Kitsune just bent back, countering 2 attacks. Third party central here right now, the center off the safe zone. 10 kills to their name already. The top 1 team, the favorites coming into this lobby, been already in a very good situation. And now Kitsune onto the roof, gets down 1 more.
Yeah, this one's looking like Kitsune Daichi's gonna end it up right. Once they manage to take down Chinichi Dragons, there's only going to be stragglers nearby. Ghost No Fear, Astral Mugen, Azusa only got 1 member alive, and Kitsune is just trying to close the distance down. They want to finish Chinichi Dragons up.
We'll see if they can do it. Zor's already down. Peanut and Boopy gone for Kitsune. But the important thing is the Sienna is still alive. Oxy's still alive. And that will just pretty much keep them at a state we're in. They could just buy time. Play patient.
There we go. Seems like we're gonna have a 3-way Sienna killing battle here. Kitsune Daichi again, 13 kills. And the best part about this is that his teammates' loot boxes are just right around the corner. He doesn't have to go away to get a lot of his medkits. Astral Mugen and Lilo now already down. Still got 3 squads remaining here.
3 squads remaining, 3 players left. Unexpectedly, those players are Siennas.
Yeah.
But Shameless.
A 3-wave.
Shameless doesn't have any more med packs. Wanted to go for the spoils of war, get those med packs in, get those loots up and running. But at this point, Shaco as well is in a very good situation, having med packs onto the surrounding and also near the center of the final safe zone. So definitely bodies lying around just beside him.
Oh my god, they're just so close within each other, right? But Azusa Shameless, I think he will be the first one to go down. Moving away, fighting spoils of war. Yes, right now he might be able to get some more of that, but nothing compared to what Kitsune Daichi Oxy and Ghost Reborn Chinichi Dragon Shaco has in play here. Right now the super airdrop is there. Shameless goes down. We got 2 survivors remaining, 1 for each squad. It's between Kitsune versus Chunichi Dragons.
Yeah, and Chunichi Dragons, a while ago they faltered. A while ago they did not perform at their best shape, but this time they're able to get a secured top 2 finish already, and it's not even over. Could definitely take 1 if ever they find a couple of med packs still, but At this point, it will be Oxy up against Shaco. It's Kitsune up
Oh my
against
God.
Shinichi Dragons. Who's going to take it? Who's going to win it? Oxy does
It's hard.
far, unrelenting. Have full HP, have full shields. Shaco in similar manner.
Yeah, Shaco's just closing it in. I don't think Oxy knows that the player has already relocated within one of the other buildings that's within the final circle. And Oxy's just out in the open, right? Could be exposed, could be shot at. All it takes is one BSS gunshot to be connected up against him, and he might just be deleted, right? His odds of healing back could just be over. But I think for Oxy, he may have heard this sound cues. It's going to be a 1v1 gunfight. A Sienna versus Sienna. Who dashes in first? That's going to be the guy from Cold Reborn. And he's the first one to fall as Oxy is able to get away from that gunfight and just waste the life of that player.
And Kitsune will win it in map 1. The upper B, lower A, such a phenomenal stage that they were able to set. We have mentioned this a while ago that when it comes to the best teams, it will be Kitsune. That will be the name of the squad, that will be the name of the group here in the PC division.
Yeah, the dominance by Kitsune Daichi on Group P is insane, right? It's a super stacked lobby to the point where, you know, Revamp, Aetherials, as well as Eternity had to go down to this 8th and 9th spot. And they had to play, you know, up against the upper Group A. Kitsune Daichi is one of the bigger factors on why those teams were struggling at Group B. They're the ones always able to eliminate those players every time. And, you know, this may not end up in a way where they had to explosively take down every member. They still managed to get this victory and are on poised again to secure another victory on their bag approaching map 2 with this kind of performance.
Yeah, and once again, if it's all about those consistency, it's Kitsune is really in a good situation. They have applied a similar fashion for what we have seen back in the prior group, wherein they did not go for a fight all throughout early to mid game. As soon as the second zone was closing in already, they were hyper aggressive, the second to the final zone. And I think that is a situation wherein Kitsune has been adapting and has been practicing, and they were able to look in for the winning condition that they set themselves into. And I guess that's pretty much it. All about those placements, wait patiently, go for the discipline play, the final, go for kills.
It reminds me so much of how Execration plays in the mobile division, right? Just have the transport port and the nearby POIs just in their favor, and they just build up all of their resources up until they approach that late game and where they finally is able to strike. And Kitsune Daichi, yes, I love the plays that we saw from them, but I just feel like the teams are just respecting these players too much. I think there has to be that one team that might just look into contesting Kitsune Daichi on their split drop at the transport port so that they get to at least, you know, just take away some of the early keys to victories by this squad and not pull away with such huge dominance at the end.
Yeah, and definitely so. I'm really excited. At this point, Kitsune is showing a huge volume of success and is showing a huge capability on winning it all. You have mentioned this a while ago, time and time again, that Kitsune back in the Group A, Group B was able to perform outright, and they got the 2 wins out from their respective group. I believe it was Group A that we have seen them to be included just a moment ago. So it will be really exciting how they are going to perform in the following 2 games. But if you missed out on game number 1 coming in from the upper A, or well rather upper B, lower A, let's watch the highlights coming out from that map. And out from map number 1, it will be Kitsune who comes out on top, gaining 39 total points.
Yeah, I mean, much expected for this squad, right? After their dominant Group B action just a little bit earlier today. But it's great to see redemption for the teams that was not having it at their early groupings, especially for teams like Azusa Esports and Chunichi Dragons. So yeah, having that refreshing bounce back after getting yourself at the bottom rankings is going to be very refreshing for the squad.
Yeah, no one even came close to the amount of kills that Kitsune was able to achieve. And remember that Kitsune did not even go aggressive early mid game. They only started getting kills in the mid to late game situations, and this is literally how Kitsune has been playing time and time again, and they're just too strong of a team. But even then, going on to the top 2, it will be Chunichi Dragons, who gains 20 total points and 5 kill points from map 1.
And what's interesting here is that the top 3, right, the rankings for heroes and the weapons, Sienna will always be there. The VSS managed to topple over the White Dwarf here this time, but I want to bring up the topic. The Duck side has only been picked 11 out of the 15 times for this team, so they're trying to open things up for maybe a Maggie or an Ember for the roster.
Yeah, it definitely is. These are the two options from what we have seen, even in the past week during the knockout stages, that Maggie's and Duck sides are interchangeable depending on the team that wants to go for it. Duck side is more towards utility, and those long-range engages could definitely help out the team, but Maggie's are the ones with the capability of outplaying on those short-range fights.
I can't agree more with that. Right now, let's take a look at our MVP and see who takes it. It is going to be Amari from Kitsune Daiichi, right? Your MVP, brought to you by Techno with 5 kills at 1,758 damage and 17% headshot percentage.
Yeah, Marin is really just a good player overall. Kitsune, 5 total kills out from how many kills? 15 kills? 17 kills?
Yeah.
So that's an immediate third of the total amount of kills that Kitsune was able to provide, but overall with 1.7k total damage, it's just insane. But Kitsune, as a team, I believe has been consistently playing coordinatively with each other, and they know how to play with each other coming into those fights. And I was just successful into following up time and time again with his teammates.
You can really rely on Amari, right? Especially with the Maggie to just lock it down. He's the main killer for Kitsune Daiichi, apart from, Peanut, who exploded for 12 kills back at Group B. Amari was also the fragger that scored 16 kills in total for the 3 maps of action that they got. So it's definitely one player to worry about, especially when he is engaging up close. Him, and with the White Dwarf with the fully magazine attachment on it, is just a walking nightmare on a 1v1.
Yeah, it's too good. It's too quick as well. Those eliminations are going down in a blink of an eye, but of course, what's going down here tonight as well is another code for the viewers watching at home. Thank you very much to the community that is still here with us. And that is it. You have the SR weapon skin of the Hound called the Blind Dogs.
Yo, I want that skin, right? Obviously, for the teams, for the players, for the viewers who doesn't know, the Hound has the same exact damage as the Ancient Star, right? So it is one of the best weapons out there to utilize. It's just that the cockback, the time between the second bullet kicks in is just a lot. That's why teams still prepare the Ancient Star. But SMGs are still the meta for everyone that's wandering around. We're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, it's the Upper B, Lower A, map number 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FPC Season 3 once again. We're down into Map 2 of the Upper B, Lower A. We're still the same caster, but at this point, Kali, Kitsune has shown us why they are one of the strongest here in the PC division.
And what way to show it off, right? With Amari taking the MVP once again for Kitsune. He's always been there providing so much of this presence for the team when it comes to engaging with the gunfights, but you also really have to, highlight the way that the team is just composed of, right? They don't have an Ember out there. They have a Maggie and also a Dockside just going in between each other. So they got a high mobility hero composition that allows them to just ambush and just attack any players that they want to push through.
Yeah, and this is one of the compositions that I believe Powerhouse was able to use as well. Like these situations wherein they go in for the double attacker type of situations wherein Maggie and Duckside will be the engaged tools for the team. And this is a composition that is highly aggressive. And this is where you want to really take in those fights, but Kitsune just played it very quiet at the start and just took the momentum in the mid to late game.
Yeah, the reads that they make and the adjustments that Snoops always put into his teammates, it's just insane, right? They just kept the high ground up until the final circle kicked in, and they were able to anticipate players from Chunichi Dragons, who was just running away with a lot of heat in there as well. And when they managed to pick them up, they immediately get in that push, got granted them 14 kills. That only 14 kills that we got in that map number 1. And yeah, let's take a look at our map predictions in here and our game prediction. Who's going to be taking it away? I must say, it's different here this time, but I got still Kitsune going for a back-to-back. But Chunichi Dragons, I say, it is also logical as well, man.
Yeah, I feel like Chunichi Dragons over the knockout stages has took a favor towards me because of how their playstyle is. They want to go aggressive towards the early game and mid game. They want that type of snowball strategy in the baggage, and that worked relatively well back in game number 1. Remember, they got a top 2 finish out from that as well, with Shaco being the Siana and having that healing battle up against Kitsune, where in the end it was still Oxy was able to win it. But they still have that chance, they still have that capability on fighting up against the like of the Titans here today of Kitsune.
Yeah, Chunichi Dragons, I must say, they've always been a capable team. They can really pull in a lot of these skills and a lot of these victories. It's just that they started the day off on a bad foot, right? On a back foot, if you say it. And they're just trying to bounce back from it. And this map number 1 that we just saw ended up with them placing top 2. It's just one of the 2 more maps that we're going to be able to see this team absolutely tear it apart. But one thing more than likely, Ghost Reborn No Fear, who managed to, really put in a lot of engagements on Group B, where they ended up taking the top 2 spot, right? Wasn't visible at the top 3 spot here today. So that's a huge blow for them, as they only had 19 points to end map number 1.
Yeah, 19 points to end it all off. I mean, the difference coming in from Kitsune's standing from a while ago and getting how many points in the end of game number 1 is a drastic difference across top 2, top 3, and top 4. So right now, it is still undeniably strong that still undeniable that Kitsune is on the precipice of success. They could still take a couple of wins here in this group in game 2 and game 3, or even lose one and still take the top 1 finish at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's how dominant this team is, right? If they cannot eventually get those kills, they can always play for those placement points. And Kitsune Daichi, I feel like, I don't want to curse it, but at this point, there's a high probability that they may end up going in for a 3-2 then into the Championship Sunday, just by looking at the pacing and the strategy that they've been allocating in today's semifinals for the PC Division. Map number 2 of Southern Realms. We are ready to see it happen. Do we see a back-to-back win for Kitsune Daichi, or will we see Chunichi Dragons and these other competitors take it away from them? We're about to find out.
Kitsune is where we are currently looking at as a POV. And at this point, this is one of the teams to really be fearful of from every single one of this team. The capsule pad once again is relying more towards the northern side of the map here, and Kitsune was capitalizing, or will be able to capitalize onto the situation. If you're looking at a map onto the on the right upper quadrant or left upper quadrant of Sunder Realms, they have full control over every single bit.
This is what you don't want to let Kitten and Dicey have of the early game, right? You need to have someone or one of these other teams just contest maybe the Mamba station or where Peanut is exactly located at, just for them to have these players just go way back. Because if you take a look at it, Transport Port, which is one of the highest loots that you got within the game, and you sent in Amari in there, who was the MVP and was just wrecking chaos in map number 1. That's just a recipe for disaster, right? You're getting a lot of these weapons, a lot of these player XPs, and even there's a high chance that the level 4 armor can just be taken by Amari if he does get lucky by looting every corner of the Transport Port.
And now early engages happen here in Wind Valley. You have Secrecy, FZ jumping right through, gets that early elimination. The knockouts are there, but still remember, respawners are up. So could be off risk, but you have to be wary of the situations. If you lose your respawners, it's unlikely, or well, at least highly encouraged not go aggressive at that point, as there are so much risk involved.
All right, let's see you though for Paragons. If that high ground is essential for them to take this victory. Oh, St. Jesus about to get approached. Alar God. Oh, he wins it. Either way.
Oh, and now, and a fuel to the fire, a punch to the face as a finishing blow. And Paragons at this stage is really amazing. With 5 kills already secured. They have been so aggressive, stacking up a couple of points left and right, but Azusa is on their back as well. And there is a reason why these teams, or why these players want to go aggressive in this POI, that it's the purple zone of Sunder Realms here in Game 2, and everyone wants access to that situation, into that location.
Yeah, but it's hard to be able to just fully lock it in, especially when you got Paragons just holding down the higher ground of the Wind Valley at this point. It is, yes, Paragons, 5 kills for them at the moment. It is going to be only Largo with a level 4 armor for now, but as soon as they try to build up and settle for that rotation is where we see this team just kind of build up, you know, a great recipe for them to finally take it over and have a better placement compared to that map number 1.
Rotations are going through, but at this point, not every single one of these teams still is going at a drastic rotation into the center of the map, looking for those teams, looking for those kills. Still playing it a bit more patiently, but not like this. Darko shoots one of the players, one of the members here from their opponents onto a syrup truck. They have information on where the teammates are currently at, but will not chase them down as there's not a reason to do so.
Yeah, you just, you know, wait for it yourself to fully get your resources up and running, right? Azusa placed 3rd at map number 1, where they scored 6 kills and 17 off of placement, as if they secured the top 3 placement, right? So just finally recuperating and just trying to consistently take that spot is going to be important for them to just earn their place in the grand final spot. They got gunfights awaiting them. That's 2 squads there, gotta face. That's Barbaric Secrecy and squad number 11.
Secrecy and Secrecy overall with his teammates. Yeah, at this stage, it's all about a patience game. Not every single one of these teams wants to go hyper aggressive, but of course, Shinichi Dragons is a different story. We have already found in them a while ago that they are one of the teams that are hyper aggressive on lab, as where they are currently starting every single time. Ghost No Fear is there. You have Azraid also there, and also Shinichi Dragon stacked on top of each other. Pretty much 3 teams all together down south.
Yeah, it's about to be hot in there at the south, and the laboratory has always been, you know, a place where all of these gunfights are bound to happen. Ivy League again getting themselves early on these gunfights. Now Fiercely Born No Fear closing the distance down, and they take down Ching.
A massive pincer maneuver that they were able to achieve. Now, they have sights on the Ivy League as well, shooting them far away. They do not want to push. Sponsor boxes are being taken care of by Ivy League already. So if they give it away, this will be a huge bump for this team.
God,
Safe
needs to
zone
peel back.
will retract in
Goes for
30
no fear again, just continuing
Lightning
the
Mark.
pressure.
Now, already in a low state, low HP already. Kadon will be able to eliminate 2 members single-handedly. Goes for it now. Some Crush as well to follow up, but will not be able to chase him down. Onto the duck side from the opposition. Ivy League still safe, still in the game. Goes in with a hover car, but Jenny the God doesn't want to let him lose. Now no more shields remaining. 1 HP left. He's gone for the count.
Oh, wow. Nice chase there for Jenny the God with the duck side. Eventually getting that elimination up there. Kitsun and Daichi on the other side of the map. Spotted squad 13, that is Shinichi Dragons going into the transport port. There's only 2 players that they managed to see, so long range attack for Oxy will not be able to connect, but the sponsor box is going to be added into their play. And now we'll take a look at our top Reaper. That's Oxy with 5 total kills. And not often that you see a Sayana ending up with the highest kills possible. It's great to have him be able to light it up for Kitsun and Daichi.
Yeah, this lobby, this group specifically, is not that aggressive. It's not that chaotic. So those kill points, in comparison to the other groups, might seem low, but in comparison onto a ratio for these players, still quite a bit of a number there for Oxy, especially as you have mentioned already, Sayana and Talently, as we've seen, to be the Reapers of these games. The likes of the Maggies, the Duck sides, are much more favorable to get those Reaper titles, but nevertheless, it speaks volume to how strong Kitsune is.
Yeah, I can't agree more with that. Now we got Secrecy Radicals going up against Ivy League here. They're just kind of spread around, right? These players are caught into a pinch, and Ivy League, they gotta stand their ground.
Go for their jetpack or jet leap. We'll be able to get sights on them, but a shotgun to the face, or White Dwarf as well. I mean, into consideration onto those short range fights to get the wins. And now Secrecy, FZ will build themselves up into 6 kills already, but still not in a good situation for them to fight up against Astral Mugen with level 4 shields across the board.
Yeah, level 4, they're really confident. They also got the high ground, and they take down Anna on that altercation, and it's just going to be trades back and forth.
Their backsides is left open. That will be Astral Mugen. Will pounce at the right time. That is another kill for himself.
Supply ship en route.
Trying to run away, he's knocked to the ground. Creeping themselves in back into safety, but Anna will get eaten up alive by Astral Mugen.
Start delivering airdrops.
Just keeping themselves alive here at this danger zone. But squad number 5, that's Barbarics here now, about to try to advance it forward. Teammates just fell onto the ground, right? And that's gonna be Secrecy. That is gonna be going down. Paragon decides to join the prayer as well. They want some of this goodness. They want to take these eliminations. And now they're ready for it, right? Having the high ground here is my show. Lord God will be there with level 5 armor. Astral Mugen is not in a position to actually contest this.
Position to contest. If they're going aggressive or if they're playing late. Some Astro a while ago in just a couple of minutes time. A couple of minutes back that he was in danger, but right now the opponents that they are meeting up against, Paragons to be more specific, has not been playing that aggressive. Wants to play it a bit more patient, wants to play it a bit more safe. Astral Mugen has information of where their opponents are at, of where Paragons are currently at, but who will be playing the gatekeepers here? Is it Astral Mugen or is it Paragons?
Oh man, Largon has got a great side on this, suckers. There's 3 players in there, he can line it up.
It's definitely be so close yet so far. Armor shields left. Sienna goes down already. The blinding mark gets information that there are 3 people there standing onto the ramps. Oh! On his back, there's someone else. And Astro will fall down. The Mediax will not be enough to go in for the revive. They lose one of their members of their own. High goes down. Summon Crush to the skies.
Oh
it's
no!
Turbo goes down, knocks them out. Last member standing here for Astral Mugen, trying to survive for quite a bit. That's the Sienna! Paragons will win it!
Yeah, they will successfully eliminate Astral Mugen and giving them a 14th placement. That's a huge blow. You don't get any points of a placement on that. Barbarics are in. Just enjoy the game now this time. About to go and exchange hands. Has got that information. Just enjoy the game. Has felt the pressure ever since. But not really engaging is the best possible way as they are at the deficit. They don't really want to engage up against Azusa. who's got all of the armors ready off as well. Same thing can be said when they face off against Barbaric Sarah.
Right now, a lot of players still left alive. 37 players and 11 teams are persisting into this game. As of yet, only 3 teams have been eliminated. Ching from Chinichi Dragons have been shut down. That will be a member down for the Dragons themselves.
That's huge, you know. I mean, Barbaric Sarah's has been wandering around too long inside of the danger zone, and they finally felt, you know, the punishment of it, right? Extending too much, got one of the members waiting for a revive now. Let's enjoy the game still outside the zone. Gotta wait for more rotation in there, but you see on this aerial view, Paragon's Chloris and Kitsune Daichi's Kan is going to be working through. They have that information. Azusa is going to get themselves in this bit of a gunfight.
Yeah, goes for the gunfight. Oxy goes down, but the trade back is there. The quick response, the swift response from the teammates of Kitsune is impeccable. Time and time again, they do it so good. But Paragons is on their backs. The Divulge gives information to their opponents. Terms is steadily waiting. Readily waiting for any engage that will happen. And Peanut has to move back to his team. Cannot fight this single-handedly.
I mean, Paragons. Yeah, Paragons now again the best spot at taking down Kitsune when the player Oxy was taken down, right? But they kind of took too long, and now the recovery is made, and Kitsune now is on a position where they want to contest Paragons at this point.
Definitely contest here. The sponsor box has been taken down already by Paragons. Now Ivy League is on a worse situation. Don't want to fight up against Paragons. Now is not the right time.
Yeah, interesting weapon combination for Drew. The White Dwarf and an Uzi. He was trying to spray the guy with the vehicle with SMG, right? Which is unheard of. As much as possible, you want to have a sniper or an AR. SMG is pretty much not effective, but for Ivy League, there's only one thing I gotta say for this squad, right? They're either gonna end up with a top 15 placement, or they're gonna end up with the top 3. That's the only 2 questions that that's the only 2 problems that Ivy League is kind of dealing with right now. It's the decision making. Where do they want to take those challenge, and where do they want to position inside of the zone? It's been the problem that has been riddling this team to becoming successful. But for now, they're doing a great job just keeping their lives, they're keeping their lives around out there, as they still got 4 of their members alive.
Especially considering that those that you've mentioned are pillars here in Farlight 84. Being indecisive at this stage and just being passive all throughout a game will not exactly buy you the win. You have to make a decision, you have to make a play, you have to think of the options that you have and capitalize onto what you are currently running with. Do you have level 5 shields across the board that you have the possibility to go aggressive, or you only have level 2, level 3 shields that you just have to play patiently and wait for the right time to be able to go aggressive? But right now, Kitsune having that first elimination onto BR0.
Yeah, this is the best time for them to push through. I mean, that team is just getting so much heat. Amaro on the long range gets that kill onto Lucien. Now, they can push this team if they want to, but they want to prefer to maintain their position inside the zone and just utilize the artillery to bring an end to BR Sarah.
Oh, that was too good. Able to go in for those names, for those long-range utilities.
Safe zone will retract in 30 seconds.
For now, we're looking at a lot of bodies also falling down outside of the zone. Not exactly the best situations here, especially considering that we are approaching in 20 seconds the final zone into the game, just southwest of Nova Bazaar.
Still a nice squad track, so many teams still in there. Just enjoy the game, having the high ground at Noble Bazaar, but at this point you're gonna have to make a rotation over, and all that noise created by Riz has been heard, and will now put themselves in an open spot, so going to be a raft rotation coming in from them.
Yeah, now the blinding mark as well against information, blinds him out, no more vision left. LF Shawmai goes down with a hand of Scotty. The fight's not even over, as this will persist for quite a bit. The reset will be prioritized there by Scotty as HPs are going down already. Goes for the peak. Slide themselves onto the left side, but Pex, for those long distance, Ivy Lees just beams them out.
Yo, this is an important kill for Ivy League because that just removes one threat that might just put an end to their rotation here. Currently on the other side of the map is Paragons. Now, they got level 6 armors. They're prepared and ready to get these eliminations to go through, right? This circle that's going to be coming right up next is going to be stacked. All of these strong teams able to build up their resources, and it's about to put an end on to Kitsune Daichi. He's been putting so much heat in here. With Paragons able to build up like this, they might just be able to stop the back-to-back win for Kitsune Daichi.
And right now, Paragon's fighting up against Ghost No Fear, Jenny the God in danger, number shield left. An isolated case, the Summit Crush goes for the 3-man knocked up. Now Curve will go down, brings it down to a numbers advantage for Ghost No Fear.
Ooh, Jenny the God, they're just maintaining the position out there. Only one angle that they're taking, but they got the Blinding Mark to help them get to the spray, and transfer is insane.
The Summit Crush will be impeccable, but will not be enough, as Ghost No Fear has a massive advantage onto their shields. That wall bite is the advantage, and right now this wall put down into the 16 remaining in the game, with Kitsune removing so much players as well.
I mean, I want whatever Kitsune Daichi ate today, man. They've been torching, eliminating, discombobulating every team that they see, right? I mean, look at the difference right now. 19-point differential from top 1 and top 2. Same exact scenario that we just saw approaching around Group B, right? And now Paragon's about to get pushed there.
Might just get pushed, as you have mentioned. The Summit Crush won't be there, but it's not enough. Vision Erosion will just buy a lot of time from their opponents, but Ivy League just has nothing to give up against Paragons. They cannot fight them. A level 6 shield up against a level 3 shield. Do you think who wins? Paragons on top of that. That's really strong at this date.
Yeah, man. 5 squads remaining, 14 survivors, and I love what I'm seeing here for L4 Paragons and for Azusa Esports, right? Just need to maintain those members completely up until the very end to challenge Kitsune Daichi, who's got most of the space around the search zone.
The Blinding Mark is there, gains information for Azusa. But they know that Paragons is on a move. They have full control over the dome. And once you enter, that's pretty much a huge detriment to you. They have the full control over the building here. Kitsune just playing onto the sidelines. Doesn't want to go for the fight first.
Wow.
Placements are still a priority here this time around. Azusa lost one of their members already, got knocked out. They have to prioritize going for the revive and just find something, but Kitsune just went into their backs, and now Haze is gone. And Kitsune is on the massive advantage here. The numbers game is in their favor. 4v3 situation, beaming them out. Darko, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run, just out in the open.
American not just miss here. Kitsune Daichi on poised to make another victory to favor them at this point, but don't remember falling. It's all down to Peanut.
Peanut, the only one that's standing here up against the likes of Paragons. Largon fell down. 1v1 situation, goes for the peak here. Emperor wants to win it, but they will not. And they will falter in Paragons with the Siana still in the game.
Insane gameplay. So it's all down to the Sianas here once again. Paragons, they managed to only score 4 points on kills, 6 points of a placement, and only 10 points total in map number 1. Now they are at a position to take at least 20 points just off of placement, excluding all the kills that they got here. But they gotta outlast the competition. It's a battle for survival here. Who gets the number 1 is still a big question, because there's still plenty of medkits that will be around this section.
A lot of medkits around. Left side has a lot of bodies, but will not be enough. Was not able to capitalize onto the bodies that surround them. Who won? And that will be, I believe, one of them.
I am flabbergasted. Why did we not see the player in his aerial view? But yeah, we're gonna about to see it in a victory screen.
Oh, none of them. It goes no fear. Wow,
out of nowhere, man.
too good. It's too good. Ghost No Fear. Fear, their name. They're just rebirthed from the ground up, and they have won game 2 of the Upper Below rig.
And one more than likely that you guys need to know, right? Ghost of Fear had the core roster of Nighthawks back in Season 1, and that team was projected to be the #1 team, but they lost the Dream Team in Modern Lethal, right? So, yeah, it's great that we got to see Ghost No Fear up here running and taking away a #1 placement, 25 points off of that. That definitely is going to leverage their map #1 underperformance, where they only scored 19 points. So, yeah, greater chance of just getting at #1 away from Kitsune Daiichi.
Yeah, Kitsune Daiichi being denied of the top 1 finish is a massive feat in and of its own right, but Ghost No Fear as well on top of that got a couple of kills of their own, so definitely a good sign coming in from this lobby, coming in from this team. But Kitsune is still unfaltering from that matchup. So good, they were able to stack up a couple of kills of their own before they died onto the zone because of the Sienna battle.
Yeah, it did, yeah, all because of that, right? But what's crazy was that for some reason I thought Peanut was gonna clutch everything, right? He was killing everybody on site, and Peanut was the one guy that scored 12 kills in just one map earlier at Group B. So it was definitely a sight to behold, but it's great that we got to see a new winner here. Kitsune Daiichi will be falling at the 3rd or the 4th spot, so that's gonna mess up their points a little bit in there and could give Ghost No Fear a chance to be closer at the #1 spot.
Yeah, a couple of kills, a couple of points. It's a big difference from top 1 to top 2 with a 5-point difference, but nevertheless, Kitsune, with the amount of kills they were able to achieve, I believe they're still able to take the top 1 here. I could be wrong. But they're still one of the best teams still coming out from that game with the performance they showed.
Yeah, no doubt about that, right? I even thought that Kitsune Daiichi's ability to just use the numbers game in their favor was just evident at map #2 final circle, right? They were just obliterating every player that they see, and if you guys just happen to miss out on the map #2, well, you're missing out on greatness. Come take a look at this highlights we got prepared for you, brought to you by Techno, and Fantech will be right back.
And the top 1 coming down from that round will be Ghost No Fear. That is 1 point difference from Z4 Paragons.
Wow, interesting. Well, definitely going to be a great boost for Ghost No Fear, right? That 36 points is essential for them to just close that numbers into just securing their invitation to the Championship Sunday, which will be held tomorrow. So, yeah, great map #2, massive bounce back for them after placing only #5 in the rankings at map #1. Now, again, for Kitsune Daiichi, even though they got taken down as the #4 team at that map #2, they still managed to climb at that #3, all because of the kills that they managed to leverage with, right? And Yeah, just super impressive that Kitsune Daichi can just pull in so much kills.
Yeah, 14 kills coming in from that game. Absolutely a masterclass coming in from Kitsune, but overall Ghost No Fear performed outright in their own right as well. But coming through, top 3 heroes and weapons out from that game. So pretty much the same thing. Like Siana taking the top pick, Yon taking the second, but shockingly enough, Dockside will only be picked 10 times out from that round.
I think the players just realized that, hey, I think it's better that we pull ourselves with the Maggie here at this point in time, right? Just need those mobilities since Dockside and Maggie again is interchangeable for the teams that loves to compete at the PC division. But weapons still going to be the Wet Dwarf, able to overtake the VSS. Now we'll take a look at our MVP brought to you by Techno Beetle, the God. 4 kills, 1,329 damage, and a 19% headshot percentage. And Beetle the God, former player for Nitrox back in Season 1. And you obviously know that these Maggie mains are just insane in terms of his movements, and Beetle the God got it here today.
Yeah, definitely one of the best mechanical or highest skill ceiling for the players right now in Farlight 84 to be able to capitalize on this with the movements, with the jet sweep, the jet leaps, the rolls. So definitely something to watch out for here for Beetle the God, specifically Maggie players overall. But Ghost No Fear has no fear from that game too.
Yeah, and they just tried to barge their way here and there, right? I mean, they did not have a great spot inside the zone, but they still managed to secure that victory all because of their Siana able to outlast the competition there compared to Z4 Paragons and Azusa Esports. Now, for sure, this team definitely is a bigger threat to Kitsune Daichi now with that kind of performance that they just managed to accumulate, right? So it's just all about being prepared, getting ready, and just pulling yourself through in the midst of the chaos that just ensues in Sunderland realms every time.
Yeah, every single time. Going to be very important. Those placements of positions, the compositions, the rotations. These are a lot of aspects, a lot of sources of possibilities to take those wins out. But these are some of the pillars that these teams are having to think of before we jump in to the next game. But before we do so, we're going to take a short break. But when we come back, it's the final round here in the Upper B, Lower A. final round. It's the final game coming here into the upper B, lower A matchup for the PC Division semifinals. It will be the last chance once again for these teams to be able to accumulate points, but I'm excited because the thing is, a while ago, what we saw was a disaster across 2 games.
Yeah, especially that map number 2, right? Everything just went down to the gunfights at the end, but it still had to go down to the Cianos, but much more specific on the team fights at the end that managed to pull through. And one of the teams that managed to knock in the top 3 placement was Kitsune Daiichi. So great job for teams like Ghost No Fear, Z4 Paragons, and Azusa Esports to just get these players away at the final circle and just, score a higher chance of getting more points off of placement and more kill points.
Yeah, definitely stacking up a couple of kills on top of getting those placement points will be such a good thing coming from these teams. But before then, as tradition states, we're going for those predictions here, Kali. I don't know at this point if I'm going for like the caster's curse, because in game 2 I voted for another team and they lost. They became like a 4th squad who got eliminated. So we'll see. Ghost No Fear got top 1 a while ago. Might as well.
Well, you did get the prediction right on the map number 1, right? We voted for Kitsune Daiichi.
Yeah.
They managed to take that win. So, no, it's not going to be any Infinity Curse happening anymore in the upper
You called
B
it.
and
You
the
called it
lower
already.
A. Yeah, it's already done. The Infinity Curse is already rescinded. It's already done. Now, this time, yes, it's going to be different, right? You got Ghost No Fear, which is, of course, the team that just won that map number 2. I still got my eyes on Kitsune Daiichi. I just want this team to get as much momentum to finally bring home the title that they've been asking for. They've been working hard for all throughout the FBC seasons that we got for Farlight 84. And yeah, I just hope that they end it on a high note. But I still also want to see other teams like Ghost No Fear and, of course, Z4 Paragons just get as much points as they can get here.
Yeah, it definitely is one of our hopes, right? For every single one of these teams to get as much points that they're able to take. Now, it depends on what their playstyle is going to be, what their strategies on the line coming to these teams, and it's all up to the execution of how these teams are going to play this time around in these games. Once again, this will be the final game here in the semifinals for the PC division, so it all comes down to this before the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, so much of this attacks is going to be very important, right? At the final circle, map number 3, final game of the semifinals, and then we get to crown the top 15 teams that will be invited to the Championship Sunday, which will be held tomorrow. And one of which already, I believe, is going to be the top 1 teams that have managed to be achieved by the teams that we've played here so far. Kitsune Daiichi has won 3 of the 5 maps that they got into here so far, approaching map number 3 for this upper B and lower A. They got a high chance at going in for another victory, but I'm not trying to be biased here. But of course, for Z4 Paragons and for Ghost No Fear, they're just wrapping up those performance. And I think it's just gonna get a lot better. Right? I think more chaos will be ensued in this map number 3 to end the day off.
Yeah, a lot of chaos ensuing, but really, I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to expect going into the final game that we have on the line on our hands, because a while ago, coming into the prior group, we saw quite a huge aggression going through for every single one of this bit into the early mid game. But coming into the third game of the same group, they were a little bit more quiet. They played patiently, they played disciplined, and then going into the final zone, there were still 8 teams left. And this time, here in this group, for upper B, lower A, drastically different. So I don't know what to expect coming into this game.
Yeah, one thing for sure though, it's Kitsune Daiichi and Ghost No Fear who is battling for the number 1 spot to end the day off. Trailing behind is Z4 Paragons, Chunichi Dragons. So we start this map number 3 with a POV for Kitsune Daiichi, and the usual is going to be invested here for them, right? It is going to be by the transport port where Amari will get that solo drop. Then Peanut will be dropping at the southern portion of that. Then Snoops and Oxy get that split drop action at the Mamba station. Now looking at our flight path though, connecting and favoring teams at the left side of the minimap. So Wind Valley, storage base, hydro plant. It's going to be a long parachute down.
Yeah. Let's see. With the capsule pack going and leaning more towards the left side of the map, there's no access to hydro plant, no access to storage base, and even a wind valley at this point. But expectedly, some of these teams will crawl into those POIs soon enough. But before then, bloodshed will occur.
Gotta make sure with that, you know, especially for just enjoy the game. And IQ League was by the institution here right now. And you can see Ghost Reborn No Fear still trying to get into their mix. They want to get that Hydro plant in that storage base where it is uncontested. And that's extremely important for them to be able to build up those resources. But on the other side, right, for Astral Mugen and Barbaric Sarah, it's a 1v1 gunfight on the squad fight at the port pit. And they've already taken down the respawn pods of Astral Mugen here.
Yeah, Astral Mugen remove away those respawners. And a while ago, we were looking at Astral Mugen to be one of the contenders to go into the top half. This time will be a bit different as Barbaric Secrecy changed that storyline. Could definitely still turn into their favor, but now it's a much harder situation for them to come and rise into the leaderboards here in the final match.
AZ Rates on a very contested market drop here up against Quad 13. That is going to be players that, you know, has the height advantage at the moment. And also got one of their members with level 4. No, two of their members with the level 4. So this is going to be a tough battle for AZ Rates.
Definitely a hard time here. Now Azrate, go for the vision erosion, wants to hide. The defender shot's coming through, but will not go for the eliminations. Goes down into the ground. I don't think that's a smart move. Some Crush goes in for the knockup. That will go through. Control for the opponent. Azrate with only 2 members left standing here. Not exactly the best situations on hand. As Naz trying to still survive, jumping left and right. Bull with it, but the trade back is there. Now it's a 1v1 left standing here. Con coming in from Azrate. You have Ghost. One left standing. Cons will win it.
Oh yeah, that's nice for AZ Rates. And you see the value of having the high ground for Cons, who was able to take down 2 and assisting his members to take down the remaining players alive for Ghost Reborn. Chunichi Dragons in there. Cons able to take down 2 kills there. Now for Astral Mugen, who just got bullied away from their initial drop. Already wasted their respawn pods and are dealing with Rates here this time.
Yeah, with a shotgun on hand. One shot to the ground. Asta Lilo. Just have to go into the ground. Just hope to live for another day. Hope to go in for the respawn. Once again, those pushes are happening. The unanimous swing coming in for their opponent. Scotty was just too good for the coordination that they have.
Oh lord.
And Clarion once again as a collateral coming in from those damage. Scotty gets 4 kills.
Yo, that's just bad for Rates, right? I mean, they had the best chance of fighting that situation, but they didn't. Now Scotty on the chase, trying to take down the players at the Serum Strong. Astral Mugen has one of the members falls, another goes down. Our first team to get eliminated will be rewarded to Astral Mugen.
I like the call. I like the call. Yep, Astral Mugen. I can't do it as good as you.
It takes practice, but you can do it, man. I want you to. No, never mind.
What do you want to be? What? What do you want to
be? Nani?
Nani? Okay, at this point, let's move on. Going back into the game. Sponsor boxes is one of the situations we are currently at for Kitsune, and but even this will put them at a better situation overall, all throughout the mid game, late game.
Yeah, now we take a look at the Reaper here. It's Amari. He has been lighting it up with the Maggie here so far. 41 total headshot, 765 total precise damage, and 22% headshot percentage. And then they also get the goodies within the sponsor box. So a higher chance of them ending up with a level 5 armor heading into the next circle. Paragons on the other side fighting for the static shield devices. Gets themselves currently with one level 5 armor here so far. Not entirely sure why they have that been upgrading to level 4, but you take what you can get.
Yeah, you take what you can get, take what you can obtain. But look at this! Unexpected! Grabs! Will be deleted, and now Ghost of Fear has the advantage, but how long can you make it out alive? Paragon still trying to survive her with Curve, the only one left standing. One last shot behind, and that will be it.
Wow. Nice setup coming in from Ghost Reborn Beetle the God, but I think the gunfight is not yet over. Still got another squad to fight for, and it's the Brothers in Arms in Tunichi Dragons that completes the third party.
Trying to run away. Tunichi Dragons will chase them out as Jing brings them down to the ground. But they're still in the game. They still have the respawners availability. So not as detrimental as expected, but Tunichi Dragons on a good state with those 4 kills.
I can't say more to that though, but with those early downs for that squad, right, it's gonna take long for them to be able to build back up. Now compare that rotation for Kitsun and Daichu's been few here so far. Already's got 4 kills, got their numbers already built pretty nicely. Now they can get that scan, actually get some information if there's going to be any players nearby. And there do so, right? There is one squad just holding that high ground.
Just waiting on the Sky Dome. And Kitsune doesn't know. Kitsune has no information. They're playing a bit more safe. They're playing it cautiously in the Rocky Zone, but given that they had no information, they have no audio cues whatsoever coming in from that POI, it's still such a dangerous spot.
Yeah, it's just better that they just get away with it, right? I mean, the secrecy radicals, they can just isolate players one at a time since they're at the Sky Dome. They got so much of that high ground going on. Now take a look at Paragons here, Maestro and Largon. They got themselves 8 kills already. Now they need to be able to move inside the zone now, but they're thinking they want to get this ace before they move out.
Can they get it though? Can they get the ace? Can they get clean sweep? Paragons is still fighting, is still looking. They're hearing those footsteps, they're hearing those cues, but how long can they stay here for outside of the danger zone? Soon enough, down. The danger zone will start to hurt.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And players for Squad 6, I think this is going to be a rough battle for me, right? Barbaric Sarah was holding down Refinery, was able to take down the first respawn pod for Astral. Mugen now has to fight for a battle for position inside the zone up against Kitsun and Daichi, so that's going to be a tough battle. But here we got some gunfights for AZ Raids.
Gunfights, Azraid already lost one of their members, but a follow-up is there for the remaining teammates that Azraid has. That will net them those 5 kills, and 6 kills make it out for WZZ, who fell down from their opponents, and outright Azraid showing who's boss.
Definitely what's needed by this team to be able to rack up more points, get those kill points as you are in a better position inside the zone. But this truck now about to get dismantled, but still gets away. There is Azusa. But now they're still getting chased by Paragons. This team has been wandering around inside the danger zone for too long, and they're not afraid to just get his eliminations outside.
Yeah. We'll see, because right now Paragons is hunting. They have a trail to hunt here. They're looking to be the predators across the board, but thus far they haven't seen anyone as of yet. Azusa is just around the corner as well. Definitely meet Paragons soon enough if ever they want to go aggressive here. Could go for the push. And right now that's it. Azusa starts going in for those fires. Although I don't think this is a good position for him.
I mean, it's going to be a route that will be taken alternately by Paragons as they head down to the training center. But we got another squad eliminated, by the way. It's Rice and Scotty falling at number 12. And yeah, it's been a difficult day for them in this round. Ghost Reborn Tunichi Dragons, though, on this side of the map, trying to dismantle Squad 15 in Paragon's Quarries, and they got 2 players inside a building. You don't want to attack in one angle here. You got to be able to attack in multiple ways.
We'll see. Blinding Mark already used out. Tunichi Dragons. Mission the outside. Goes in for the divulge and sights onto one. That won't be the shots fired. And Curbs goes down by Tunichi Dragons. 2 more follow suits after. And Paragon Will this do so much people? Crabs will fall down. That will be Shinichi Dragon who comes out on top. 9 kills to their name.
No, that's a big blow for Paragon's parts to end up at number 11. They are top 4 in the ranking with 46 points, but not getting a lot of placement here with these eliminations. It's going to be big trouble. But AZ Rates now going in for the third party here. This time to pounce. It's what they say with the Summit Crush.
Going in for the right flank, knocks him up. Where did he go? Has no sights onto him. Goes for the 1v1. That trade back is there, but after it's still four people in their team, and Azrate really on their own. But choose from the window. Azrate will win it.
Yeah, that's nice shots from them. But the fight obviously not yet over for AZ Rates. Now the battle here is how are they gonna rotate inside the zone? Where is their vehicles that will help them to survive in order for them to not get eaten up by the danger zone's damage here? They're gonna try to flee from now on. It's great that they are just in distance from the circle, right? So there's not going to be any difficult moments for them. Now for Kitsune Daichi, kind of in the open spot. Now they do find themselves a cover, but this is a very dangerous spot to be in.
Spot. But it's sponsored by now by Ghost No Fear. Kitsune has information that every single one of the teams available coming into this game knows about those sponsor boxes being taken out. And that is one of the cons, one of the disadvantage of going for the likes of those airdrops or sponsor boxes that gives away your location, gives away information to every single team still alive, still in the lobby. And speaking of which, 9 teams are still standing.
That is insane, right? I mean, they're playing it very patient, and these 9 teams almost, you know, complete, except for Just Enjoy the Game, who's only got 3 members alive. So yeah, definitely a lot more fighting and contestion here, a lot of stacking skills that can be done. Kitsune Daichi again positioning themselves right beside the Wind Valley, putting themselves in a position where every angle they choose, there's gonna be teams that might just be able to gang them up. But the saving grace here is for Kitsune Daichi is that they got level 5 and level 6 armor, so and they can sustain the battles out there.
Yeah, we can definitely sustain here. Right now with a One Valley, so much verticality onto this. There's so much levels to it. Makes it a harder spot to play on for any team that surrounds it. You have Squad 14 and even Squad 1 as well, just in the vicinity, waiting for the right moment to go in or go out. And the safe zone also is stated onto this, so at this point, they just have to find a better position. They have to find a good footing coming into the final zone.
Most definitely, as is esports again, gonna find themselves with a lot of teams to deal with, and they're kind of in a great spot right now. Plenty of covers to be in, but the problem here is that they might be exposed to the attacks from the players coming from the Pioneer Center, so they gotta be prepared for all of these attacks that might just happen.
We're looking at Barbaric Sarah, Barbaric Secrecy, who's going in, now has information, goes for the Sonic Crush now. No follow-up though, and no kills. It has been traded, and now it will be Ivy League who fights back.
Oh, nice shots from them, right? Ivy League just silently trying to get these eliminations. The beam down from EJ. The turbo is insane, and goes Reborn. So Fear is back. They are going in for the third party.
Now, Sonic Crush as well, inside of the building. Turboed out in front of the building. Ghost no fear, has no fear, definitely so. They get those kills up and running forward, and then Azure is on their backs as well. Wanting a little bit of this fight as well, but cannot go forward. Ghost no fear has full control over the south side of the zone.
Yeah, they've watched there for AZ Rates to counter Ghost Reborn. Barbaric Cerex is on a pinch. They can get these eliminations should they want to line it up. But for Jenny the God, he did not spot him. So he might be able to get one on this rotation. Nice ninja gameplay for Shem. He does not want to engage. Maybe he just want to get his teammates back up and running before they make it inside the zone.
There's no fear. So they're creeping themselves into the final zone. Now Secrecy, FZ meets Kitsune. Not exactly the best situation there for Secrecy. Now Paragons as well, having to meet Azraid. Cons goes down. It's a huge detriment of the losing one of their members, especially at this given state we're in. Every single bit of help will be necessary to putting themselves a bit closer into winning in the map 3.
Yeah, Z4 Paragon scored a number 3 placement earlier. I mean, a number 2 placement at map number 2. Definitely building up to their keys to victory once again. It's to stack up your best players with the highest shield possible. Maestro with a level 6 armor here. Coupled up with Art God, who's got level 6 armor there completely. They got 11 kills. All that's left is for them to have that top 3 placement just to score a lot more points compared to where they are. Exactly the engage is gonna happen, and it's bound for the attack to be onslaught.
Yeah, onslaught, Stacy, gone. Paragons looking for those chances to be able to take those kills, but they lose one of their members as well as Mastro. Has to go in. It has to be revived by the team. But the unavailability to the restoration field will swiftly put up his HP back to full and is back into the game.
Ooh. I mean, Amari again, it's just letting Kitsune Daichi with all of his kills right 4. But basic the G gets himself in bubble against Jenny. The God is still ends up with elimination.
Inside of the smoke, actually getting those hits. Connecting up against their opponents. A shocking moment with Paragons. They have the building, but the zone is already closing in. The center of the final zone is all about in the open space. So the team that has the Ember has the advantage here. And FC Zera is eliminated. Kitsune puts them to the ground. Once again, emphasizing. Ember situation into this final zone will be a huge help.
Yeah, basic the G for Paragons is going to be a great help now for Paragons to maintain their life out there. It's a clear top 3 placement. 6 squads remaining, 15 survivors left. AZ Raids and Secrecy are just healing outside the zone, just stacking up on those medkits, so it's all down to the Paragon squad just inside, along with Kitsune and Azusa. Now, get this placement points if you are the teams outside of Kitsune to be able to get the top 15 spot, but Kitsune, they are just eliminating players after players.
Eliminates Ghost No Fear, but Snoops goes down, knocked out. That will be a situation where in Paragons have the upper edge, but right now so much eliminations left and right. Kitsune loses Snoops as well. This will be a huge detriment if they are not able to go in for the revive. Paragons now in a bad situation, has to go in for the Vision or Ocean as we are out in the open here. And they have to come through into the final spot in the situation we're in. They have to meet Kitsune, goes down, beams down, and eliminated Kitsune!
Wow!
Basic, the G is up and running. They are currently the Reapers out of this game. Paragons is one of their own as well. Master goes down, but Azusa is fighting them head to head, toe to toe.
Yo.
And Azusa takes over.
Yeah. Now it is all going down to the Sianas once again.
Oh wait,
Kitsune is still not out. They're not yet out. Oxy's still out there, healing, Galing. The best strategy of all. Azusa, Haze, and Darko, they sent their players out just to hunt the member out. Summit Crush to the face, and Oxy's down for the count. 3 squads remaining, and it's the Sayana battle once again that will steal the show at the 11th hour.
Might just be the 12th though. Or the 13th. At this point, I don't know. It takes too long.
All right, let's see.
Well, one down.
There goes one.
Where's the other? Sensu, don't go there. You know that Siana doesn't have any mad packs left. Staring contest.
All right. Well, the best route goes to the guy on the left. He's got a lot of med kits in there.
Yep. We'll see. You know what? The Sensu slowly creeping himself in. Oh my!
Oh my god!
That was a clutch. That was a clutch moment from the map pack. No shields doesn't matter at this point, Sensu. You don't need those
spot
shields.
Shameless though.
Shameless? No, he's not. He's not gonna die.
At this point, you don't want to engage. Just outlast the competition. Use those medkits.
Yep. Restoration field. You still have.
He spots him
in your favor. those restoration fields are visible from far away, but at this point, I don't think any of these two players are going in for an aggressive push. Considering their fates are on the line, considering their wins are on the line. But Sensu, huge aggression. Huge confidence to really speak out from, but it's already the 20th hour and we're still not done.
Yeah, time check. 7:54. How long will this take? Sensu and Shameless. Yeah, they're sensing each other. They're Shameless. They don't want to see each other, man.
What's the phrase? 1 hour later. Well, what's it? It's
15 hours later.
Yeah. That one. Yup, Azusa now going for the push. Swipes to the left, swipes to the right. Sensu goes down and Shameless will win it.
That's one way to end the semifinals. Sayana going in for the gunfight at the end. Azusa, they take it home. Important round win for them, getting that 25 points off of placement. Yeah, loving the dog, man. They got a dog in them.
Home run. Azusa Esports will take the top 1 finish in Game 3 to finish the day off. An amazing play, if I may call it, but it's pretty much a Siana 1v1 fight at that point.
Yeah.
But still, nevertheless, it's a good sport serve coming in from those two players. Siana's overall, I'm loving it, and at the same time, I'm hating it.
I love to see those Sianas just going for the gunfights instead of just healing him, man. I want to see more of those duels at the final circle. And yeah, it had to go down to that. Azusa Esports definitely was not in the top 3 for that map number 2, but they did find themselves at the top 1 at this map number 3. So definitely a great needed win for them to get as much as FPC points, because you might not even know what could be the difference on making the grand finals, right? Could be just 1 point at the top 15, or it could just be 2 points or 3 points, who knows? And it's interesting that Azusa Esports still managed to secure 2 top 3 placements in the 3 maps of action here for the day.
Yeah, so much back and forth, so much differences from what we're seeing. No back-to-back, unfortunately, for any of the teams that we have casted, Kali, from the prior group and even the group now. But nevertheless, still a good finish coming across the board for the upper A, lower B, and upper B, lower A situation. And we'll see in moments' time on who will be the successful top 15 teams to go into the grand finals.
Yeah, I tell you what, right? The teams that has their Siana stacking their medkits at the end definitely increases their odds of just getting a lot more points in their Secrecy Radicals, who we haven't even seen be able to wrap in the top 5 placement on the first 2 maps. Just so happens to take the top 2 spot in this map number 3, all because of their positioning at the Rocky Zone. Their Siana was just holding down the Sky Dome and then had to be forced out into the battle because of the safe zone just being too dangerous for her to be in. And if you guys just miss all of the action in map number 3, it's going to be great that you guys actually take away some important notes on the highlights that we'll be providing for you guys. But that will be happening for later.
Yeah, it will definitely happen in a couple of seconds. And as soon as you said that, we're jumping into the highlights to have a recall on what happened into the final game of the upper B, lower A. What a conclusion coming from map 3, and the winner that takes it down in home run is Azusa Esports with 10 kills and 25 placement.
And yeah, they're just happening. They just happen to have the same hero composition as Kitsune Daichi, right? I mean, they got the Siana, the Young, the Maggie, and the Duck side to be able to light it up and play aggressive at the end. But definitely it was Saki that managed to outlast the competition out there with the medicine kits that is able to line up and pile up just to survive out there. And it's great because this is their second top 3 placement appearance and their first top 1, by the way, for the day. Kitsune Daichi taking second, Ghost No Fear taking third, Z4 Paragons at number 4. Pretty consistent for these 4 squads that managed to get up there. But yeah, it just kind of felt that Trinity Dragons could have be higher in terms of placements here because of their placement points. But yeah, things happens, and our Techno MVP will be shown to you guys later on. For now, let's take a look at our top 3 heroes and weapons. Sayana and the VSS serving as number 1 hero and weapon.
Yeah, a little bit new. VSS now taking the top 1 spot onto the top 3 heroes and weapons, but nevertheless, a similar position from what we have seen over the past games, past groups, past series. Pretty much a mirror match or a mirror top 3 heroes and weapons with Siana, Yon, Duckside, VSS, White Dwarf, and Uzi taking the top hero and weapon picks.
I want to know if we can count the mobile division's weapons in the coming mobile finals, right? Because there's definitely a huge discrepancy on the weapons that will be used here. But now let's take a look at our MVP, brought to you by Techno. It's Darko, a mag user. 4 kills, 1,422 damage, and 18% headshot percentage. We did not get to see much of Darko, but one thing for sure, he got 4 kills, and that 4 kills was essential for them to increase their point system heading into the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, Azusa Esports, drastic difference from the top 1 finish to the top 2, top 3, and even top 4 coming out from that map 3. And 4 kills definitely changed the game with an equivalence of 4 points immediately going into the team.
Yeah, again, for Azusa Esports, take a look at their map 1 stats, right? They only got 6 kills, and Darko this time had 4, so there's definitely huge improvements in the kill department in there. And wonder where will Azusa place themselves heading into the grand finals tomorrow. That will conclude all the maps for this semifinals for the PC division. And yeah, now it's just all about finding who will take the number 1 spot at the end of this upper B and lower A.
Yeah, it will be exciting to see. Right, who will go into the grand finals tomorrow, who will go into the top 15 tomorrow into the PC division, and expectedly in a similar fashion, who will be able to take the championship title tomorrow. It's just so much questions that I have in mind here in the PC division, given its element of being unpredictable in comparison to the mobile division. It's really exciting times.
I can't agree more with what you just said right there, because the PC division, if you go trace back the history, right, in season 1, the grand finals, the difference between the number 1 and number 2 was just only 1 point. In the season 2 grand finals of the PC division, the difference was just 8 points between Now's Esports and Kitsune Daichi. So I wonder what will be happening in our grand finals this season, right? Will we see a grand slam, or do we see again similar to what we just see where it is going down just a couple of points to take that number 1 spot?
Imagine like season 1 we got 1 point difference, season 2 8 point difference, season 3 0 point difference. It's a tie between 2 teams.
No,
imagine.
Oh no! Oh no! Now that you said it, we gotta keep track of it, right? There's a high probability that might just end up, and we had to go look at the difference with their stats, though. I think the damage is going to be where they're gonna look at up the next. If there is gonna be similar points that might just happen around, right? But that's gonna be mind blowing now that you mention it, because that could be possible with the amount of talents that we got at the PC division.
Yeah, that definitely is. So we'll see, because tomorrow will be the PC division for the finals, for the grand finals for season 3. And once again, these teams will be able to hoist the championship title and get that lion's share of the prize pool that we have for this season for the Farlight 84 Philippines Championship.
Now I can't wait, man. It's just a couple of hours left, right? I mean, we're starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. We only got what, like 28 hours before it starts.
Oh, quick
and
maths.
yeah, there's a couple of hours for this team to prepare. One thing for sure, they gotta eat. You know, they gotta eat whatever Kitsune Daiichi ate today because they were just obliterating every squad out there with their gunfights. Now we'll take a look at our Reaper in this matchup right here for Upper B and Lower A. For sure, it has to be a merit at number 1 spot because of how much presence he got. And yeah, he will top up Build the God. He got 30. Might just one less on the total kills for Build the God.
Oh, 1 point difference. Is this a foreshadowing of tomorrow?
Hey, could be. Could be.
It will be very interesting. But as you have mentioned it, Amari having 30 total kills out from a single group, 10 kill average across the 3 games is a massive feat.
Yeah, what's more surprising is that Kitsune Daiichi does not have 1, not 2, but 3 players at the top 5 of the Reaper standings to end the day. That's how just talented these players are at in terms of their gun skills. And to think that Oxy, who is using a Sayana, is not, you know, an aggressive player, is not an aggressive hero, but still he managed to end up with 22 kills to end the day off. Then you also got Peanut in there, who scored 12 kills on 1 map. He could suddenly explode. And what's impressive is that his hero is also not battle ready, right? He's using a Young out there.
Yeah. But jumping in to the team rankings from the semifinals of Upper B and Lower A, it will be Kitsune who will secure the top 1 position with 93 total overall points, followed up by Ghost No Fear.
Well, that's very nice for Kitsune Daiichi, right? 93 points, but Ghost No Fear a lot better in terms of finding eliminations in there. Just need to do better in finding those placement points tomorrow if they're going to be making it out alive in this Upper B and this Lower A. Now, of course, Azusa Esports, that crucial number 1 that they got was essential for them to take the top 3 spots. But hey, Trinity Dragons gonna make it here as well, securing at number 5. The number 4 goes to Z4 Paragons.
Yeah, a lot of points, a lot of placements. Shinichi Dragons at number 5 as well. Ivy League at number 7. Number 6 will be Secrecy, FZZ, and overall such a momentous moments as well coming in from each and every single one of these teams. Now the big question will still be up in the air on who will be the top 15 teams remaining out of 30 teams today.
Yo, it's going to be difficult to actually, you know, find out who exactly it is right now because all the stats are just kind of all over the place at the moment, right? But for sure, Kitsune Daiichi, Powerhouse Fanboys, they have already secured 2 of the 15 spots in the Grand Finals. It's all down to the other 13 teams that will be able to make it up there. Is going to be the very main question that we're going to be having prepared for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really excited. But also kind of nervous at the same time. I know I'm not playing, but these are the dreams of these players. And from what we have seen over 5 weeks even, of Farlight action, 6 weeks, 7 weeks of Farlight action coming down into the final day tomorrow, and these PC division teams struggling and battling the hearts out every single time in Thunder Realms. I don't know who will be able to secure the top 15 spot for the Grand Finals. I'm really scared and excited at the same time.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure right now for these teams, right? I mean, they're at the crossroads here once again, especially for Powerhouse Fanboys, who wants to get another title on their bag. Also goes to Kitsune Daiichi, who has been aiming for the number 1 spot for 2 seasons. They came so close back in season 2, but they were read off by Now's Esports. Now they look so mighty and strong, and it looks like they are going to be the ones ending up on top here this time. Hopefully they can finally close it out, but there could also be underdogs that might just be able to run the show. Just like what we had back in Season 1, where Dream PC was able to take the championship away from Team Nitrox and Kitsune Daiichi.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to watch out for that, but we're pretty much moments away from the interview or moments away from those situations. So for the viewers watching at home, just sit tight and wait for a bit. But all in all, the conclusion for today is so much has happened. It's a roller coaster of emotions, roller coaster for these teams as well, to be able to take a couple of wins left and right. And overall, it could be a reflection. It could be a similar situation that speaks volume for tomorrow's grand finals.
Yeah, most definitely, right? And that's why it's important for the teams to play their map number 3 on a high note, right? They gotta end strong just to get that confidence instilled, right? But if you had a rough day at the end, there's always time for you to bounce back. Just need a couple of prayers down there and a change of strategy. It's important that you find those mid-game adjustments. And for sure, the 6 maps that this team's played in today's semifinals can be great video reviews for them to spot where exactly these players and this squads that they're going up against with tomorrow to be dropping at, so that they can plan their rotation down to the T.
Yeah, and they could go in for, I guess, a sneak peek as well onto what to expect for tomorrow's matchup if ever they have that final 15 already. Looking for those positions, looking for those spots. The rotations are going to be very important. Is this an aggressive team or a passive team that we cannot expect to fight aggressive at the beginning of the game? So these situations and these type of plays could be expected and it could be reviewed by the teams, as you have mentioned. But overall, we're pretty much a couple of weeks time before the mobile division as well. So very exciting moment. This will be the final times of season 3.
Yeah, it's gonna be a couple of weeks before we start the mobile division, right? I think it is. The venue is going to be insane, by the way. I'm just teasing you guys, but yeah, we're heading into the PC division finals first, grand finals first, and yeah, I mean. It's kind of a toss-up, right? I don't think there's just 2 teams competing here for the top 1 spot compared to the mobile division back in season 1, right? This time for the PC division, again, there are about 6 or 7 teams that can be a potential threat at taking away that number 1 spot. But now we get to take a quick interview from one of the teams that we got playing at the upper B and the lower A, and our casters from the Tagalog broadcast will be guiding you over. We will be right back.
Ay, grabe naman ang tinti. Grabe naman ang tindigan ni Kuya Peanut. Kuya Peanut.
Sorry.
Kuya Peanut.
Boss, pawis ako, boss.
Pawis
Grabe
ka,
laban.
boss. Grabe ang laban. Wow. Parang nag-workout. Ito, hindi na natin papalapas ito, Kuya Peanut. Kasi kami nasasabihan na kaming bias sa kaka-hype sa inyo eh. Eto ba, ang tanong, eto na kagad. Kuya Peanut, spicy na kagad. Tingin mo ba, etong season 3, ano ba, pwede na bang i-grab ang title or tingin mo meron pa kayong kalaban para dito sa season 3 natin?
Laban na kahit sino. Hindi, kukunin na namin. Kasi season 1, top 6. Season 2, top 2 kami.
Top 2.
Baka ito na yung time. Ito na yung time.
Nakita naman natin
malay lang natin,
yung
di ba, bukas?
Oo. Top 15 teams no? Pero ito sa lahat ng teams na posible makalaban nyo bukas, kanino kayo pinaka magdodoble ng ingat? Meron ba?
Sa lahat po, syempre. Doble ingat talaga kami sa lahat ng players kasi lason talaga lahat eh. Lason. Lahat.
Which is good. Ibig sabihin, parang nire-respeto rin talaga dito ng kids na even though na sila yung current number 1 for the PC division. Pero ito, napansin ko kasi sa bracket nyo, Kuya Peanut, nung kanina and also dito sa D, lahat ng teams iniiwasan talaga kayo eh. Ano ba tingin mo for the grand finals? Tingin mo ba magkakaroon ba ng lason moment and paano nyo i-cut off yung ganyong strategies ng ibang team? Kasi we know naman sa Battle Royale, 'di ba? Nauuso mismo yung parang pinagtutulungan kayo ng mga kalaban eh.
Bahala na kahit ano na lang mangyari bukas. Ano na lang, doble ingat na lang talaga kasi kapag na-wipe talaga agad, mahirap na. Lalo pag redropping na, baka pag nakita yung pangalan namin na namamatay, bullying talaga kami.
Bullying. Ako last question. Sa ano yung last question bago siya mag-shoutout?
Okay.
Pre, nakakadagdag ba sa tutok yung suot mo?
Ay, Hindi, ano lang, design lang to. Ano, may biyahe kasi ako mamaya.
Ano ka ba? May pa-deliver ba sa'yo? Baka nabook ka na.
Transfer lang
Biyahe
mamaya.
pala, sige. Ay, shoutout na pare, salamat. Shoutout.
Shoutout nga pala sa mga ka-team ko, kay Kenneth Peralta, yan, kay J. Lord Vincent, tsaka kay Junjun, Alin Dagad, tsaka kay, syempre, sa namin, sa Lucky Charm namin, si Justin Reyes, yan, si Impact, tsaka sa nawala namin player, si ABC, ayan. I miss you, tol. Punta ka bukas sa Grand Finals. Panoorin mo kami.
Ayun.
Tsaka, ito pa, last one. Shoutout sa Next Community, yan. Insane Next Community. Mabuhay kayo. Bring back Jetpack.
Ayun.
Salamat, Pinat. I'll see you soon. Man.
Oh my God.
Ayos.
Thank you very much, Peanut. Bring back, get back. What an amazing answer. They're pretty much humble, and they're playing it very safe across the board tomorrow for the grand finals.
And they really respect everybody, right? So they don't wanna just underestimate, so that they're gonna be able to do more confidence out there. So they're just gonna try to play it safe. And what they said is that maybe this season 3 will be the charm, right? Because at season 1 they placed 6, at season 2 they came so close, but they still placed second, one placement away from taking the championship back in season 2. So yeah, just thinking the right matter is 5 maps of action tomorrow, anything can happen. So I think that's the best way to look at it if you're kids on Daichi.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I like their mindset of playing it a bit more patient, playing it a bit more respectful against all teams. But this is it. This is the moment that we were waiting for, Kali. We are looking at the overall standing here for the PC division to go into the grand finals on who the top 15 is.
All right, let's see it. Do we get to see that 60 to 30 team, or we just get the top 15 is the question. I think my question is about to be answered right in front of us right now, but we are taking some time to bring you guys that. Kitsune Daichi takes the #1 spot, but we have to start at the 15th spot, right? Ivy League manages to take that number 15.
Yeah, at the nick of time, at a clutch out of PC division, they're able to take that top 15 and go into the finals tomorrow. As Rate will follow a top 14 Dream in 13, AXGN at 12, and 11 will be Azusa Esports.
Oh, what's crazy here is that, man, oh my god. Remember I said that there's only 7 teams that might just be able to take a running for the #1 spot. Looking at it right now, everybody gets, a piece of that pie. It's gonna be an equal battle heading into tomorrow. That's why Peanut from Kitsune Daichi said they gotta respect everybody, because everyone is capable of taking them down. And yeah, just by looking at the overall standings and the 50 teams that will be playing at the grand finals, I am all for it. I can't wait for the grand finals to start.
Yeah, definitely. So Revamp is here. 2319 for CB. 2319 BS is also here. Eternity and Z4 Paragon is coming here to play tomorrow in grand finals, along with the top 5. Kitsune at #1, Western Fam at 2nd, Ghost No Fear coming out at 3rd, Powerhouse and Mantas Esports respectively following through.
Yo, I'm all for it, right? 5 maps of action awaits this 15 teams that managed to survive the semifinals, and it's just a grueling epitome of the battles that we got here, right? 5 weeks of open qualifiers, a week of the knockout stage, and now it's all leading towards the final 5 maps of action in Sunderland realms tomorrow at the Visit Division, where we crown the FPC Season 3 champions.
One final day, one last day for these teams to cling on to the hope for that championship title. And once again, it's full reset day. It's a grand finals, baby. It's that time wherein these teams are not clinging anymore to those total overall FPC points, but only into that series. So it will be really, really exciting, Kali. One mistake could change the tide of the game.
Yeah, so guys, don't you guys go anywhere, right? Because the teams are fighting for a $37,500 of prize pool, and tomorrow's schedule will determine who will take the lion's share of that money. And now we're going to be starting tomorrow at 2 p.m. for that round #1 We got 5 maps of action here in Feet. A lot can go down in these maps.
5 maps of action, 5 games of chaos, and 5 opportunities for these teams to come out on top. As you have called it, Kali, we're both excited, and it's such a momentous moment once again to create a new saga for a new team, for a new champion here in Season 3.
Yeah, do we see, Powerhouse fanboys, the Season 1 and Season 2 champions take away Season 3, or will it finally be the time for Kitsune Daiichi to take it over and get that trophy now in their hand, right? 3 times the charm. They failed Season 1, they failed ghostly at Season 2. Maybe this season will be their time, but who knows? Still, a lot of teams competing into the trophy, into that throne of Season 3.
Yeah. It's one chance once again. Kitsune dreaming of that championship title for 2 seasons now, across Season 3 as well. And now I believe it's a time for them to be able to have that chance once more across the top 15 that we see a while ago. So such an exciting moment. I'm nervous, I'm excited, all at the same time.
And if you guys are nervous, well, that's not time for that, because you gotta type this code fast. We got the SR Hero skin of Maggie, Team Cake, all pink. You guys want to get that? It is limited, so take it as fast as you can. Type it across the board. It is case sensitive, so yeah, first come, first serve.
Yeah, let's go. Free skin at the end of the semifinals day, and tomorrow expect something similar once again. Those giveaways are going to happen as we always do. Farlight 84 Philippines Championship Season 3 PC Division will come to a close tomorrow for the grand finals.
Yo, man, it is going to be, 5 maps of action once again. If you guys want to be updated every time we go live and we got some updates running, make sure to follow us on our official social medias. We got YouTube, we got Facebook, we got Instagram, and also TikTok running around. If you guys want to submit all your requests, just head on over towards the description box. We got our Discord server up there. Make sure you join and submit all of your concerns in our Farlight 84 CS to be able to get some of those adjusted.
For sure. And especially considering that because they have those patches time and time again after seasons. But of course, this will not happen without our official partner here of FPC Season 3. Thank you very much, Techno, the best band for a buck into performance to price for phones.
Yeah, 256 GB, 12 GB RAM. That's all you need to have, the best optimized gameplay. Experience the cutting edge technology of Techno by getting the Techno Phobos 6 and the Techno Phobos 6 Pro, and get yourself a chance to get a Maggie skin box. So definitely something important that you guys want to have if you are a Farlight 84 player. But also, this will not be possible without our official chair partner for 2 seasons already, Fantech. They got ourselves, extreme comforts back in the LAN finals on the mobile division, and make sure that you guys head into the mobile LAN finals the end of April, because Fantech will be there with their booth once again to test out all of their peripherals, whether it be from the mouse, the headphones, as well as their keyboards.
Yeah, amazing stuff lined up here for the FPC Season 3. Tomorrow, the grand finals. 2 weeks' time will be the mobile finals as well. So expect a lot of things here for the Farlight 84 Philippines Championship. Tomorrow will be the grand finals. We will just take today's break. Tomorrow, we will be back. I'm Infinity, and this is Kali.
We are back right here onto the PC division. The final circles of the PC division have always been interesting. As soon as it happens, Farlight comes through. This will be a good time for an upfight. Right now, Wait is receiving a lot of that it takes off from the intensity of the map.
This is the thing that they should be scared about. There's no fear. Without any fear goes in. They don't have a lot of
Stealing back on the Kitsune. A lot of HPs in order. They're trying to fight. They're trying to help. Popping out for one. And that's that thing.